What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Dark Fanfics. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Narcissa found Harry beaten by the Dursleys and broke every pureblood law to save him? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1, The Boy Behind the Hedge. The June heat pressed down on Privet Drive like a smothering blanket. Narcissa Malfoy walked briskly along the pavement, her lips curled in distaste. Her normally immaculate appearance was hidden beneath a glamour charm that rendered her unremarkable, mousy brown hair, plain features, and Muggle attire that made her skin crawl. The indignity of it all. Lucius would never let me hear the end of it if he saw me now, she thought, glancing at the identical houses with their identical gardens. Skulking about in Muggle territory like some common half-blood. She checked the delicate silver watch on her wrist, a Malfoy heirloom enchanted to find rare magical ingredients. The needle pointed steadily toward the end of the street. According to her research, moon lilies sometimes grew in Muggle areas, drawn to places where magical and non-magical boundaries thinned. She needed those lilies for her private potion stores, the ones Lucius knew nothing about. As she approached number 4, the watch face glowed softly. Narcissa paused, surveying the perfectly ordinary house with its perfectly trimmed lawn. Nothing outwardly suggested magic, yet her watch insisted otherwise. A shrill woman's voice cut through the afternoon stillness. "Boy! Haven't you finished those weeds yet? Useless, just like your parents." Narcissa instinctively stepped behind a large hydrangea bush. Old habits from the war, never reveal yourself until you understand the situation. Through the branches, she observed a horse-faced woman standing in the doorway, hands on hips, glaring at something Narcissa couldn't see. "Vernon will be home in an hour, and if these beds aren't perfect, you'll go without dinner again. Understand?" A small voice mumbled something Narcissa couldn't hear. "Don't you dare talk back to me." The woman's voice rose higher. "After all we've done for you." Curiosity piqued, Narcissa moved cautiously around the bush. She needed to find those lilies, and they were likely in this woman's garden. Perhaps while the Muggle was distracted. As the woman stomped back inside, slamming the door, Narcissa caught sight of a small figure kneeling in the garden. A child, a boy no older than Draco, with a too large shirt hanging off his thin frame. His hands were raw and scratched as he yanked at stubborn weeds. None of my concern, Narcissa thought, dismissing the sight. Muggles were known to make their children work. It was one of many reasons purebloods considered them barbaric. She moved closer to the property line, scanning for the telltale silvery sheen of moon lilies. The watch warmed against her skin, indicating she was getting closer. She edged along the pristine hedge separating number 4 from its neighbor. That's when she saw them, nestled at the base of the hedge, partially hidden by the boy's small body, 3 perfect moon lilies, their petals gleaming with an opalescent light only visible to magical eyes. Narcissa hesitated. She needed to wait until the boy moved or went inside. As she waited, she observed him more closely. His movements were awkward, stiff, as though he were in pain. When he shifted to reach a dandelion, she caught sight of his face for the first time, thin, smudged with dirt, with remarkable green eyes behind broken glasses held together with tape. And on his forehead, partially hidden by unruly black hair, a scar. Narcissa's breath caught in her throat. It couldn't be. The boy wiped sweat from his brow, inadvertently pushing his hair back, and there it was, clear as day, a lightning bolt scar. Harry Potter. The boy who lived here, in this utterly Muggle neighborhood, toiling in a garden like a house elf. The implications whirled through Narcissa's mind. The Wizarding World's savior, Dumbledore's golden boy, living among Muggles. Everyone assumed he was being raised in luxury, pampered and prepared for his inevitable role in their world. But this child, this thin, clearly neglected child, bore no resemblance to the prince of the Wizarding World she'd imagined. Narcissa's thoughts were interrupted by a tremendous crash from inside the house, followed by a boy's laughter and a woman's shrill admonishments. The garden boy flinched at the sound, his shoulders hunching as if expecting a blow. Interesting. There was another child in the house, one who was clearly not subjected to the same treatment. As if summoned by her thoughts, the front door banged open again, and a large boy waddled out, clutching something in his pudgy hand. He was blond, pink-faced, and had none of the thinness of the boy in the garden. "Hey, freak," the fat child called. "Look what I got." He waved what appeared to be a chocolate bar tauntingly. The dark-haired boy, Potter, kept his head down, continuing to pull weeds as if he hadn't heard. "I'm talking to you, stupid." The blond boy moved closer, casting a long shadow over the garden. "Mum says if you don't finish, you'll get locked up again. And no food." He took a large, deliberate bite of the chocolate, making exaggerated sounds of enjoyment. Narcissa's fingers tightened around her wand inside her pocket. The casual cruelty reminded her uncomfortably of Bellatrix taunting their house elves. "This is not your concern," she reminded herself. "Take the lilies and leave." "Maybe I'll tell Dad you broke my computer," the fat boy continued. "Then you'll really get it." Potter finally looked up, his green eyes, Lily Evans' eyes, Narcissa suddenly remembered, flashing with a momentary defiance. "I didn't touch your computer, Dudley. Doesn't matter what you did. Dad always believes me." Dudley grinned nastily, dropping the chocolate wrapper onto the freshly weeded garden bed. "Clean that up too, freak." As he turned to waddle back inside, Dudley delivered a sharp kick to Potter's side that sent the smaller boy sprawling into the hedge. Potter made no sound, though his face contorted in pain. Narcissa noticed how he curled protectively around his ribs, an instinctive gesture that spoke of previous injuries. The fat boy laughed and returned to the house, slamming the door behind him. Potter sat up slowly, wincing. He lifted his oversized shirt slightly, revealing mottled bruising along his ribcage, fresh blues layered over yellowing older marks. Narcissa felt a cold fury rise within her. She had seen similar injuries during the war, when the Dark Lord punished his followers. On a child, they were unconscionable. Potter returned to his weeding, movements more labored than before. Narcissa remained frozen in place, her mission forgotten. She found herself unable to simply take the lilies and leave, though she couldn't explain why. She'd seen suffering before. She'd caused suffering before. What made this different? He's just a half-blood, she thought. The enemy of everything your family stands for. But he was also a child. The same age as her Draco. The thought of Draco being treated this way made her stomach turn. No pureblood child would ever endure such conditions. Even the most disgraced families protected their young. For the first time in her life, Narcissa felt something dangerous stir within her, doubt about the superiority of wizarding ways. A loud car pulled into the driveway, and Potter's head snapped up, panic flashing across his face. He began working frantically, though Narcissa could see his hands shaking. A corpulent man with a large mustache heaved himself out of the car, his face already red with what appeared to be perpetual anger. "Boy," he bellowed upon seeing Potter. "Still not finished? Petunia told me you've been lazing about all day." "I'm almost done, Uncle Vernon," Potter said, his voice small. "Don't take that tone with me." The man, Vernon, stomped over, casting a furtive glance at the neighboring houses before lowering his voice to a threatening growl. "After all we've done for you, taking you in when no one wanted you, feeding you, clothing you, yes, Uncle Vernon," Potter murmured, eyes fixed on the ground. Vernon grabbed Potter's arm, yanking him up. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." Narcissa saw Potter wince as the man's meaty fingers dug into what looked like an existing bruise. Something inside her snapped. Before she quite realized what she was doing, Narcissa had slipped her wand from her pocket and whispered, "Confundus." The spell hit Vernon squarely. He blinked rapidly, his grip on Potter loosening as confusion spread across his features. What was I? He looked down at Potter as if surprised to find him there. You were going inside to watch television, Narcissa said clearly, stepping out from her hiding place. You're very tired after work and don't want to be disturbed. Vernon nodded vaguely. Yes, television. Very tired. He released Potter entirely and lumbered toward the house. Potter stared at Narcissa with wide, alarmed eyes, clearly unsure whether this strange woman represented a new threat. Hello, Harry, she said, using his first name deliberately to establish a connection. He took a step backward. How do you know my name? Narcissa glanced around. They were exposed here in the front garden. I'm a friend, she lied smoothly. I've been looking for you for a long time. Suspicion clouded his features. Aunt Petunia says I don't have any friends. Your aunt is incorrect about many things, Narcissa replied, surprising herself with the coldness in her tone. She softened her voice. You're hurt. I can help. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his side. I'm fine. I just fell. The practiced lie confirmed what Narcissa already suspected. This abuse was routine, and Potter had learned to hide it. Harry, she said gently, I know you didn't just fall. That boy, Dudley, kicked you. And it's not the first time, is it? Wariness gave way to fear in his expression. You were watching me. Who are you? A complicated question. Who was she to him? Enemy? Rescuer? She settled for simplicity. My name is Narcissa. She deliberately omitted her surname. And yes, I saw what happened. I also saw the bruises when you lifted your shirt. Potter's face flushed with shame. It's nothing. I'm clumsy. Another practiced lie. Narcissa's decision crystallized in that moment, though she would later struggle to explain it even to herself. Harry, do you know what you are? He frowned. A freak. That's what Uncle Vernon says. The casual way he said it made Narcissa's jaw tighten. You are not a freak. You're a wizard, Harry. His eyes widened, not with wonder but with fresh fear. Don't say that. Uncle Vernon doesn't allow that word. Magic isn't real, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. Interesting. He'd been taught to deny his very nature. Your aunt and uncle have lied to you, Narcissa said firmly. Magic is very real. I'm a witch, and you're a wizard. Your parents were magical too. My parents? For the first time, genuine interest sparked in his eyes. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. Because my dad was drunk. Narcissa couldn't contain her shocked expression. A car crash. Lily and James Potter. The audacity of the lie was breathtaking. No, Harry. Your parents were murdered protecting you. They were heroes. Potter's face contorted with confusion and disbelief. You knew my parents? Not personally, Narcissa admitted. But everyone in our world knows of them. And of you. She took a cautious step closer. You're quite famous, actually. Me? Famous? He looked down at his dirty hands and oversized clothes. That's mental. The front door opened again, and the horse-faced woman, Petunia, appeared. Boy! Get inside and start dinner. Vernon needs his, she froze upon seeing Narcissa. Who are you? This is private property. Narcissa straightened to her full height, letting a hint of her true aristocratic bearing show through the glamour. I'm someone very interested in how you've been treating your nephew. Petunia's eyes darted to Harry, then back to Narcissa, her expression hardening. I don't know what lies he's told you, but he's told me nothing, Narcissa cut her off coldly. I've seen quite enough myself. The bruises. The starvation. The verbal abuse. How dare you? Petunia hissed, eyes darting to the neighboring houses. "You have no right, I have every right," Narcissa said, allowing her glamour to flicker just enough to reveal her true appearance for a split second. It was risky, but she needed to establish her power. "You know what I am, don't you, Petunia?" The color drained from the Muggle woman's face. "You're one of them." "Indeed." Narcissa removed her wand from her pocket, not pointing it but making sure it was visible. "Now, I suggest you return inside and forget you saw me. A simple conversation with your nephew, that's all this is." Petunia's eyes fixed on the wand with naked terror. You can't do anything." "That man, Dumbledore, he said you lot can't use magic in front of us normal people." Narcissa smiled thinly. "Is that what he told you? How convenient for you." She twirled her wand casually. "I assure you, I'm perfectly capable of using magic whenever I choose. The consequences are manageable." It was a bluff, but Petunia clearly believed it. She backed toward the door. "Take the boy then, if you want him so badly. He's been nothing but trouble from the day he arrived. Just like my freak sister." Harry flinched at the casual cruelty in her words. "I have half a mind to," Narcissa said, surprised to realize she meant it. Petunia narrowed her eyes. "Dumbledore said he has to stay here. For protection." "Protection?" Narcissa couldn't contain a bitter laugh. "Is that what you call this?" "From your kind," Petunia spat. "The ones who killed Lily. He said the boy would be safe here because of blood or something." Her tone suggested how little she cared about the details. "Blood wards." Narcissa's mind worked rapidly. Of course Dumbledore would use such protection. But blood wards required love, or at minimum care, to maintain their strength. Judging by what she'd seen, there was precious little of either in this household. She made a split-second decision that would change everything. "Harry," she said without taking her eyes off Petunia, "would you like to leave this place? Just for a little while?" Hope and suspicion warred on his face. "Leave? Where?" "Somewhere safe. Somewhere you'll be properly fed and cared for." "Don't be ridiculous," Petunia snapped. "He's staying here." "Dumbledore isn't here," Narcissa finished for her. "And has clearly never bothered to check on Harry's welfare. The decision isn't yours, or Dumbledore's. It's Harry's." She turned to the boy, softening her expression. "It's your choice, Harry. You can come with me now, or you can stay. But if you come, I promise you'll never have to return to this house again." Potter looked from Narcissa to his aunt, conflicted. "But, my things." "What things?" Narcissa asked gently. "My clothes and stuff. In my cupboard." "Cupboard?" Narcissa repeated, a dangerous edge entering her voice. Petunia shifted uncomfortably. "The cupboard under the stairs. It's where he sleeps." The casual admission stunned Narcissa into momentary silence. Even the Dark Lord had provided proper quarters for his followers. "Show me," she commanded, her voice like ice. Potter led her hesitantly into the house, past his glassy-eyed uncle still under the confundus charm, to a small door under the staircase. He opened it to reveal a space so cramped Narcissa couldn't imagine how even a child could fit inside. A thin, stained mattress lay on the floor, alongside a few broken toys and pitifully small piles of clothing. On the wall, written in crayon, were the words, "Harry's room." Narcissa had seen torture chambers that showed more humanity. "Get your things, Harry," she said quietly. "All of them." It took him less than a minute to gather his meager possessions into a plastic shopping bag. The sight of the Wizarding World's savior clutching a bag of cast-offs made something twist painfully in Narcissa's chest. Petunia watched from the hallway, her arms crossed defensively. "You'll bring him back when you're done playing savior. They always do." Narcissa turned to her, no longer bothering to hide her contempt. "I assure you, he will never set foot in this house again." The protection is worthless if he's being destroyed from within these walls. Narcissa placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, feeling how he tensed at the touch. What you've done to him, in my world, we have punishments for those who harm children. Be grateful I'm more concerned with Harry's welfare than your punishment. She guided Harry to the door. As they stepped outside, Petunia called after them, he's just like his mother. Thinking he's special. You'll see. Narcissa turned back, her composure finally breaking. With a quick flick of her wand, she cast a silent hex, nothing permanently damaging, but one that would cause Petunia's tongue to swell painfully whenever she spoke ill of Harry or Lily for the next month. Come, Harry, she said, steering him down the garden path. We're leaving. As they reached the sidewalk, Harry looked up at her with a mixture of hope and fear. Are you really going to take me away forever? The weight of what she was doing suddenly hit Narcissa full force. She was kidnapping Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Dumbledore's ward. Breaking not only wizarding law but the ancient customs of her people, purebloods did not interfere with the raising of another family's child, even if that family was Muggle. She was risking everything, her reputation, her freedom, perhaps even her life. And yet, looking down at those green eyes filled with cautious hope, she couldn't bring herself to regret it. Yes, she said firmly. You'll never return to these people. She held out her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Harry took it. Where are we going? Narcissa considered her options rapidly. Not Malfoy Manor, Lucius would never understand. Not her sister Andromeda, though she might be sympathetic, that relationship had been severed long ago. I have a place, she said finally. A safe place where no one will find us while we sort things out. She led him to a secluded spot between two hedgerows. Harry, we're going to travel in a special way, a magical way. It might feel strange the first time. Hold tight to my hand and don't let go. He nodded, gripping her hand more firmly. With a last glance at Privet Drive, Narcissa turned on the spot, focusing on the remote Malfoy hunting lodge in the Scottish Highlands. As the sensation of apparition took hold, she felt Harry's hand tighten in panic. Then Privet Drive vanished, and with it, any possibility of returning to the life she'd known. The hunting lodge materialized around them, a stone structure nestled against ancient pines, far from any Muggle settlements. Harry immediately doubled over, gagging. Sorry, Narcissa said, conjuring a glass of water for him. Apparition is unpleasant the first time. Harry accepted the water with wide eyes. You just made that appear. Magic, Narcissa said simply, feeling an unexpected warmth at his wonder. Draco had grown up with magic, he took it for granted. And we just teleported. Harry looked around the rustic interior of the lodge with amazement. Operaat, Narcissa corrected. Yes. We're in Scotland now, quite far from Surrey. Scotland? Harry's jaw dropped. But that's hundreds of miles. Distance means little to witches and wizards, Narcissa explained, moving through the lodge to check its condition. It hadn't been used in years, but the preservation charms had held. A thin layer of dust covered everything, but otherwise it was habitable. With a few quick spells, she lit the lamps and fireplace, cleared the dust, and set the kitchen to preparing a simple meal. Harry watched each spell with undisguised fascination. Can I learn to do that? In time, Narcissa promised. All magical children attend school when they turn 11 to learn how to control their abilities. So I really am a wizard? Harry asked, his voice small, as if afraid she might take back the revelation. You are, Narcissa confirmed, guiding him to sit at the wooden table as she continued preparing the lodge. One of the most famous wizards in our world, in fact. But why? What did I do? Narcissa paused her spell work, considering how much to tell him. He was only 8, too young for the full truth of the prophecy and the Dark Lord's fall. But he deserved some explanation. There was a very dark wizard, she began carefully, who terrorized our world for many years. He killed many people, including your parents. But when he tried to kill you, something extraordinary happened. The curse rebounded on him instead, and he was destroyed. That scar on your forehead is where the curse struck you." Harry's hand went to his forehead. "This isn't from the car crash." "There was no car crash," Narcissa said firmly. "That was a lie your aunt and uncle told you." "Why would they lie?" "Because they fear magic. And perhaps because they feared you would discover your true potential." The kettle she'd spelled to boil whistled, and Narcissa set about making tea. She noticed Harry watching the ordinary task with the same amazement as her spell work. "Are you hungry?" she asked. He nodded cautiously. "A little." Narcissa suspected it was more than a little, given his thin frame, but appreciated his restraint. She served him a bowl of the soup she'd prepared, along with bread and cheese. "Eat as much as you like," she encouraged. "There's plenty more." Harry hesitated, then began to eat slowly, as if afraid the food might be taken away. After a few bites, his restraint crumbled, and he devoured the meal with the hunger of a truly starved child. Narcissa watched him eat, her mind racing. What was she going to do now? She couldn't keep Harry Potter hidden in a hunting lodge forever. Dumbledore would be looking for him. The Ministry might become involved. And Lucius. Lucius would never understand. Her husband had been a devoted follower of the Dark Lord. Finding Harry Potter in his wife's custody would be problematic. But sending Harry back to those Muggles was unthinkable. No child deserved such treatment, not even the boy who had brought down the Dark Lord. Especially not a magical child. The thought came unbidden, laden with the pureblood supremacy she'd been raised to believe. Narcissa examined it critically. Was that truly why she'd acted? Because Potter was magical, and therefore deserving of better treatment than a Muggle child? Or was it simply because he was a child, and something fundamental in her had rebelled at seeing a child, any child, treated so cruelly? "Mrs. Narcissa." Harry's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Thank you for the food. It's really good." "You're welcome, Harry," she replied automatically. Then, more gently, "You can just call me Narcissa." He nodded, clearly uncomfortable with the informality. "Narcissa, what's going to happen now?" A fair question, and one she didn't have a complete answer for. "Now, we make sure you're healthy and safe," she said, focusing on the immediate needs. "Tomorrow, we'll discuss more permanent arrangements." Harry bit his lip. Will I have to go back?" "No," Narcissa said firmly. "I promised you wouldn't, and I keep my promises." Relief flooded his face, quickly followed by worry. "But won't you get in trouble? For taking me?" "Perceptive child." "Perhaps," she admitted. "But I've faced worse than a little trouble." Harry nodded solemnly, as if he understood facing trouble. Perhaps he did. "Are you finished eating?" When he nodded, Narcissa stood. "Let's get you cleaned up, then. There's a bathroom through that door. I'll find you something better to wear than those garments." While Harry washed, Narcissa transfigured some of the lodge's linens into child-sized clothing. Not as fine as what Draco wore, but infinitely better than the oversized rags Harry had arrived in. When he emerged, she guided him to a bedroom. "You'll sleep here tonight." Harry stared at the four-poster bed in disbelief. "This whole room is for me?" "Of course," Narcissa replied, puzzled by his reaction until she remembered the cupboard. "Every child deserves their own room, Harry." He approached the bed cautiously, as if it might disappear. "It's bigger than Dudley's." "Good," Narcissa said firmly. "Now, before you sleep, I need to check something." She drew her wand. "I won't hurt you, but I need to see if you have any injuries that need healing." Harry tensed. "I'm fine, really." "Please, Harry. It's important." After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Narcissa cast a diagnostic spell she'd learned during the war, when healers weren't always available for minor injuries. The results appeared as glowing symbols above Harry's body, revealing what she'd feared: multiple poorly healed fractures, malnutrition, and the beginnings of vision problems beyond what his glasses corrected. "Does it hurt here?" she asked, indicating his ribs where the spell showed a recent injury. "A little," Harry admitted. "Dudley kicked me last week too." Narcissa's jaw tightened. "And here?" She pointed to his left arm, where the spell showed an old fracture. "Uncle Vernon grabbed me too hard last year. It got better on its own. Left to heal without treatment." Narcissa forced herself to remain calm. "I'm going to cast some healing spells," she explained. "They'll help with the pain and start repairing the damage. It might feel warm or tingly." Harry nodded bravely. "Will it hurt?" "No," Narcissa assured him. "Healing magic doesn't hurt." She began with his ribs, mending the bruising and slight fracture from Dudley's kick. Then she moved to the older injuries, doing what she could to correct the improper healing. Some would require professional attention, but this would help for now. As she worked, she noticed Harry watching her with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Did you never experience accidental magic, Harry?" she asked to distract him. "Strange things happening when you were frightened or angry?" He blinked in surprise. "You mean like when my hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it all off? Or when I ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing me?" "Exactly," Narcissa smiled. "That was your magic protecting you. All magical children have such experiences before they learn to control their powers." "I thought I was just a freak," Harry whispered. "You are not a freak," Narcissa said firmly. "You're a wizard, Harry. A powerful one, I suspect, given who your parents were." "You knew them?" Hope brightened his face. "Not personally," Narcissa admitted. "But their reputations. Your father came from an ancient wizarding family. Your mother was uncommonly talented." It was the most generous description she could give of a Muggle-born witch, but she found she meant it. Lily Evans had indeed been talented, by all accounts. "Did they love me?" Harry asked suddenly, his voice small. The question caught Narcissa off guard. "They died protecting you, Harry. There can be no greater love than that." Tears welled in his eyes, and he quickly wiped them away. "Sorry. Never apologize for missing your parents," Narcissa said softly, surprising herself with the gentleness in her voice. "It's natural." She finished the healing spells and tucked him into bed. As she turned to leave, Harry called out. "Will you be here when I wake up? You won't leave?" The naked fear in his voice told Narcissa more about his life with the Dursleys than any diagnostic spell could reveal. "I'll be here," she promised. "Now sleep. You're safe." As Harry drifted off to sleep, Narcissa settled into a chair near the fire, her mind working furiously. What she'd done today violated everything she'd been raised to believe. She'd interfered with a Muggle family. She'd taken in a half-blood child. She'd defied Dumbledore's arrangements. She'd stolen the boy who lived. And yet, watching Harry's peaceful sleeping face, she couldn't bring herself to regret any of it. She was a Black by birth and a Malfoy by marriage. Both families prided themselves on purity of blood and adherence to tradition. Both would be scandalized by her actions today. But another tradition ran deep in the Black family line, the protection of magic itself. Hadn't her ancestors always argued that magic must be preserved and respected above all? That magical children were sacred? Perhaps, she reasoned, her actions weren't a betrayal of her heritage but a return to its most fundamental principles. The boy was magical. He had been abused by Muggles. Rescuing him wasn't just compassion, it was her duty as a witch. It was a convenient rationalization, but it helped calm the voice of her upbringing that screamed she was betraying everything she'd been taught. As the fire burned low, Narcissa finally acknowledged the truth to herself. something fundamental had changed within her the moment she saw Harry Potter flinch at his uncle's touch. Something that transcended blood purity and old grudges. She had seen a child in pain and had been unable to walk away. What that meant for her future, and for Harry's, remained to be seen. But one thing was certain, there was no going back to the woman she had been this morning. Narcissa woke to sunlight streaming through the lodge windows and the disorienting feeling of sleeping in a chair. For a moment, she couldn't remember where she was or why. Then it all came rushing back. Harry Potter. The Dursleys. The escape. She rose quickly, checking the bedroom where she'd left the boy. The bed was empty, neatly made, and panic seized her until she heard sounds from the kitchen. She found Harry there, standing on tiptoe to reach the stove, a frying pan in his hand. "Harry? What are you doing?" He jumped, nearly dropping the pan. "I'm sorry. I was making breakfast. I always make breakfast." "You don't need to do that here," Narcissa said gently, taking the pan from him. "You're not a servant, Harry." He looked confused. "But I have to earn my keep." "Aunt Petunia always said, your aunt was wrong," Narcissa interrupted firmly. "Children don't earn their keep. They're cared for because they deserve care." The concept seemed foreign to him. Narcissa felt a fresh wave of anger toward the Dursleys. "Sit," she instructed, gesturing toward the table. "I'll prepare breakfast." Harry obeyed, though he watched her anxiously, as if expecting punishment for not helping. Narcissa was not accustomed to cooking, the Malfoys had house elves for such tasks, but she managed a respectable breakfast of eggs, toast, and porridge with magic. As they ate, she observed Harry. In daylight, with a night of proper sleep behind him, he looked slightly better. The healing spells had reduced the bruising on his visible skin, and his eyes were clearer. But he was still far too thin, his borrowed clothes hanging off his small frame. And there was a wariness to his movements that spoke of years of conditioning to expect punishment. "How are you feeling this morning?" she asked. "Good," he answered quickly, too quickly. Another automatic response designed to avoid attention. "The truth, please," Narcissa said, keeping her tone gentle. "Do your ribs still hurt?" Harry hesitated, then nodded slightly. "A bit. But much better than before." "I'll cast another healing charm after breakfast," she promised. "Now, we need to discuss what happens next." Harry tensed, his spoon pausing halfway to his mouth. "Am I going somewhere else?" "Not immediately," Narcissa assured him. "But we can't stay here indefinitely. People will be looking for you." "Who?" "Albus Dumbledore, for one. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts, the school you'll attend when you're 11. He's the one who placed you with your aunt and uncle." Harry frowned. Why would he do that if they hate magic? A surprisingly perceptive question. "I don't know," Narcissa admitted. Perhaps he thought blood family was important. Or perhaps. She hesitated, uncertain how much to reveal. Perhaps there were protective magics involved. Like what? "Old magic," Narcissa explained. "Blood magic. When your mother died to save you, her sacrifice created a powerful protection. That protection might be strongest with her blood relatives. But they hurt me," Harry said simply. 3 words that undermined all of Dumbledore's supposed wisdom. What protection was worth the systematic destruction of a child's spirit? "Yes," Narcissa agreed. "They did. Which is why you won't be going back." Relief washed over his face. "What will happen to them?" The question surprised her. "What do you mean? Will they get in trouble?" For how they treated me." Narcissa considered this. In the wizarding world, child abuse was taken seriously, though it was rare. But the ministry had little jurisdiction over Muggles, and Dumbledore would likely intervene to prevent any investigation that might disrupt his plans. "I don't know," she answered honestly. "But they won't be able to hurt you anymore." That's what matters now. Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Now, Narcissa continued, we need to make plans. This lodge belongs to my husband's family. It's rarely used and protected by powerful magic, so we're safe for the moment. But eventually, we'll need a more permanent solution. Your husband, Harry repeated. Will he be coming here? No, Narcissa said firmly. Lucius doesn't know about this place. Or about you. Harry looked confused. You didn't tell him you were taking me? It's complicated, Narcissa said, wondering how to explain pureblood politics to an 8-year-old. My husband and I don't always agree on certain matters. He might not understand why I helped you. Because I'm a freak. Because of who you are, Narcissa corrected gently. In our world, there was a conflict, a long time ago. My husband was on one side, and your parents were on the other. A war? Harry asked, surprisingly quick to understand. Yes, Narcissa admitted. A magical war. It ended when you survived the curse that killed your parents. So your husband wouldn't like me because of the war. It's more complicated than that, Narcissa sighed. How to explain Death Eaters and blood purity to a child? There are some in our world who believe that magic should remain within certain families, families with long magical histories. Like yours? Yes. The Blacks, my family, and the Malfoys, my husband's family, are what we call purebloods. For many generations, we've only married other magical people. And my family wasn't like that. Your father was a pureblood, Narcissa explained. The Potters are an old family, though they didn't share certain beliefs. Your mother was Muggle-born, a witch born to non-magical parents. Harry processed this information. So some people wouldn't like me because my mum came from a non-magical family? Some wouldn't, Narcissa confirmed, uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Until yesterday, she would have been among that number. Is that why you were surprised when you saw me? At the Dursleys? Harry asked, his green eyes unervingly perceptive. Because you didn't think someone like me would be treated badly? The question hit uncomfortably close to home. Partially, Narcissa admitted. But mostly, I was surprised because you're famous in our world. I expected you to be living somewhere better. Famous for something I can't even remember, Harry murmured, touching his scar. Yes. They ate in silence for a moment, Harry clearly processing everything she told him. Narcissa, he finally asked. Why did you help me? If your husband wouldn't approve, and if my mother was, what did you call it? Muggle-born, Narcissa supplied. Right. If she was Muggle-born, and you're a pureblood who doesn't usually like Muggle-borns, why help me? The directness of the question took Narcissa aback. Why had she helped him? What had possessed her to risk everything for James and Lily Potter's son? Because you needed help, she said simply. And I couldn't walk away. It wasn't a complete answer, but it was the most honest one she could give. She wasn't ready to examine the deeper implications of her actions, even with herself. Harry seemed to accept this. Thank you, he said quietly. No one's ever helped me before. The simple gratitude made something twist painfully in Narcissa's chest. She busied herself clearing the breakfast dishes to hide her reaction. Now, she said briskly, we need to continue your healing and then see about getting you proper clothing and other necessities. But how? Won't people recognize me if we go shopping? Magic, Harry, Narcissa reminded him with a small smile. I can disguise both of us. But first, let me check those ribs again. She cast the diagnostic spell once more, pleased to see improvement from yesterday. Another healing charm addressed the remaining tenderness in his ribs and the lingering pain from older injuries. Better? Harry nodded, eyes wide. It doesn't hurt at all now. Good. Now, about those glasses. Narcissa examined the taped spectacles critically. These won't do at all. When was the last time you had your eyes checked? Never, Harry admitted. These were from the school nurse. She said I needed glasses after I kept missing things on the board. Narcissa frowned. Another basic necessity denied. I can make a temporary improvement, but you'll need to see a proper healer eventually. With a careful charm, she adjusted the lenses to better match his prescription and repaired the frames. How's that? Harry blinked in amazement as he put them on. Everything's so clear. Narcissa felt a surprising surge of satisfaction at his wonder. Was this how Andromeda had felt, introducing her Muggle-born husband to magic? The thought of her estranged sister brought a familiar pang of regret. Now for disguises, she said, pushing the thought away. Hold still. She cast glamour charms on both of them. Harry's distinctive scar vanished, his black hair lightened to brown, and his green eyes darkened to a less recognizable hazel. For herself, she chose an appearance similar to the one she'd worn at Privet Drive, unremarkable, forgettable. There, she said, conjuring a mirror for Harry. Take a look. He stared at his reflection in fascination. That's brilliant. I look completely different. The perfect disguise, Narcissa agreed. Now, we can safely venture out for supplies. Where will we go? Diagon Alley, Narcissa decided. It's a wizarding shopping district in London. You'll need to see it eventually, and we can get everything we need there. Harry looked both excited and nervous. A place with just wizards and witches? Exactly. But remember, while we're there, you're my nephew visiting from abroad. We must be careful. I understand, Harry said solemnly. I'm good at pretending. The words held more meaning than he likely intended. How many pretenses had this child been forced to maintain? Pretending not to be hungry, pretending not to be in pain, pretending he didn't mind sleeping in a cupboard. I'm sure you are, Narcissa said softly. But you shouldn't have to be. She extended her hand. Ready for another apparition? Harry grimaced but nodded bravely. Ready. As they disappeared from the lodge, Narcissa thought of the irony, a Malfoy and a Potter, united against the very forces that should have made them enemies. What would Lucius say if he could see her now? She pushed the thought away. That was a problem for another day. Diagon Alley bustled with mid-morning activity as Narcissa and Harry appeared in a secluded apparition point near Gringotts Bank. She felt Harry press closer to her side, overwhelmed by the sudden immersion in the wizarding world. Stay close, she murmured, guiding him with a hand on his shoulder. Harry's eyes darted everywhere, trying to take in everything at once, the apothecary with its strange ingredients displayed in windows, the magical creatures hooting and croaking at the magical menagerie, the broomsticks gleaming in quality Quidditch supplies. Is that a real owl? He whispered, pointing to a snowy specimen in Elop's Owl Emporium. Yes, Narcissa confirmed. Wizards use owls to carry mail. Brilliant, Harry breathed. His wonder was almost infectious. Narcissa found herself seeing the familiar alley through new eyes, not as the gauche, overly commercial place she usually considered it, but as a magical wonderland to a child raised in the Muggle world. First, Gringotts, she decided, steering him toward the imposing white building. What's Gringotts? The Wizarding Bank, Narcissa explained. Run by goblins. Goblins? Harry's eyes widened further. They're real. Very real, and very proud, Narcissa cautioned. Be polite, don't stare, and never, ever try to trick a goblin. Harry nodded, suitably impressed by the warning. Inside Gringotts, Harry did an admirable job of hiding his amazement at the goblin tellers, though his eyes kept darting to them. Narcissa approached a counter and presented a small golden key. I wish to access Vault 711, she stated calmly. The goblin examined the key closely. This is a Black family vault. Yes, Narcissa confirmed. I am Narcissa Black Malfoy. The goblin's eyes narrowed slightly. Your identity is disguised. For privacy, not deception, Narcissa replied smoothly. The key speaks for itself, does it not? After a moment's consideration, the goblin nodded. Very well. Follow me. As they were led to the carts, Harry whispered, You have your own vault. The Black family has several, Narcissa explained quietly. This one is mine personally, from before my marriage. Lucius doesn't have access to it. She'd maintained this vault as a precaution, a remnant of Black family teaching that a witch should always have resources of her own. Today, she was grateful for that foresight. The cart ride left Harry breathless with excitement rather than nauseous as Narcissa had feared. When the vault door opened to reveal piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins, his jaw dropped. All of this is money. Wizarding currency, Narcissa confirmed, filling a pouch with a mixture of galleons, sickles, and nuts. The gold ones are galleons, the silver are sickles, and the bronze are nuts. 29 nuts to a sickle, 17 sickles to a galleon. That's complicated, Harry observed. Narcissa smiled slightly. It is. Another tradition our world clings to. As they left the bank, Harry asked, Do I have money too? From my parents? A perceptive question. Yes, Narcissa confirmed. The Potters were quite wealthy. You have a trust vault that you'll be able to access when you start at Hogwarts, and likely family vaults you'll inherit when you come of age at 17. Oh. Harry seemed surprised by this information. The Dursleys always said my parents left me nothing. That I was a burden on them. Another lie, Narcissa said coldly. Your aunt and uncle should have received a stipend for your care from the Potter estate. They got paid to keep me. Harry looked stricken. And they still treated me like that? Narcissa hadn't meant to upset him with this revelation. I don't know for certain, she clarified. But it would be standard procedure for a magical orphan placed with Muggle relatives. Harry fell silent, processing this new betrayal. Narcissa regretted mentioning it. Come, she said gently. Let's get you proper clothing first. She led him not to Madame Malkin's, where they might encounter acquaintances, but to a smaller, more discreet clothier that catered to families who preferred privacy. Within an hour, Harry had a complete wardrobe, everyday robes, Muggle-style clothing for versatility, sleepwear, and a proper winter cloak. Throughout the fitting, Harry remained uncomfortable with the attention and the expense. This is too much, he protested as Narcissa added another set of robes to the pile. It's the bare minimum, she corrected. Every child deserves proper clothing, Harry. Their next stops provided the rest of his necessities, toiletries, a proper trunk for his belongings, books about the wizarding world appropriate for his age, and even a few magical toys that made his eyes light up despite his attempts to hide his interest. At the apothecary, Narcissa purchased ingredients for healing potions and nutritional supplements. The apothecary gave her a curious look at the combination but made no comment. Are you ill? Harry asked as they left the shop. These are for you, Narcissa explained. To help with the effects of. She hesitated, of not having proper nutrition for several years. They'll help you grow stronger and healthier. Harry looked down, embarrassed. Oh. It's not your fault, Narcissa said firmly. The blame lies entirely with those who should have cared for you properly. As the morning stretched into afternoon, Narcissa noticed Harry's energy flagging despite his efforts to hide his fatigue. We should have lunch, she decided, guiding him toward a small, elegant tea shop off the main thoroughfare. The establishment catered to witches of a certain social standing who wished to dine without the boisterousness of the leaky cauldron. It was a risk, someone might recognize her despite the glamour, but Harry clearly needed rest and a proper meal. They were seated at a secluded table, their packages shrunk and tucked safely in Narcissa's handbag. Harry watched in fascination as she returned them to their proper size with a casual wave of her wand. I can't wait until I can do magic, he sighed. You will, Narcissa promised. Though underage wizards aren't permitted to use magic outside of school. That seems unfair, Harry observed. Many wizarding laws are unfair, Narcissa found herself saying, surprising herself with the admission. They're designed to maintain the existing order. Harry considered this. Is that why you said you might get in trouble? For taking me? Partially, Narcissa acknowledged. Though it's more complicated than just breaking a law. It's about defying expectations and certain loyalties. Because of the war? Harry asked perceptively. Because of which side people were on. Before Narcissa could respond, a familiar voice called out, Narcissa. Is that you hiding under that dreadful glamour? Narcissa froze, her hand instinctively moving to shield Harry from view. She turned to see Eloise Parkinson approaching their table, her own glamour charm partially dropped to reveal her identity. Eloise, Narcissa acknowledged coolly, maintaining her own disguise. What a surprise. I'd recognize that posture anywhere, darling, Eloise said, her eyes flicking curiously to Harry. Even with that common face you've conjured. Who's your young companion? Narcissa's mind worked rapidly. Eloise was a gossip, but she was also a pure-blood witch who understood discretion when family matters were concerned. My nephew, Narcissa lied smoothly. Visiting from abroad. We're having a quiet day of shopping. Eloise's perfectly shaped eyebrow arched. Andromeda's boy. I thought he'd be older. A distant relation, Narcissa amended, letting ice enter her tone. From the continental branch. Ah. Eloise clearly didn't believe her but recognized the warning in Narcissa's voice. Well, I won't intrude on family time. Though perhaps you'll bring your nephew to Pansy's birthday gathering next month. Draco's already confirmed, of course. Perhaps, Narcissa said noncommittally. Good day, Eloise. Good day, Narcissa. A pleasure meeting you, young man. As Eloise glided away, Narcissa let out a controlled breath. That had been too close. Who was that? Harry whispered. An acquaintance, Narcissa replied. The mother of a girl Draco's age. Who's Draco? Narcissa hesitated. My son. Harry's eyes widened. You have a son? My age? Yes, Narcissa confirmed, feeling strangely guilty. He'll be starting Hogwarts the same year as you. Does he know about me? That you took me? No, Narcissa said. No one knows, Harry. That's why we must be careful. Harry nodded, but she could see questions forming. Before he could ask them, their food arrived, providing a welcome distraction. As they ate, Narcissa's mind raced. The encounter with Eloise had driven home the precariousness of their situation. She couldn't keep Harry hidden forever. Eventually, decisions would have to be made, explanations given. But not today. Today was about ensuring Harry's immediate welfare. After lunch, their final stop was Flourish and Blots, where Narcissa selected several books she deemed appropriate for Harry's introduction to wizarding culture. Histories, simplified explanations of magical theory, and even a few wizarding children's stories. You'll need to understand our world before you enter it fully, she explained as she added another volume to their purchase. Knowledge will protect you. Harry ran his fingers reverently over a copy of Hogwarts, a History. Can I get this one too? I want to learn about the school. Of course, Narcissa agreed, adding it to their pile. As the bookseller wrapped their purchases, Narcissa noticed Harry staring at a display of daily profits near the counter. The headline read, Boy Who Lived Turns 8, Where is Harry Potter Now? The accompanying article speculated about Harry's whereabouts and upbringing, with quotes from sources close to Dumbledore, assuring the public that the boy who lived was being raised in a secure location, away from the pressures of fame. Narcissa quickly steered Harry away from the display. Ignore that, she murmured. The prophet rarely prints the truth. They're talking about me, Harry said, his voice small. But they don't even know me. Fame is like that, Narcissa said gently. People will think they know you based on stories they've heard. I don't think I like being famous. A wise perspective, Narcissa commented, guiding him from the shop with their purchases. Fame rarely brings happiness. As they exited the bookshop, Narcissa sensed they'd pushed their luck far enough for one day. Time to return to the lodge, she decided. We've accomplished what we needed to. Harry nodded, clearly tired despite his excitement. They made their way back to the apparition point, and with a quick turn, the bustle of Diagon Alley disappeared. Back at the lodge, Narcissa helped Harry organize his new possessions while he marveled at each item as if he couldn't quite believe they were his. The simple joy he took in basics like properly fitting clothes and untorn books made something twist in her chest. As evening fell, she prepared a nutritional potion for him, explaining its effects and importance. Harry took it without complaint, though he grimaced at the taste. I know it's unpleasant, Narcissa sympathized, but it will help your body recover. It's not so bad, Harry insisted bravely. I've had worse medicine from Aunt Petunia. Narcissa doubted that what Petunia Dursley had given him qualified as medicine at all, but she didn't press the issue. After dinner, Harry settled near the fire with Hogwarts, a history, clearly determined to learn everything he could about his future school. Narcissa took the opportunity to send an owl to the manor, explaining her absence with a carefully crafted lie about visiting an old black family property to retrieve some personal items. The deception wouldn't hold indefinitely, but it would buy her time. As she composed the letter, she was acutely aware of how quickly her life had changed in just 24 hours. Yesterday morning, she had been Narcissa Malfoy, pureblood wife and mother, secure in her beliefs and position. Now she was, what? A kidnapper? A rescuer? A guardian? Whatever she was, there was no going back. She sealed the letter with a tap of her wand and called one of the lodge's resident owls to deliver it. Narcissa. Harry's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Can I ask you something? Of course, she replied, turning to find him looking up from his book with a serious expression. This book talks about the 4 houses at Hogwarts. It says Slytherin is for purebloods who are ambitious and cunning. Is that where your son will go? Most likely, Narcissa acknowledged. Both my husband and I were in Slytherin, as were most of our families. Where do you think I'll go? The question held a vulnerability that tugged at her. It's hard to say, Narcissa answered carefully. Your father was in Gryffindor, the house known for bravery and chivalry. Your mother as well, though I've heard the Sorting Hat seriously considered Ravenclaw for her. That's the house of intelligence and wisdom. The book says the houses are like families, Harry continued. But it also says there's rivalry, especially between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Narcissa understood the real question he was asking. Harry, whatever house you're sorted into will be fortunate to have you. And despite the rivalries, Hogwarts students are ultimately part of one school. It was a diplomatic answer, avoiding the deeper truth, that being sorted into Gryffindor would place him directly in opposition to the son of the woman who had rescued him. The political implications alone were dizzying. Harry seemed to sense her evasion. But if I'm in Gryffindor and Draco's in Slytherin, would we still be friends? The question carried so many layers that Narcissa wasn't sure how to answer. Harry was already imagining a relationship with her son, a relationship that would be complicated at best, impossible at worst. The future holds many possibilities, she said finally. And you have nearly 3 years before sorting becomes a concern. Harry nodded, looking back at his book. The hat takes your choice into account, it says. That's good to know. Narcissa watched him return to reading, struck by the implications. Harry was already thinking strategically about his place in the wizarding world. Whether from self-preservation instincts developed at the Dursleys or natural intelligence, he was adapting quickly. As the evening progressed, she noticed his eyelids growing heavy despite his determination to continue reading. Time for sleep, she announced gently. The book will still be there tomorrow. Harry reluctantly closed the book but kept it close as she escorted him to his bedroom. As he climbed into bed, he asked, will you tell me about my parents? Not now, but someday. Real things about them, not just that they were magical. The request caught Narcissa off guard. What could she tell him about James and Lily Potter? She had despised James for his blood traitor ways and dismissed Lily as just another mudblood. She had never truly known either of them. But Harry was looking at her with such hope. I didn't know them personally, she admitted. But I can try to find people who did. People who can tell you the things a child should know about his parents. Thank you, Harry said softly. Good night, Narcissa. Good night, Harry, she replied, closing his door gently. Alone in the main room, Narcissa finally allowed herself to face the magnitude of what she'd done. She had irrevocably altered her life's course, and Harry's, with a single impulsive decision. But as she thought of him sleeping peacefully, free from fear for perhaps the first time in his memory, she couldn't bring herself to regret it. Whatever came next, she had done the right thing. A black doing the right thing. There was a novel concept. As she prepared for sleep herself, Narcissa found herself wondering what her estranged sister Andromeda would think of her actions. Andromeda, who had been disowned for choosing love over family expectations. Would she recognize a similar rebellion in Narcissa's choice to rescue Harry? Perhaps, Narcissa thought as she extinguished the lamps with a wave of her wand, it was time to reconsider more than just her views on Harry Potter. Perhaps it was time to reconsider everything she had been taught to believe. A daunting prospect, but one she could no longer avoid. Not with Harry Potter sleeping under her protection, his trust a weight of responsibility greater than any she had ever carried before. She would not fail him. Whatever the cost, she would not fail him. Chapter 2, Blood tells 2 weeks passed at the Scottish Lodge. 2 weeks of healing potions and proper meals. 2 weeks of nightmares that gradually decreased in frequency. 2 weeks of Harry Potter slowly, cautiously beginning to trust. Narcissa stood at the window, watching Harry outside. He was sitting cross-legged in the grass, a book open in his lap, but his attention had wandered to a pair of robins building a nest in the nearby pine. The bruises had faded from his skin, and his cheeks had begun to fill out. The haunted look in his eyes surfaced less frequently. But time was running out. Lucius had accepted her initial excuse about visiting a black family property, but his latest owl had carried a distinct note of impatience. Draco was asking for her. The annual summer gala at the manor was approaching. Her absence was becoming conspicuous. And then there was the other matter, the headline in yesterday's Prophet that had made her blood run cold. Dumbledore confirms, boy who lived missing. The article had been frustratingly vague, revealing only that Harry Potter was no longer with his Muggle relatives and that all appropriate authorities had been notified. The ministry was officially involved now. Narcissa had expected this, of course. She had known she couldn't keep Harry hidden forever. But she had hoped for more time. A soft pop behind her announced the arrival of the lodge's single house elf, an ancient creature named Kipsy who had served the Malfoy hunting parties for generations. Mistress, Kipsy said with a deep bow. A letter is coming for you. Narcissa turned. From whom? From Master Lucius, mistress. Of course. Narcissa accepted the sealed parchment, recognizing her husband's elegant script. The wax seal bore the Malfoy crest. Thank you, Kipsy. Please prepare lunch. Harry will be hungry after his reading. Kipsy bowed again and disappeared. The old elf had accepted Harry's presence without question, though Narcissa had placed binding secrecy charms on her as a precaution. House elves existed to serve, not to judge or question. Narcissa broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. My dear Narcissa, your extended absence has become problematic. Draco requires his mother's guidance, and I require my wife's presence. The minister has inquired after you twice now, and I find myself running short of plausible explanations. More pressingly, Dumbledore visited yesterday. The Potter boy has vanished from his Muggle relative's home. Given the timing of your sudden interest in old black properties, I find myself wondering if these events might be connected. I will be arriving at the lodge this evening. We have matters to discuss. Lucius Narcissa's hands trembled slightly as she folded the letter. Lucius knew. Or at least, he suspected. And he was coming here, where Harry was currently sitting in plain view, reading about wizard chess. She moved quickly to the door. Harry, she called, keeping her voice calm despite her racing pulse. Come inside now. It's nearly time for lunch. He looked up, squinting slightly in the sunlight, and nodded. As he gathered his books and stood, Narcissa was struck again by how small he was for his age, a testament to years of neglect. Can I help Kipsy set the table? He asked as he approached. It was a daily request, born from years of conditioning at the Dursleys. Despite Narcissa's assurances that such tasks weren't required, Harry seemed to find comfort in being useful. If you wish, she agreed, as she always did. But first, we need to talk. Something in her tone must have alerted him. The wariness that had begun to fade flickered back into his eyes. Is something wrong? Narcissa guided him inside, closing the door securely behind them. My husband is coming to the lodge this evening. Harry went very still. Mr. Malfoy is coming here. Yes. Does he know about me? He suspects, Narcissa said honestly. Lucius is many things, but never a fool. Harry's hands tightened around his books. What will happen? Narcissa considered this carefully. She had known this moment would come eventually. Had spent nights awake planning for it. That depends, she said, on what you want to happen. Harry looked confused. What I want? Yes, Harry. What you want matters. Such a simple statement, but one she knew he'd rarely if ever heard. The surprise in his eyes confirmed it. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, he said. That won't happen, Narcissa assured him firmly. Never again. But we have other options to consider. She guided him to sit at the table while she spelled tea into cups for them both, a small luxury she'd noted he enjoyed. Harry, there are several paths before us now. I could find someone else to care for you, perhaps a light-aligned family who would welcome the boy who lived into their home. You want to send me away? The hurt in his voice was palpable. No, Narcissa said quickly. But I want you to understand all possibilities. The Weasleys, for example, are a large family with several sons. They would take you in without hesitation. Harry frowned. But they don't know me. They just want the boy who lived. Not me. Perceptive, as always. Perhaps. Though I believe they are good people, despite our differences. What's the other option? Harry asked quietly. Narcissa took a deep breath. The other option is more complex. And potentially dangerous, for both of us. She had researched extensively while Harry slept, delving into ancient family grimoires she'd brought from the manor. What she'd found was both promising and terrifying. There is a ritual, she explained carefully. Old magic, rarely practiced anymore. It would make you, legally and magically, my son. Harry's eyes widened. Your son. A blood adoption, Narcissa continued. It would give you the protection of the Malfoy and Black families. No one, not even Dumbledore, could forcibly take you from us. But Mr. Malfoy, would be your father, yes, Narcissa acknowledged. Though I believe the blood adoption could be modified to connect you primarily to me rather than to both of us. It would still offer substantial protection. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing this information. Would I still be Harry Potter? A complex question with an equally complex answer. You would always be James and Lily Potter's child, Narcissa said carefully. Nothing can erase that. The ritual would add to your heritage, not replace it. You would be Harry Potter, but also connected to me by blood. Would I look different? Somewhat, Narcissa admitted. Blood adoptions typically result in the child taking on some physical characteristics of their new parents. Your appearance might change slightly, perhaps the shape of your eyes, the line of your jaw. But you would still be recognizably yourself. Harry absently touched his lightning scar. Would this go away? I don't know, Narcissa answered honestly. That scar was created by powerful dark magic. It might remain unchanged. Harry nodded slowly. And if we do this? I could stay with you. Yes. What about Draco? Would he be my brother? Another complicated question. Magically and legally, yes. How he would feel about that? I cannot say with certainty. Harry fell silent again, staring into his teacup. Why would you do this for me? The question caught Narcissa off guard. Why indeed? 2 weeks ago, she would have said she barely spared a thought for Harry Potter except as a symbol of her side's defeat. Now she was contemplating binding him to her family through one of the most ancient and powerful rituals known to wizardkind. Because you deserve to be safe, she said finally. Because I've watched you these past weeks and seen your courage, your intelligence, your resilience. Because I believe you could bring something valuable to our family. All true, but not the complete truth. The complete truth was more complicated, a tangle of guilt, defiance, protective instinct, and something dangerously close to maternal affection. Do we have to decide now? Harry asked. No, Narcissa replied. But soon. Lucius arrives this evening, and we must have at least the beginnings of a plan. Harry nodded, his expression serious beyond his years. I'll think about it. Good. Narcissa stood. Now, I believe you wanted to help Kipsy with lunch. Harry nodded, visibly relieved at the return to normal routine. As he headed toward the kitchen, Narcissa remained at the table, thinking. She had told Harry the blood adoption would protect him, which was true. What she hadn't told him was the cost. Blood magic of this kind was heavily regulated by the ministry, bordering on illegal. The ritual itself would require sacrifices from both participants, blood, of course, but also magic. There would be pain. And once done, it could never be undone. Lucius Malfoy arrived precisely at 7 o'clock, appearing at the edge of the lodge's wards with a soft pop of apparition. Narcissa felt the wards ripple in recognition of his blood connection. She had spent the afternoon preparing Harry, explaining who Lucius was, how to address him, and most importantly, what not to say. Harry had listened with the same solemn attention he gave to all her instructions, asking occasional clarifying questions. Now he waited in his bedroom, under strict orders not to emerge until called, no matter what he heard. Narcissa stood in the lodge's main room, dressed in proper robes rather than the casual attire she'd adopted during their seclusion. Her hair was impeccably arranged, her posture perfect. The mask of the pureblood wife firmly in place. When Lucius strode through the door, she was ready. Husband, she greeted him with a proper inclination of her head. You've made good time. Lucius removed his traveling cloak, handing it to the waiting Kipsy without acknowledgement. He looked around the lodge with a critical eye before fixing his gaze on his wife. Narcissa. His voice was cool, controlled. You've made yourself quite comfortable here. It's a lovely property, she replied evenly. I'm surprised we don't use it more often. Indeed. Lucius moved to the sideboard, pouring himself a measure of Ogden's finest. And yet in all our years of marriage, you've never expressed interest in it before. How curious that you should suddenly require an extended stay here, precisely when Harry Potter vanishes from his home. And there it was, the accusation, laid plain but not quite voiced. Narcissa met his gaze steadily. Not so curious, perhaps. I've been seeking privacy for a personal project. A project that requires weeks of solitude. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Our son has been asking for you, Narcissa. The summer gala approaches. Your absence has been noted in certain circles. I'm aware of my responsibilities, she replied. I simply needed time. Lucius took a measured sip of his fire whiskey. Time for what, precisely? The moment had arrived sooner than she'd anticipated. Narcissa weighed her options quickly. Continued deception would only deepen his suspicion. Partial truth might serve better. I've taken in a child who needed help, she said simply. Lucius went very still, only the slight narrowing of his eyes betraying his surprise. Explain. I encountered a young wizard being severely mistreated by Muggles, Narcissa continued, choosing each word with care. I removed him from the situation and brought him here to recover. Without consulting me? Lucius's voice remained even, but she could hear the dangerous undercurrent. It was an urgent situation that required immediate action. I see. Lucius set down his glass. And does this mysterious child have a name? The moment stretched between them. Narcissa had known Lucius for most of her life, first as a distant acquaintance, then as her intended, finally as her husband. She had seen him at his most triumphant and his most desperate. She had watched him kneel before the Dark Lord and lie to the Wizengamot with the same smooth conviction. She knew exactly how dangerous he could be. But she also knew his weaknesses, his pride, his ambition, his obsession with family legacy. Harry Potter, she said clearly. Lucius went perfectly still, like a predator processing unexpected information. Harry Potter, he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. You've taken Harry Potter. Yes. The boy who lived. Dumbledore's golden child. The symbol of everything that destroyed our cause. His voice remained calm, but his knuckles whitened around his cane. He's also an 8-year-old wizard who was being starved and beaten by Muggles, Narcissa said sharply. Lucius's eyes flashed. And this concerns us how, exactly? He's magical, Narcissa replied simply. His treatment was an abomination. So you appointed yourself his savior? Lucius's lip curled. How very Gryffindor of you, my dear. I wasn't aware you harbored such humanitarian instincts. The contempt in his voice stung, but Narcissa held firm. It wasn't about humanitarianism. It was about protecting a magical child from Muggle abuse. Surely even you can't condone that, Lucius. He studied her face. Where is he now? Here in the lodge. Show me. Narcissa hesitated, then nodded. Harry, she called, turning toward the hallway. You may come out now. A moment passed, then Harry emerged cautiously from his room. He had changed into his best robes, forest green ones that Narcissa had selected specifically because they matched his eyes. His hair was as neat as it could be, which wasn't very, and he'd clearly attempted to flatten it with water. He approached slowly, stopping a respectful distance from Lucius. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy, he said, his voice remarkably steady. Lucius studied him with the cold calculation of a man assessing a potentially valuable possession. His gaze lingered on the lightning scar, then swept over Harry's small frame. Mr. Potter, he finally acknowledged. I understand my wife has taken an interest in your welfare. Yes, sir, Harry replied. Mrs. Malfoy has been very kind to me. Has she indeed? Lucius's gaze flicked to Narcissa. And what precisely does she intend to do with you now, I wonder? Lucius, Narcissa interjected. Perhaps we could discuss this privately. Why? Lucius asked silkily. Surely Mr. Potter deserves to know his fate, given how intimately it now appears to be connected with our family. Harry's eyes moved between them, wary but unafraid. The difference between the boy who stood before them now and the frightened child Narcissa had found at Privet Drive was remarkable. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, Harry said quietly but firmly. And I don't want to be sent to strangers just because I'm the boy who lived. Lucius's eyebrows rose slightly at the child's directness. Bold, aren't you? Like your father. There was no compliment in his tone. I wouldn't know, sir, Harry replied. I don't remember my parents. Something flickered in Lucius's expression, not quite sympathy, but perhaps a shadow of understanding. He had always placed paramount importance on lineage and family connection. The idea of a child severed completely from his heritage might resonate, however slightly. Harry, Narcissa said gently, would you please help Kipsy in the kitchen for a few minutes? Mr. Malfoy and I need to speak privately. Harry nodded, clearly relieved to be dismissed. As he left, Lucius's gaze followed him. He has her eyes, he observed dispassionately. Uncanny, really. He's a child, Lucius, Narcissa said quietly. A magical child who has been horribly mistreated by the very Muggles Dumbledore placed him with. And that justifies kidnapping? Lucius turned back to her. Make no mistake, Narcissa, that's what you've done. You've taken Dumbledore's prized possession and hidden him away. The old man will tear apart Britain looking for him. He's not a possession, Narcissa said sharply. He's a boy who needed help. A half-blood boy, Lucius reminded her. The son of a blood traitor and a mudblood. The very symbol of everything we fought against. Is that what we fought for? Narcissa challenged. The right to leave magical children to suffer at Muggle hands? Lucius studied her with new interest. This is unlike you, Narcissa. You've never shown such passion for abstract principles before. There's nothing abstract about Harry's suffering, she replied. I saw his bruises, Lucius. I saw where they made him sleep, in a cupboard under the stairs. I saw how they starved him. And this moved you to action? Lucius asked skeptically. You, who watched the Dark Lord torture blood traitors without flinching. That was different, Narcissa insisted, though the comparison made her uncomfortable. They were adults who had chosen their side. Harry is a child. Lucius was silent for a long moment, considering her words. Finally, he spoke. What do you propose we do with him? We can hardly keep him hidden away forever. Dumbledore is already searching. The Ministry will follow. I've been researching options, Narcissa said carefully. The most secure would be a blood adoption. Lucius's eyes widened fractionally, the closest he ever came to showing shock. Blood adoption? You want to make Harry Potter a Malfoy? I want to protect him, Narcissa corrected. A blood adoption would place him under our family's magical protection. Not even Dumbledore could legally remove him then. You realize what you're suggesting? Lucius's voice was dangerously soft. Blood adoption is ancient magic, heavily regulated. The penalties for performing it without ministry approval are severe. I'm aware. And yet you'd risk it? For Potter's child? For a magical child who deserves better than what he's received, Narcissa said firmly. Consider the possibilities, Lucius. Possibilities? Lucius repeated, a calculating look entering his eyes. Harry Potter, raised by our family. Guided by our values. Introduced to our circle. Think of the advantage that would give our side if the Dark Lord should ever return. It was a calculated appeal to Lucius's deepest loyalty, and they both knew it. Narcissa felt a twinge of guilt at using Harry as a bargaining chip, but she needed Lucius's cooperation, or at least his acquiescence. An interesting proposition, Lucius conceded. Though I question whether the boy could ever truly be turned from his heritage. He's 8 years old, Lucius. He knows nothing of his heritage except what I've told him. He's intelligent, adaptable, and surprisingly resilient. With proper guidance. She let the implication hang. Lucius paced slowly, his cane tapping against the floor. Dumbledore would never stop searching, he mused. Even if the adoption held legally, he would suspect our involvement. Let him suspect, Narcissa replied. Without proof, he can do nothing. And Draco? Have you considered how our son would react to suddenly acquiring the boy who lived as a brother? A fair point, and one that had occupied many of Narcissa's thoughts. Draco will adjust, she said with more confidence than she felt. He's always wanted a brother. A brother of his own blood, perhaps. Not James Potter's son. He would be of our blood, after the ritual, Narcissa pointed out. That's the very nature of a blood adoption. Lucius stopped his pacing, turning to face her fully. You've thought this through quite thoroughly. I've had time, she replied simply. Indeed. He studied her face. There's something you're not telling me, Narcissa. This isn't merely about protecting a magical child from Muggles. What is your true interest in the boy? Narcissa met his gaze steadily. Perhaps I see potential where others see only a symbol. Perhaps I believe the boy who lived might serve our family's interests better as an ally than as an enemy. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was a part of it, the part Lucius would understand. Lucius nodded slowly. A bold gambit. Risky. But potentially, advantageous. He moved to the window, looking out at the darkening sky. I will consider it. In the meantime, the boy remains here, under your supervision. I'll return to the manor and make your excuses for another week. And after that? Narcissa pressed. After that, Lucius said, turning back to her, we either return him to Dumbledore's custody or proceed with your unorthodox plan. I will not decide hastily on a matter of this magnitude. It was as much as she could have hoped for. Thank you, Lucius. He inclined his head slightly. Don't mistake pragmatism for approval, my dear. I remain skeptical of this entire enterprise. Noted, Narcissa replied dryly. I should like to speak with the boy again before I depart, Lucius said. Narcissa nodded and called for Harry. He appeared quickly, as if he'd been waiting just around the corner. Mr. Potter, Lucius addressed him directly. I understand you wish to remain under my wife's protection rather than return to your Muggle relatives. Yes, sir, Harry replied firmly. And what would you be willing to do to secure that privilege? Harry frowned slightly, considering the question with surprising care for a child his age. I'd work hard, he said finally. I'd learn about magic and your family's traditions. I'd be respectful and not cause trouble. Admirable sentiments, Lucius commented. But I was thinking of something more specific. Would you be willing to embrace certain values that your parents might not have shared? Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. What values, sir? Narcissa tensed, preparing to intervene, but Lucius merely smiled thinly. The proper place of magic in the world. The importance of heritage and tradition. The natural order of things. I don't know much about those things yet, Harry replied carefully. But I'm willing to learn. Though. He hesitated, then continued with surprising boldness, I don't think I could ever believe Muggles should be hurt just for being Muggles. My mum came from Muggles, and Mrs. Malfoy says she was a brilliant witch. Lucius's eyes flicked to Narcissa in surprise. She kept her expression neutral. Did she indeed? Lucius murmured. How broad-minded of her. He studied Harry for a long moment. You have your mother's eyes, Mr. Potter. But I sense your father's inconvenient moral certainty. Harry didn't reply, meeting Lucius's gaze steadily. Very well, Lucius said finally. You may remain here while I consider the matter further. Narcissa will continue your education in magical traditions. We shall see if you are truly as adaptable as she believes. Thank you, sir, Harry said. Lucius nodded dismissively. You may go. Once Harry had left the room, Lucius turned to Narcissa. He's not what I expected. No, Narcissa agreed. He's not. That could be advantageous. Or problematic. Lucius retrieved his traveling cloak from where Kipsy had placed it. I will return in 1 week. Be prepared to proceed with your plan or to abandon it entirely. With that, he strode from the lodge, disapparating the moment he cleared the threshold. Narcissa released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Not approval, certainly. But not outright rejection either. It was a beginning. Harry peeked around the corner. Is he gone? Yes, Narcissa confirmed. You did well, Harry. He doesn't like me, Harry observed, coming to stand beside her. Lucius doesn't like many people, Narcissa replied honestly. But he respects strength and intelligence. You showed both. Will he let me stay? Harry asked, the vulnerability in his voice reminding her how young he truly was. I believe he will, Narcissa said. In his own way, on his own terms. Harry nodded, accepting this. What happens now? Now, Narcissa said, we prepare for what comes next. Whether that's the blood adoption or another path. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes serious. I want to stay with you, he said simply. If that means the blood adoption, then I want to do it. Narcissa felt something warm unfurl in her chest at his words. We'll discuss it further tomorrow, she promised. For now, it's late. You should sleep. As Harry headed to his bedroom, Narcissa remained by the window, gazing out at the star-filled Scottish sky. The confrontation with Lucius had gone better than she'd feared, but not as well as she'd hoped. A week. She had a week to prepare Harry, and herself, for whatever came next. The week passed in a blur of preparation. Narcissa intensified Harry's lessons in wizarding culture, focusing particularly on pureblood etiquette and tradition. Harry absorbed it all with surprising ease, asking thoughtful questions and practicing his new skills diligently. Why do purebloods care so much about which hand holds the wand at formal gatherings? He asked on the third day, practicing the proper stance Narcissa had demonstrated. It dates back to ancient dueling protocols, Narcissa explained. Holding your wand in your right hand while keeping your left visible showed you weren't concealing a second wand or weapon. But lots of wizards are left-handed, Harry pointed out. Indeed. The tradition acknowledges this, left-handed wizards keep their right hand visible instead. The principle remains the same. Harry considered this. So it's really about trust. Showing others you're not hiding anything. Precisely, Narcissa confirmed, impressed by his insight. Many pureblood customs that seem arbitrary actually have practical origins. Like not talking business at dinner, Harry recalled from a previous lesson. Exactly. Meals are sacred spaces where family bonds are strengthened. Business can wait. Harry nodded, absorbing this like he did all her lessons, with careful attention and surprising intuition. By the fifth day, Narcissa had made her decision. Whatever Lucius chose, she would proceed with the blood adoption. She could no longer imagine sending Harry away, not after seeing him flourish under her care. That evening, she explained the ritual to him in greater detail. The potion requires 3 drops of blood from each of us, she said, showing him the ancient text she'd been studying. Mixed with certain rare ingredients during the waxing moon. Will it hurt? Harry asked, studying the elaborate diagram. Yes, Narcissa admitted. Briefly but intensely. Blood magic always requires sacrifice. Harry nodded solemnly. I can handle pain. The matter-of-fact way he said it broke something in Narcissa's heart. No child should be so familiar with pain that they could dismiss it so easily. There will be changes, she continued. Physical changes as your blood takes on aspects of mine. And magical changes too. You may find certain spells come more naturally to you, particularly those the Black family has an affinity for. Will I still be me? Harry asked, voicing his deepest fear. Always, Narcissa assured him. The ritual adds to who you are, it doesn't erase your core self. You will always be Harry Potter, son of James and Lily. But you will also become Harry Potter Black, my son by magic and blood. Not Malfoy? Harry asked, picking up on the subtlety immediately. Narcissa hesitated. The ritual can be configured in different ways. I believe binding you to me alone would be simpler. Though Lucius would still be your guardian legally, as my husband. Harry accepted this with a nod. When would we do it? Tomorrow night, Narcissa decided. The moon will be at the perfect phase, and I've gathered all the necessary ingredients. What if Mr. Malfoy says no when he returns? Let me worry about Lucius, Narcissa said firmly. This is between you and me, Harry. That night, after Harry was asleep, Narcissa penned a letter to her sister Andromeda. They hadn't spoken in years, not since Andromeda's marriage to the Muggle-born Ted Tonks had gotten her blasted off the family tapestry. But if anyone would understand what Narcissa was doing, it would be her sister who had also chosen love over family expectations. The letter was brief, revealing little but hinting at much. Andromeda, I find myself at a crossroads not unlike the one you faced years ago. I have made a choice that our family would not approve of, for reasons they would never understand. I cannot provide details, but I may need your help in the days to come. If such a time arrives, I ask only that you remember we were sisters before we were blacks. Narcissa she sealed it with plain wax, bearing no family crest, and sent it with the lodge's most discreet owl. She doubted Andromeda would respond, but sending the letter felt like opening a door that had been closed for too long. The 6th day dawned bright and clear. Narcissa spent the morning preparing the ritual space in the lodge's cellar, a circular room with stone floors and walls that would contain the magic effectively. She had just finished placing the last of the silver candles when she felt the wards ripple. Someone had arrived, not Lucius, whose magical signature was keyed to the wards, but someone else. Wand drawn, she hurried upstairs. Harry was in the garden, and she called for him to come inside immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked, hearing the urgency in her voice. "Someone's here," she explained, guiding him toward his bedroom. "Stay here until I call for you." Harry nodded, his expression serious. "Be careful." The simple concern in his voice touched her. "I will," she promised. Wand ready, Narcissa moved to the front door. Through the window, she could see a slender figure approaching through the trees, a boy with platinum blonde hair. Draco. She lowered her wand and opened the door just as her son reached the porch. "Mother," he called, breaking into a run the moment he saw her. "I found you." "Draco," she said, genuinely shocked. "What are you doing here? How did you get here?" He threw himself into her arms, and she embraced him automatically, mind racing. "Draco shouldn't be here, couldn't be here unless. Father showed me how to use the family port key," Draco explained, pulling back to beam up at her. "He said I could visit you for the day while he's meeting with the minister." Lucius had sent their son. But why? As a test? A complication? A reminder of her existing obligations? "I've missed you terribly," Draco continued. "The manor's been so boring without you. Father's always busy, and he won't let me fly without supervision." "I've missed you too," Narcissa said honestly, stroking his hair. "But you should have warned me you were coming." Draco pouted slightly. "Father said it would be a nice surprise." "I'll bet he did," Narcissa thought grimly. Aloud, she said, "Well, I am certainly surprised. Come inside and tell me what you've been doing while I've been away." She guided Draco into the lodge, mind working rapidly. Harry was still in his bedroom. If she could keep Draco occupied in the main room, perhaps disaster could be averted. But as they entered, Narcissa spotted something that made her heart sink: Harry's copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, lying open on the sofa, alongside a plate with the remains of his mid-morning snack. Draco noticed immediately. "Is someone else here?" he asked, looking around curiously. Before Narcissa could formulate a response, a floorboard creaked in the hallway. Draco's head snapped toward the sound. Harry stood frozen in the hallway entrance, clearly having intended to retrieve his book before being spotted. For a moment, the three of them formed a perfect tableau: Narcissa caught between her son by birth and the boy she planned to adopt, Draco staring in bewilderment at the dark-haired intruder, and Harry looking like he wished the floor would swallow him whole. "Who are you?" Draco demanded, breaking the silence. Harry glanced at Narcissa, clearly unsure how to respond. Draco, Narcissa said carefully, this is Harry. He's staying with me for a while. Draco's eyes narrowed. Why? Is he a relative? Not yet, Narcissa said before she could stop herself. Draco's confusion deepened. What does that mean? Harry stepped forward, displaying the quiet courage Narcissa had come to admire. Hello, he said, extending his hand as she taught him. I'm Harry Potter. Draco's jaw dropped. His eyes darted to Harry's forehead, where the lightning scar was plainly visible, then back to his mother in utter confusion. Harry Potter, he repeated incredulously. The Harry Potter? Yes, Harry confirmed, dropping his unshaken hand awkwardly. Draco turned to Narcissa. Mother, why is Harry Potter here? Father said he was missing. Everyone's talking about it. Narcissa sighed internally. Leave it to Lucius to complicate matters by sending Draco without warning. She guided both boys to sit at the table. Harry was living with Muggle relatives who treated him very badly, she explained, choosing her words carefully. I brought him here to recover and to learn about the wizarding world. But why you? Draco asked bluntly. You're not. I mean, we're not. He trailed off, clearly struggling with the implications. Not what, Draco? Harry asked quietly. We're not on your side, Draco blurted out. Everyone knows your parents fought against the Dark Lord. My father says, Draco, Narcissa interrupted firmly. Whatever your father has said about the Potters, Harry is a guest in our home now. He is to be treated with respect. Draco looked mutinous. But father said, your father and I are in agreement about Harry's presence here, Narcissa stated firmly, stretching the truth considerably. Now, I expect you to be polite. Draco subsided, though his expression remained suspicious. He turned to Harry, studying him with undisguised curiosity. Is it true you survived the killing curse? He asked abruptly. I don't remember it, Harry replied. I was just a baby. Can I see your scar? Draco, Narcissa admonished. That's rather personal. It's okay, Harry said, lifting his fringe to reveal the lightning bolt more clearly. Everyone wants to see it. Draco leaned forward, examining it with fascination. Does it hurt? Sometimes, Harry admitted. When I have nightmares. Something in that simple admission seemed to humanize Harry in Draco's eyes. I have nightmares too sometimes, he confided. About Dementors. Father told me about them. What are Dementors? Harry asked. And just like that, the ice was broken. Draco launched into a detailed, somewhat exaggerated explanation of the Azkaban guards, clearly pleased to know something Harry didn't. Harry listened with genuine interest, asking questions that Draco was all too happy to answer. Narcissa watched this unexpected interaction with cautious optimism. Perhaps Draco's presence wasn't a complication after all, but an opportunity. By lunchtime, the initial awkwardness had evolved into a tentative camaraderie. Both boys were passionate about Quidditch, it turned out, though Draco was scandalized to learn Harry had never flown a broom. Never, he repeated incredulously. But you're Harry Potter. I was raised by Muggles, Harry reminded him. They didn't exactly keep racing brooms around. Mother, Draco turned to her immediately, can we take him flying? There are practice brooms in the shed, aren't there? Narcissa hesitated. The lodge's wards extended to its grounds, but flying would make the boys more visible from a distance. Still, seeing Draco's enthusiasm and Harry's hopeful expression, she found herself nodding. For a short time, she agreed. And not too high, Draco. Harry's a beginner. Draco nodded eagerly, already jumping up from the table. Come on, Potter. I'll show you the basics. As the boys raced outside, Narcissa followed at a more sedate pace, wand ready to intervene if necessary. She cast additional concealment charms around the clearing behind the lodge, creating a space where the boys could fly without being observed from beyond the wards. Draco proved to be a surprisingly patient teacher, demonstrating the proper grip and starting Harry off with simple hovering exercises. Harry, for his part, showed a natural affinity for flying that had Draco whooping in approval. "You're a natural, Potter," he called as Harry successfully completed a gentle turn. "Try going a bit higher now." Watching them, Narcissa felt something ease in her chest. For this moment, at least, they were just boys, excited about flying, unburdened by the complicated history between their families. Later, as the sun began to set and the boys returned to the lodge, flushed with exercise and talking animatedly about Quidditch teams, Narcissa allowed herself to imagine a future where this could be normal. Where Harry could be part of their family without the weight of the past crushing him. But as they entered the lodge, she felt the wards ripple again. This time, the magical signature was unmistakable. Lucius had returned, a day earlier than expected. "Boys," she said calmly, "go wash up for dinner. Quickly now." As they headed toward their rooms, Draco taking the guest room across from Harry's, Narcissa steeled herself for the confrontation to come. Lucius entered without knocking, his expression unreadable. "I see our son found you without difficulty. Was that a test, Lucius?" Narcissa asked coolly. "Call it a demonstration," he replied. "Of the reality you seem determined to ignore." "And what reality is that?" "That you have a son already," Lucius said bluntly. "A pureblood heir who deserves your full attention and loyalty." Before Narcissa could respond, the boys emerged from the hallway, talking about the Falmouth Falcons' chances in the upcoming league season. They fell silent immediately upon seeing Lucius. "Father!" Draco exclaimed, hurrying forward. "I've been teaching Potter to fly. He's actually quite good for a beginner." Lucius's gaze moved from his son to Harry, who stood slightly behind Draco, watching Lucius warily. "Is that so?" Lucius said softly. "How productive of you, Draco." Draco beamed, missing the undercurrent in his father's tone. "Can Potter come visit us at the manor? I want to show him the pitch there. It's much bigger than this clearing." Lucius's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. "That remains to be seen." He turned to Narcissa. "A word, my dear. Privately." As the adults moved into Lucius's study, Narcissa cast a silencing charm on the door. "I assume you sent Draco to remind me of my priorities." "Precisely," Lucius confirmed. "You seem to have forgotten that we already have a son who requires your guidance and affection. A proper pureblood heir, not a half-blood charity case." "I've forgotten nothing," Narcissa replied coldly. "My devotion to Draco remains absolute. But that doesn't mean I can't also care for Harry. Can't you see what's happening?" Lucius demanded. "One afternoon, and already Draco is captivated by the Potter mystique. Asking to show him our home, teach him our ways. This is exactly how it begins, the dilution of our values, the weakening of our position." "Or perhaps it's the beginning of something else entirely," Narcissa countered. "Harry under our influence rather than Dumbledore's. The boy who lived, raised to understand our perspective." Lucius paced the room, his cane striking the floor sharply with each step. "You truly intend to go through with this blood adoption?" "Yes," Narcissa stated firmly. "With or without your blessing, Lucius." He stopped, turning to face her. "You would defy me on this?" "If necessary," she confirmed. "Though I would prefer your support." For a long moment, Lucius studied her, as if seeing her anew. In their years of marriage, Narcissa had rarely opposed him so directly. She had learned to work within his expectations, to guide rather than challenge. This was different. They both knew it. "And if I forbid it?" he asked softly. "Then you force me to choose," Narcissa replied, equally softly. "I would prefer not to." The threat hung in the air between them, not just the threat of defiance, but of something deeper. A fracturing of their carefully constructed partnership. Before Lucius could respond, a commotion arose from the main room, raised voices, then a crash. The parents exchanged a brief glance, then hurried back, silencing charm forgotten. They found Harry and Draco squared off in the center of the room, a broken vase at their feet. Both boys were flushed with anger. "What is the meaning of this?" Lucius demanded. "He started it," Draco exclaimed, pointing at Harry. "He said terrible things about you, father." "I did not," Harry protested. "I just said I didn't think all Muggleborns are bad, and he called me a blood traitor." "Because that's what you are," Draco shot back. "Father says, enough." Narcissa's voice cut through the argument like a whip. "Both of you, sit down. Now." The boys obeyed, glaring at each other from opposite sides of the table. "Explain," Narcissa instructed. Calmly. "Draco, you first." Draco straightened. "We were talking about Hogwarts houses, and Potter said he didn't think he wanted to be in Slytherin because too many Slytherins hate Muggleborns. I told him that's because Muggleborns don't belong at Hogwarts in the first place, and he got angry." "I didn't get angry," Harry corrected. "I just said my mother was Muggleborn and she was top of her class." Then Draco said horrible things about her. Narcissa turned to her son. "Is this true, Draco?" Draco squirmed slightly under her gaze. "I just said what father always says, that pure blood matters, and that's why the Dark Lord." "That's quite enough," Lucius interrupted smoothly. "I see the issue here. Mr. Potter remains uneducated on certain realities of our world." "I know enough," Harry said quietly. "I know my mum was brilliant, and I know she died protecting me. I know blood didn't make her any less of a witch." The silence that followed was profound. Narcissa looked at Harry, small but defiant, unwilling to let his mother's memory be tarnished. Then to Draco, confused, parroting beliefs he'd been taught without truly understanding their implications. Finally to Lucius, his expression controlled but his eyes calculating. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said finally, "I believe we've identified a fundamental incompatibility. One that makes Narcissa's proposal problematic." "Lucius," Narcissa began, but he held up a hand. "The boy clearly holds views that are antithetical to our family's traditions," Lucius continued. "He cannot be integrated into our household while maintaining such sentiments." Harry looked at Narcissa, uncertainty replacing defiance. "I can't pretend my mum wasn't good just because of where she came from," he said softly. "I won't do that. Not even to stay." The simple dignity in those words struck Narcissa deeply. Here was a child willing to return to uncertainty rather than betray his mother's memory. "You won't have to," she said firmly, making her decision. "Lucius, a word. Outside. Now." Once they were on the lodge's porch, Narcissa faced her husband directly. "This changes nothing. I still intend to proceed with the adoption." "Have you lost your mind?" Lucius hissed. "The boy is practically reciting Dumbledore's propaganda. He will never embrace our values." "Perhaps our values need reconsideration," Narcissa suggested quietly. Lucius stared at her. "What did you just say?" "I said perhaps we should reconsider certain positions," Narcissa repeated more firmly. "Not abandon them entirely, but evolve." "Evolution?" Lucius laughed incredulously. "Is that what you call this?" "This isn't evolution, Narcissa. This is capitulation." "Is it?" she challenged. "Or is it adaptation?" "The world changed when the Dark Lord fell, Lucius. We changed with it externally, claiming imperius, renouncing former allegiances. Perhaps it's time to consider internal changes as well." "You speak of treason," Lucius said softly. "I speak of survival," Narcissa countered. "Of ensuring our family's future in a world that may not always align with our past beliefs." Lucius turned away, gazing out at the darkening forest. And you believe adopting Potter's child serves this goal? I believe protecting a magical child from abuse serves a higher principle than blood purity, Narcissa said carefully. I believe Harry has potential that could benefit our family greatly. And yes, I believe bringing him into our fold offers possibilities that opposing him does not. Lucius was silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was measured. I cannot support this, Narcissa. Not fully. Not now. She tensed, preparing for an ultimatum, but Lucius surprised her. However, he continued, I will not actively oppose it either. If you are determined to proceed with this experiment, I will not prevent it. But I make no promises of acceptance or participation. It was more than she had dared hope for. Thank you, Lucius. Don't thank me yet, he warned. I still believe this will end in disaster. But I've learned over the years not to underestimate your instincts. His eyes met hers. Nor your determination. Inside, they found the boys sitting in uncomfortable silence, neither looking at the other. Mr. Potter, Lucius addressed Harry directly. My wife remains convinced of your value to our family. I remain skeptical. But I am willing to observe this situation further before making a final judgment. Harry nodded cautiously. Thank you, sir. Draco, Lucius turned to his son. You will return to the manor with me now. Your mother and Mr. Potter have matters to attend to here. Draco looked crestfallen. But father, I thought I was staying the night. Plans change, Lucius said shortly. Go collect your things. As Draco trudged reluctantly toward the guest room, Lucius turned back to Narcissa. The ritual requires my blood as well, if it is to bind him to the Malfoy line. I've modified it, Narcissa replied. It will bind him to me alone, to the black lineage. Lucius nodded, unsurprised. A wise precaution, given my reservations. Will you tell Draco? Narcissa asked. About the adoption? No, Lucius decided after a moment's consideration. Not until it's done. Let him adjust to the idea of Potter's presence first. The blood connection can come later. Narcissa nodded in agreement. I'll bring Harry to the manor in 3 days' time, once the ritual has settled. Very well. Lucius moved toward the guest room to hurry Draco along, then paused. Narcissa, he said, not turning. I hope you know what you're doing. So do I, she replied honestly. After a brief, awkward farewell, Draco confused and reluctant to leave, Harry clearly uncertain about what had transpired between the adults, Lucius departed with their son, leaving Narcissa and Harry alone in the suddenly quiet lodge. Is he angry? Harry asked once they were gone. Concerned, Narcissa corrected. Change is difficult for men like Lucius. Will Draco hate me now? Because of what I said about my mum? Narcissa sat beside him on the sofa. Draco doesn't hate you, Harry. He's confused. He's been taught certain beliefs his entire life, and now those beliefs are being challenged. It will take time for him to adjust. Harry nodded, looking down at his hands. I'm sorry if I caused problems between you and Mr. Malfoy. You have nothing to apologize for, Narcissa said firmly. Standing up for your mother's memory was the right thing to do. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes serious. Are we still going to do the ritual? Yes, Narcissa confirmed. Tomorrow night, as planned. Even though Mr. Malfoy isn't sure about me. Even so. Narcissa hesitated, then added, Harry, I want you to understand something. This ritual, it will bind us together permanently. You will become my son in magic and blood. But it will never erase James and Lily Potter. They will always be your parents too. I know, Harry said quietly. I wouldn't want to forget them. But. He paused, searching for words, I think they'd want me to be safe and have a family. Even if it's not the family they would have expected. The wisdom in his words, far beyond his years, made Narcissa's throat tighten unexpectedly. "I believe you're right," she managed. "Now, we should rest. Tomorrow will be demanding." As she tucked him into bed that night, a ritual that had developed naturally over their time together, Harry asked one more question. "After the adoption, what should I call you?" The question caught Narcissa unprepared. She hadn't considered it. Mother belonged to Lily Potter in Harry's mind, as it should. Narcissa seemed too formal for their new relationship. "What would you like to call me?" she asked instead. Harry considered this seriously. "Could I call you Mum?" "Not Mother, because that sounds too much like what Draco calls you. But, Mum is different from Mom, which is what I think of when I think of my mother." The distinction was subtle but meaningful, acknowledging both his original mother and her new place in his life. "I would be honored," Narcissa said softly, surprised by how much she meant it. "Now sleep, Harry. Tomorrow you become a black." The ritual chamber was prepared. 7 silver candles burned in a perfect circle, their flames unnaturally still in the windowless cellar. In the center stood a small stone altar bearing a silver chalice filled with a potion the color of midnight. Narcissa had spent the day in careful preparation, gathering the final ingredients, charging the ritual space with preliminary spells, and explaining to Harry exactly what would happen. Now, as the moon reached its zenith, they stood facing each other across the altar. Harry wore simple white robes, a traditional garment for magical rituals. His dark hair had been washed with purifying herbs, and his feet were bare against the stone floor. Despite the gravity of the moment, he stood calm and resolute. Narcissa wore formal black family robes of deepest blue, nearly black in the candlelight. Her hair was unbound, flowing down her back in a pale cascade. Around her throat hung the black family pendant, a silver star set with moonstone, worn by generations of black women during important family rituals. "Are you ready, Harry?" she asked quietly. He nodded, his green eyes reflecting the candlelight. "I'm ready." "Remember, once we begin, the ritual must be completed," Narcissa reminded him. "There can be no hesitation, no matter what you feel or see." "I understand," Harry said solemnly. Narcissa raised her wand, beginning the complex sequence of movements that would activate the ritual space. The air thickened perceptibly as ancient magic awakened, responding to her call. The candle flames stretched upward, becoming thin pillars of silver light. "I, Narcissa Cassiopeia Black Malfoy, invoke the right of blood adoption," she intoned formally. "I call upon the magic of my ancestors to recognize this child as my own." The candles flared brighter in response to her words, their light connecting to form a perfect circle around them. Within that circle, the air shimmered with potential. "Harry James Potter," Narcissa continued, "do you come willingly to this ritual, understanding that it will bind you to me and to the House of Black for all your days?" "I do," Harry replied clearly, his young voice steady. "Do you accept the gifts and burdens of the Black bloodline, knowing that its magic will flow in your veins alongside that of your birth parents?" "I do." "Do you pledge to honor the House of Black, to uphold its dignity, and to carry its legacy into the future?" Harry hesitated for just a moment, then nodded. "I do, while staying true to myself and the memory of my parents." It wasn't the traditional response, but Narcissa felt the magic accepted nonetheless. The ritual circle pulsed with approval. "Then let the binding begin," Narcissa declared. She drew a small silver knife from her robes. Without hesitation, she drew the blade across her palm, allowing 3 drops of her blood to fall into the chalice. The potion hissed and swirled, turning from midnight blue to a deep crimson. Narcissa extended the knife to Harry. 3 drops, freely given," she instructed. Harry took the knife with steady hands. He winced slightly as he cut his palm, but didn't falter. 3 drops of his blood joined hers in the chalice. The potion began to glow from within, pulsing like a heart. "Blood of my blood," Narcissa began the ancient incantation, "magic of my magic. I claim this child as my son, to protect and guide, to teach and cherish. By the power of the most ancient and noble house of Black, I welcome him into our line." She lifted the chalice and drank deeply, then passed it to Harry. He hesitated only briefly before drinking as well. The effect was immediate. The candle flames surged upward, meeting in a dome of light above their heads. The air within the circle became heavy, charged with ancient power. Harry gasped as the potion took effect, his eyes widening in shock or pain, Narcissa couldn't tell which. She felt it too, a burning sensation that spread from her stomach outward, racing along her veins like liquid fire. "Stay strong," she encouraged, fighting through her own discomfort. "It will pass." A wind that shouldn't exist in the sealed chamber began to swirl around them, carrying whispers in a language neither of them understood, the voices of Black ancestors acknowledging the ritual. Harry's appearance began to change subtly before her eyes. His unruly black hair remained, but took on a hint of the wave characteristic of the Black family. His facial structure shifted slightly, cheekbones becoming more pronounced, jawline refining. His eyes, though still vividly green, took on the distinctive shape of the Black family eyes, slightly tilted at the corners, intense and penetrating. Narcissa felt the changes in herself as well, not physical, but magical. New connections forming, a sense of Harry's magical core linking to her own. She could feel his raw power, impressive for a child his age, now harmonizing with her more disciplined strength. The pain intensified suddenly. Harry fell to his knees, gasping. Narcissa fought to remain standing, to anchor the ritual. Almost done, she managed through gritted teeth. "Hold on, Harry." The magic reached a crescendo, the light becoming blinding. For a moment that stretched into eternity, Narcissa felt as though she were being torn apart and remade, her very essence restructuring to accommodate this new connection. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The candle flames returned to normal. The wind died. The oppressive weight of ancient magic lifted. In its place was something new, a bond, humming quietly between them. Narcissa could feel Harry now, not just physically but magically. A presence connected to her own, distinct but related. Harry looked up at her from where he knelt, his face pale with exertion but his eyes clear. In those familiar green eyes, she now saw hints of her own family's traits, the intensity, the depth, the hint of stars that all Blacks carried in their gaze. "It's done," Narcissa said softly, moving around the altar to help him stand. "You are now Harry James Potter Black." Harry swayed slightly as he rose, leaning against her. "I felt them," he whispered. "My parents." For just a moment, when it hurt the most. They were there. Narcissa hadn't expected that, but she wasn't entirely surprised. Blood magic worked in mysterious ways, especially when it involved such profound bonds as those between parents and children. "They will always be part of you," she assured him. "Nothing, not even this ritual, can change that." Harry nodded, then looked down at his hands as if expecting to see visible changes. "I don't feel that different," he admitted. "The changes are subtle," Narcissa explained. "More magical than physical, though you'll notice some alterations to your appearance when you look in a mirror. The most significant changes are in your magical signature and in the protections now surrounding you." She led him from the ritual chamber, supporting him as they climbed the stairs. Harry was clearly exhausted, barely managing to stay awake as she guided him to his bedroom. "Rest now," she said, helping him into bed. "Your body needs to adjust to the changes." As she turned to leave, Harry caught her hand. "Mum," he said, testing the word for the first time. "Thank you." Something fierce and protective surged through Narcissa at the simple word. This was her son now, not just by choice or by magic, but by blood. "Sleep well, my son," she replied, the words feeling right in a way she hadn't anticipated. As Harry drifted into an exhausted sleep, Narcissa returned to the main room of the lodge. She poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands, feeling the aftermath of the ritual in every fiber of her being. She had done it. She had broken one of the most fundamental laws of pureblood society: never interfere with another family's child. She had performed ancient magic without ministry approval. She had bound the boy who lived to the House of Black. And she had gained a second son. Whatever came next, Lucius's reservations, Dumbledore's inevitable discovery, the Ministry's potential censure, she would face it. Harry was hers to protect now, by blood and by magic. Let them try to take him from her. Morning revealed the full extent of Harry's transformation. Not dramatic, but unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. The Black family traits were subtly woven into his appearance now: the slight wave in his still unruly hair, the more defined cheekbones, the elegant arch of his eyebrows. But his eyes remained lilies, and the stubborn set of his jaw was all James. The lightning scar stood out as prominently as ever against his forehead. "Wow," Harry said, studying himself in the mirror. "I look different. But still me." "Exactly as it should be," Narcissa confirmed, observing the changes with satisfaction. The ritual had worked perfectly, adding black traits without erasing his Potter heritage. "Will Draco notice?" Harry asked anxiously. "Eventually," Narcissa acknowledged. "Though children are often less observant of subtle changes than adults. We'll need to explain it to him carefully." They spent the day recovering from the ritual, both physically and magically depleted. Narcissa taught Harry the basics of the Black family history, explaining the connections he now shared with his new relations. "So Draco and I are cousins now?" Harry asked, trying to follow the complicated family tree Narcissa had sketched. "Second cousins, technically," Narcissa corrected. "But in pureblood families, such distinctions matter less than the shared blood itself. You and Draco are now bound by blood as well as by your connection to me. Does that mean he has to like me?" Harry asked hopefully. Narcissa smiled slightly. "I'm afraid magic isn't quite that powerful. Draco will need time to adjust to your new place in our family." As evening approached, Narcissa began preparations for their departure. According to her agreement with Lucius, she would bring Harry to Malfoy Manor the following day, presenting him to the household as her newly adopted son. She was just shrinking their belongings for transport when she felt a disturbance in the lodge's wards, not the familiar signature of Lucius or Draco, but something foreign and powerful. Wand drawn, she hurried to the window. A figure stood at the edge of the property, just outside the ward line, tall, with a long silver beard, dressed in robes of midnight blue spangled with stars. Albus Dumbledore. Narcissa's blood ran cold. How had he found them? The lodge was under Fidelius, with Lucius as secret keeper. Unless Lucius wouldn't, she thought immediately. Not without warning me first. But someone else might have. Draco, perhaps, mentioning their location innocently to someone who reported to Dumbledore. Or the lodge's house elf, compelled to reveal information despite the secrecy charms. Regardless of how, Dumbledore was here, and he clearly knew Harry was inside. The blood adoption had been completed just in time. "Harry," Narcissa called, keeping her voice steady. "Come here, please." He appeared from his bedroom, a book clutched in his hands. "What's wrong?" "We have a visitor," Narcissa said calmly. "Albus Dumbledore is outside the wards." Harry's eyes widened. "The headmaster? The one who left me with the Dursleys?" "Yes," Narcissa confirmed. "He's undoubtedly looking for you. Are you going to let him in?" Narcissa considered their options. Refusing to acknowledge Dumbledore would only delay the inevitable. Better to control the confrontation than to hide from it. Yes, she decided. But first, we need to be clear on certain things. The blood adoption is complete and binding. Legally and magically, you are my son. Dumbledore cannot change that, no matter what he says or does. Harry nodded, his expression serious. "I understand." "Stay close to me," Narcissa instructed. "Let me handle the conversation." If he asks you questions directly, answer honestly but briefly. With that, she moved to the door, Harry at her side. Drawing herself up to her full height, she extended her magical awareness to the edge of the wards and formally acknowledged Dumbledore's presence, granting him temporary passage. The old wizard approached slowly, his power evident in the way the very air seemed to shimmer around him. His blue eyes, normally twinkling with benign humor, were sharp and assessing behind his half-moon spectacles. "Madame Malfoy," he greeted her politely but without warmth. "I find myself making an unexpected social call." "Headmaster," Narcissa replied with equal formality. "This is a surprise." "Is it?" Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry, who stood slightly behind Narcissa. "Hello, Harry. You've been quite difficult to find." "Hello, sir," Harry replied cautiously. "I imagine you have questions," Narcissa said, drawing Dumbledore's attention back to herself. "Perhaps we should discuss them inside, away from potential observers." Dumbledore nodded, his beard gleaming in the evening light. "A wise suggestion." Once inside, Narcissa directed Dumbledore to the most uncomfortable chair in the sitting area, taking the sofa with Harry beside her. The positioning was deliberate, keeping Harry partially shielded by her body while maintaining the appearance of openness. "Tea, Headmaster," she offered, a necessary courtesy. "Thank you, no," Dumbledore declined. "I'm afraid this isn't a social visit, as we both well know." "Indeed," Narcissa agreed. "You're here about Harry." "I am here," Dumbledore said carefully, "because a magically protected child under my guardianship was removed from his home without my knowledge or consent. A child who was being systematically abused by the Muggles you placed him with," Narcissa countered. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "I had monitoring charms in place. They showed no evidence of abuse." "Then your charms were woefully inadequate," Narcissa stated flatly. "When I found Harry, he was malnourished, physically beaten, and living in a cupboard under the stairs. Would you like me to produce the diagnostic records?" Something flickered in Dumbledore's expression, surprise, perhaps, or concern. He turned to Harry. "Is this true, my boy?" Harry nodded. "Yes, sir. Uncle Vernon hit me a lot. Aunt Petunia didn't feed me if I didn't finish my chores. And my bedroom was the cupboard." Dumbledore seemed genuinely troubled by this information. "I was not aware of the extent of the situation." Nevertheless, his expression hardened again. Removing Harry from his relative's home has placed him in considerable danger. The blood wards that protected him there were essential to his safety. "Blood wards require love to function properly, Headmaster," Narcissa pointed out. "There was precious little of that in that household." "And you believe you can provide what Petunia Dursley could not?" Dumbledore asked skeptically. "You, whose husband was a known Death Eater." "I can provide safety, proper care, and a connection to the magical world," Narcissa stated firmly. "And I have already taken steps to ensure Harry's protection that exceed anything those Muggles could offer." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "What steps, precisely?" Narcissa met his gaze directly. "I have blood-adopted Harry as my son. The ritual was completed last night." For the first time, Dumbledore looked genuinely shocked. "You performed an illegal blood adoption ritual on Harry Potter?" "I performed a perfectly legal ritual to protect a child in my care," Narcissa corrected. "The only illegality was in not registering it with the Ministry beforehand, a minor procedural violation that can be remedied with a fine." Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry, studying him intently. Now that he was looking for it, Narcissa could see the moment he recognized the subtle black family traits that had been added to Harry's appearance. "Harry," Dumbledore addressed the boy directly, his voice gentler. "Did you consent to this ritual? Do you understand what it means?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied firmly. "Mum explained everything to me. I wanted the adoption." The casual use of "mum" clearly struck Dumbledore hard. He blinked, then turned back to Narcissa. "This is unprecedented," he said quietly. And highly concerning. Only because it interferes with your plans for the boy, Narcissa suggested coolly. My plans have only ever been for Harry's protection and well-being, Dumbledore insisted. And yet you never once checked on him personally, Narcissa countered. Never saw the cupboard where he slept, or the bruises he carried. Dumbledore had the grace to look troubled by this accusation. I had my reasons for maintaining distance. I'm sure you did, Narcissa agreed. Just as I have my reasons for bringing him into my family. And what reasons might those be, Madame Malfoy? Dumbledore asked, his voice dangerously soft. What possible motivation could Lucius Malfoy's wife have for adopting the child who vanquished Voldemort? The use of the Dark Lord's name made Narcissa flinch slightly, but she recovered quickly. Perhaps I simply couldn't walk away from a child in need, she suggested. Is that so difficult to believe? From most people, no, Dumbledore admitted. From you, it raises questions. Believe what you wish, Narcissa said dismissively. The fact remains that Harry is now my son by blood and by magic. That cannot be undone, even by you, Headmaster. Dumbledore's eyes grew distant for a moment, as if consulting some internal source of knowledge. No, he finally agreed. Blood adoption is indeed irreversible. A fact I'm sure you were well aware of when you chose this particular form of guardianship. I chose the form that offered Harry the strongest protection, Narcissa stated. Against whom? Dumbledore asked quietly. Against the Dursleys. Or against me? Against anyone who would use him for their own purposes, Narcissa replied, meeting his gaze steadily. A long silence followed, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire. Finally, Dumbledore sighed heavily. What's done is done, he said, sounding suddenly very old. The blood adoption is valid and binding. I cannot reverse it without causing Harry grievous harm. I'm glad we agree on that point, Narcissa said. However, Dumbledore continued, his voice regaining its strength, as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, I can insist on certain conditions regarding Harry's care and upbringing. Within reason, Narcissa allowed. Harry must be permitted to attend Hogwarts when he turns 11, Dumbledore stated. Without interference or prejudice. Naturally, Narcissa agreed easily. I've already been teaching him about the school. He's quite looking forward to it. He must be allowed regular contact with individuals from various backgrounds, Dumbledore continued. His heritage and history must not be hidden from him. I have no intention of isolating Harry or denying his past, Narcissa assured him. His parents' sacrifice will always be honored in our household. Dumbledore appeared surprised by this response. And Lucius? Does he share these enlightened views? My husband respects my decisions regarding Harry's upbringing, Narcissa stated carefully. He understands the importance of Harry's unique heritage. Dumbledore looked skeptical but didn't press the point. I will want regular updates on Harry's well-being, he said instead. And the right to visit him periodically. Within reason, Narcissa repeated. Provided such visits are scheduled in advance and conducted with appropriate discretion. Dumbledore turned to Harry once more. And you, Harry? Are you truly happy with this arrangement? Do you feel safe with Mrs. Malfoy? Harry nodded without hesitation. Yes, sir. She rescued me from the Dursleys. She's taught me about magic and my parents. She even let me fly on a broom yesterday. The simple, childish addition at the end seemed to convince Dumbledore more than any formal assurance could have. His expression softened slightly. I see. Well, I must admit that you appear to be in better health than when I last received reports about you. He turned back to Narcissa. I will be watching very closely, Madame Malfoy. Very closely indeed. I would expect nothing less, Headmaster, Narcissa replied smoothly. Dumbledore rose, his tall figure seeming to fill the modest room. I shall take my leave, then. But this conversation is far from over. Of course, Narcissa acknowledged, standing as well. Harry, say goodbye to the headmaster. Goodbye, sir, Harry said politely. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Goodbye, Harry. We will meet again soon, I'm sure. If you ever need anything at all, you need only send word to me at Hogwarts. With that, he strode from the lodge. Through the window, Narcissa watched him pass beyond the ward line and disapparate with a crack like distant thunder. Only then did she allow herself to breathe normally again. Is he gone for good? Harry asked anxiously. For now, Narcissa assured him. Though I've no doubt he'll be watching us very carefully from this point forward. Will he try to take me away? He can't, Narcissa said firmly. The blood adoption prevents that. But he will certainly try to influence you in other ways. Harry considered this. He seemed sad. About the Dursleys, I mean. I believe he was, Narcissa acknowledged. Whatever else Dumbledore may be, I don't think he intended for you to suffer as you did there. But he never checked, Harry pointed out. Not once in 7 years. No, Narcissa agreed. He didn't. And that oversight is unforgivable, regardless of his intentions. She moved to the sofa, suddenly weary from the confrontation. Harry sat beside her, leaning slightly against her side in a gesture that had become familiar over their weeks together. What happens now? He asked. Now, Narcissa said, we go home. To Malfoy Manor. Tomorrow morning, as planned. Harry nodded, though she could feel his tension at the prospect. Will Mr. Malfoy be angry that Dumbledore found us? Concerned, certainly, Narcissa acknowledged. But not angry. Not at you, in any case. And Draco? Draco will need time, Narcissa said honestly. But I believe he'll come around eventually. Your family now, after all. Harry smiled slightly at that. Family, he repeated, as if testing the word. That's still strange to think about. Narcissa placed an arm around his shoulders, drawing him closer. Strange, perhaps. But true nonetheless. As they sat together in the quiet of the lodge, Narcissa reflected on how completely her life had changed in just a few short weeks. From pureblood wife to adoptive mother of Harry Potter. From Voldemort's supporter to Dumbledore's adversary in a wholly different way. She had broken countless traditions, violated numerous laws, and defied powerful figures on both sides of the old conflict. And she would do it all again without hesitation. Because Harry was now her son, not just by magic or by law, but by choice. The child she had rescued had, in turn, rescued something in her, a capacity for courage she hadn't known she possessed. Whatever challenges awaited them at Malfoy Manor, Lucius's continued skepticism, Draco's jealousy, the inevitable curiosity of their social circle, they would face them together. The boy who lived and the woman who had defied everything to protect him. Mother and son, bound by blood and by something even more powerful, the choice to be family against all odds. Chapter 3, The Price of Protection. Malfoy Manor loomed against the morning sky like something from a fairy tale, all soaring towers and gleaming windows, surrounded by immaculate gardens and ancient trees. Harry stared up at it from the carriage path, his mouth slightly open despite his best efforts to maintain the composure Narcissa had been teaching him. It's enormous, he whispered. It's home, Narcissa replied simply, her hand gentle on his shoulder. And now it's yours as well. Harry nodded, though his expression remained uncertain. The blood adoption ritual had been completed 3 days ago, and the physical changes had settled into permanence, the slight wave in his still unruly black hair, the more defined aristocratic features that echoed the Black family line. But the inner changes, the sense of belonging, of identity, those were still in flux. What if Draco still hates me, he asked, the worry that had been plaguing him finally surfacing. He doesn't hate you, Narcissa assured him. He's confused and perhaps a bit jealous. But he'll adjust. And Mr. Malfoy? Narcissa's expression tightened slightly. Lucius has accepted the situation. The rest will come with time. The great iron gates swung open as they approached, recognizing Narcissa's magical signature. As they passed through, Harry felt a tingling sensation as the manor's wards washed over him, then a surprising warmth, as if the house itself was welcoming him. The wards recognize you as family, Narcissa explained, noting his reaction. The blood adoption ensures that. They followed the winding path through gardens bursting with magical plants Harry couldn't name. Albino peacocks strutted across manicured lawns, their iridescent feathers gleaming in the morning sun. Everything about the estate spoke of wealth, power, and centuries of magical heritage. At the massive front doors, a line of house elves awaited them, all dressed in neat tea towels bearing the Malfoy crest. They bowed low as Narcissa approached. "Welcome home, mistress," the eldest elf said. "Master Lucius and young Master Draco await you in the blue drawing room." "Thank you, Dobby," Narcissa replied. "Please have Harry's things taken to the East Wing room we prepared." "Yes, mistress." "Right away, mistress." The elf bowed again, his large eyes darting curiously to Harry. As they entered the cavernous entrance hall, with its gleaming marble floors and priceless magical artifacts displayed in crystal cases, Harry tried not to gawk. The Dursleys' house at Privet Drive could have fit inside this single hall. "Remember what we practiced," Narcissa murmured. "Straight back, chin up, confident but not arrogant." Harry nodded, adjusting his posture. He was wearing new robes, deep green with subtle black piping, custom-made in Diagon Alley before they left. His hair was as neat as it ever got, and his glasses had been replaced with a pair spelled to correct his vision more precisely. He looked every inch the Pureblood heir, except for the lightning bolt scar that stubbornly remained on his forehead. Narcissa led him through corridors lined with ancestral portraits that watched their progress with undisguised curiosity. The painted Malfoys whispered among themselves as Harry passed, clearly aware that something extraordinary had occurred. "Is that Potter's boy? Look at those eyes, definitely Lily Evans's. But the black features, undeniable. What has Narcissa done?" Harry tried to ignore the whispers, focusing instead on the door at the end of the hallway. Beyond it waited his what? Brother? Stepfather? The terms felt inadequate for the complex relationship being forged. Narcissa paused before the door, looking down at him. "Ready?" Harry took a deep breath and nodded. "Ready." Narcissa opened the door to reveal a sumptuously appointed room in shades of blue and silver. Lucius Malfoy stood by a large fireplace, one hand resting on the ornate mantel, his expression carefully neutral. Draco sat on a brocade sofa, looking uncomfortable in formal robes, his pale face a study in conflicted emotions. "We're home," Narcissa announced, her voice carrying easily in the large room. Lucius straightened, his eyes moving from his wife to Harry. "So I see." His tone revealed nothing of his thoughts. "Mr. Potter, or should I say Mr. Potter Black?" "Either is fine, sir," Harry replied, remembering Narcissa's coaching. "Thank you for welcoming me into your home." Lucius inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the courtesy if not exactly returning it. His gaze remained analytical, assessing the changes the blood adoption had wrought. Draco had risen from the sofa, his eyes wide as he took in Harry's altered appearance. "You look different," he blurted out. The ritual was successful, Narcissa confirmed, moving to stand beside her husband. "Harry is now magically and legally my son, and a member of the House of Black. But not a Malfoy," Lucius noted, his tone making it clear this distinction was intentional. "As we agreed," Narcissa replied smoothly. "Harry maintains his connection to the Potter line while gaining the protection of the Black bloodline." Draco frowned, looking between his parents with growing confusion. "So is he my brother or not?" An awkward silence followed. It was Narcissa who finally answered. "Magically, you are cousins now," she explained. "But as Harry will be living here as my son, you will be raised as brothers in many practical respects." "Half-brothers," Lucius corrected. "And the arrangement is provisional." Narcissa's eyes flashed dangerously. The blood adoption is permanent, Lucius. There is nothing provisional about it. Lucius lifted a placating hand. I merely meant that our household arrangements may evolve as circumstances dictate. The tension between the adults was palpable. Harry glanced at Draco, who looked as uncomfortable as he felt. Perhaps, Narcissa suggested, breaking the stalemate, Draco could show Harry to his room and around the grounds. I'm sure they have much to discuss. Lucius nodded his agreement, clearly relieved at the opportunity to speak with his wife privately. An excellent suggestion. Draco, see that Mr. Potterblack is properly introduced to his new home. Draco didn't look thrilled with this assignment, but he nodded obediently. Yes, father. Come on, Potter. As the boys left the drawing room, Harry could hear the beginning of what sounded like an intense discussion between Narcissa and Lucius. The door closed behind them, cutting off the words but not the tone. They've been arguing about you for days, Draco said bluntly as he led Harry down a different corridor. Ever since father came back from the lodge. I'm sorry, Harry offered, unsure what else to say. Draco shrugged, though his expression remained troubled. Father says mother has gone mad. Mother says father is being obstinate. He glanced sideways at Harry. Are you really her son now? Magically, I mean. Yes, Harry confirmed. The ritual bound me to her bloodline. That's why I look a bit different now. You look like a black, Draco observed. Around the eyes and cheekbones. Grandfather Cygnus had that same look. They climbed a grand staircase that split in two directions at the top. Draco led Harry down the eastern branch, past more portraits and artifacts. This is the family wing, he explained. My room is at the end of the west corridor. Yours is here in the east wing, close to mother's private study. He stopped before a polished oak door with an ornate silver handle. This used to be a guest suite, but the elves have been redoing it for days. Mother was very specific about the changes. He pushed the door open to reveal a spacious bedroom that made Harry's eyes widen. The room was done in shades of deep blue and forest green, with accents of silver. A massive four-poster bed dominated one wall, while a seating area with comfortable chairs was arranged near tall windows overlooking the gardens. Bookshelves lined another wall, already filled with volumes on magical topics. Wow, Harry breathed, unable to maintain his composure at this sight. This is all for me. It's a standard family suite, Draco said, clearly trying to sound unimpressed though his tone held a hint of pride in his home's grandeur. The door there leads to your private bathroom, and that one connects to a small study. Harry moved into the room, touching the rich fabrics and polished wood with reverent fingers. At the Dursleys, he'd had a cupboard. At the lodge, a comfortable but simple bedroom. This was beyond anything he'd imagined. Do you like it? The uncertain question came from the doorway. Narcissa stood there, her earlier tension hidden behind a composed expression. It's amazing, Harry said honestly. Thank you. Narcissa smiled, the warmth reaching her eyes. I'm glad you approve. I wanted you to have a space that was truly yours. Draco shifted beside her, a flicker of something, jealousy. Uncertainty, crossing his face. Narcissa noticed immediately, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Draco was an excellent guide, I trust, she asked. I only showed him his room, Draco admitted. We hadn't started the tour yet. Perhaps you could show him the Quidditch pitch after lunch, Narcissa suggested. I recall Harry enjoyed flying at the lodge. Draco brightened at the mention of Quidditch. He's not bad, for a beginner, he allowed. I could teach him some proper techniques. I'd like that, Harry said quickly, grateful for any common ground. Excellent, Narcissa approved. Lunch will be served in the small dining room in 1 hour. Until then, Harry, why don't you settle in? Draco can continue the tour afterward. As she turned to leave, Harry asked, Is Mr. Malfoy, is everything okay? Narcissa paused. Everything is as expected, Harry. Don't worry yourself about adult matters. Which wasn't exactly a reassuring answer, but Harry nodded anyway. Once Narcissa had departed, an awkward silence fell between the boys. So, Draco finally said, "You're really staying, then?" It wasn't quite a question, but Harry answered it anyway. "Looks like it." Draco studied him with a frankness unique to children his age. "Why did Mother choose you?" "I mean, you're Harry Potter. Your parents fought against everything our family stands for." The direct question caught Harry off guard. "I don't think she planned it," he said honestly. "She found me being hurt by my Muggle relatives, and she couldn't just leave me there. Not once she saw." "But there are lots of children with bad home lives," Draco pointed out. "She doesn't adopt all of them." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "I don't fully understand it either. But I'm grateful." Draco seemed to consider this. "Father says there must be some advantage to having you here. Some strategic benefit." "Maybe," Harry agreed. "Or maybe your mother just did the right thing because it was right." Draco looked skeptical at this suggestion. "That's not very Slytherin." "Maybe she's more than just Slytherin," Harry suggested. This concept seemed to trouble Draco, but before he could respond, a house elf appeared with a soft pop. "Young masters," the elf squeaked, bowing low. "Mistress asks Dobby to help Master Harry unpack his belongings." "We'll leave you to it, then," Draco decided. "I'll come back before lunch to show you the way to the dining room. Don't wander off alone, the manor can be confusing for newcomers." Left alone with the house elf, Harry sat on the edge of his new bed, feeling suddenly overwhelmed. Just weeks ago, he'd been sleeping in a cupboard, wearing Dudley's cast-offs, and scrubbing the Dursleys' floors. Now he was in a mansion, wearing custom robes, and magically bound to one of the oldest wizarding families in Britain. "Is Master Harry needing anything?" Dobby asked, his large eyes watching Harry with undisguised curiosity. "No, thank you," Harry replied automatically. Then, reconsidering, "Actually, yes. Could you tell me about the Malfoys? What they're like day to day? I want to fit in better." Dobby's ears twitched nervously. Dobby should not be speaking about his family. "I'm family now too," Harry pointed out gently. "I just want to understand better." The elf's internal struggle was visible on his expressive face. Finally, he nodded. "Master Lucius is being very strict, very particular. Everything must be perfect or there is punishment." He shuddered slightly. "Mistress Narcissa is kinder but still very proper. Everything must be done the pure-blood way." "And Draco?" "Young Master Draco is." Dobby hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Young Master is used to getting what he wants. He has never shared Mistress's attention before." This confirmed Harry's suspicions about the source of Draco's discomfort. "Thank you, Dobby. That helps." "Master Harry is different," Dobby observed tentatively. "Master Harry says thank you to Dobby." "Well, yeah," Harry said, surprised. "You're helping me." Dobby's eyes grew even wider. "Master Harry is very unusual wizard," he declared, before beginning to unpack Harry's trunk with a snap of his fingers. As his new clothes arranged themselves in the massive wardrobe and his books found places on the shelves, Harry moved to the window, looking out over the vast Malfoy estate. Somewhere below, Narcissa and Lucius were likely still discussing him, his presence, his future, the implications of the blood adoption. He touched his face lightly, tracing the subtle changes the ritual had wrought. He was Harry Potter, but also Harry Black now. Still the boy who lived, but with a new family, a new identity layered over the old. Whether that would make his life better or simply more complicated remained to be seen. The first weeks at Malfoy Manor established a routine that was both structured and strange. Each morning, Harry woke to Dobby bringing him breakfast on a silver tray, followed by lessons with a tutor Narcissa had engaged, a discreet, elderly wizard who instructed both boys in magical theory, history, and pureblood traditions. Afternoons were devoted to physical activities, flying lessons from Draco, who proved to be a surprisingly good teacher once he warmed to the role, or walks through the extensive grounds with Narcissa, who used these opportunities to continue Harry's education in the more subtle aspects of wizarding culture. Evenings were the most difficult, with formal dinners in the grand dining room where Lucius presided with cool civility. He never openly rejected Harry's presence, but neither did he embrace it. He addressed Harry as Mr. Potter Black, with careful emphasis on the hyphenation, as if to acknowledge the new reality while maintaining a distinction. Draco's attitude evolved more rapidly. Initial suspicion gave way to curiosity, then to a tentative camaraderie born of shared interests and proximity. The discovery that Harry was a natural flyer seemed to impress Draco more than any other quality could have. "You really never flew before the lodge?" he asked incredulously after watching Harry execute a perfect diving turn. "Not even once." "Never," Harry confirmed, grinning with the sheer joy of flight. "The Dursleys would have had a fit if they'd seen me on a broom." "Well, you're making up for lost time," Draco observed. "You fly like you were born on a broom. Father says I'm good, but you're—" He hesitated, as if the admission cost him, "You might be better." Coming from Draco, this was extraordinary praise. Harry felt a warm glow of pride, followed quickly by a twinge of concern. "Don't tell your father that," he suggested. "I don't think he'd like hearing it." Draco's expression clouded. "Probably not," he agreed. "Father's been different since you came." "I'm sorry," Harry said, meaning it. "I don't want to cause problems." "It's not your fault," Draco said with surprising maturity. "It's just complicated. Father and Mother don't agree about you." This much was obvious even to Harry. While Narcissa treated him unambiguously as her son, integrating him into family life and society, Lucius maintained a careful distance. He was never cruel or openly rejecting, but his reserve was palpable. The situation came to a head during the third week when an official from the Ministry of Magic arrived unannounced. Harry and Draco were practicing chess in the morning room when Dobby appeared to summon them urgently to the main drawing room. "What's happening?" Harry asked as they hurried through the corridors. "Don't know," Draco replied, though his expression was worried. "But it must be serious if Father's calling us both." When they entered the drawing room, they found Lucius and Narcissa facing a portly wizard in formal ministry robes. Narcissa's expression was calm but alert, while Lucius looked coldly furious. "Ah, here are the boys now," the ministry official observed, his tone falsely jovial. "Good morning, young Mr. Malfoy." He turned to Harry. "And you must be Mr. Potter." "Potter Black," Narcissa corrected smoothly. "As registered with the Department of Magical Familial Relations last week." "Yes, well, that's precisely the matter at hand, isn't it?" the official said, his joviality slipping. "Most irregular, the whole business. Blood adoptions require prior ministry approval, as you well know, Mrs. Malfoy. Emergency circumstances necessitated immediate action," Narcissa replied. The paperwork was filed retrospectively, along with the standard fee and explanation. "Explanation, yes," the official said, pulling out a scroll. "Let's see. Removal of the minor child from abusive Muggle guardians, followed by blood adoption to ensure his magical and physical safety." "Quite dramatic." "Accurate," Narcissa stated coldly. The official cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Yes, well, the minister is concerned about the political implications. The boy who lived, suddenly adopted into a family with certain historical associations." Lucius's expression hardened further. "If you are implying something about my family, Weatherby, I suggest you speak plainly or not at all." "The minister merely wishes to ensure that young Mr. Potter's best interests are being served," the official, Weatherby, said hastily. Given the unusual circumstances, a formal inspection was deemed appropriate. "Inspection?" Narcissa repeated, her voice dangerously soft. A brief interview with the boy, an assessment of his living conditions, a review of the blood adoption ritual used, Weatherby explained, shifting nervously under Narcissa's gaze. Standard procedure for irregular adoptions. There was nothing irregular about the adoption itself, Narcissa stated. Only the timing of the paperwork. Nevertheless, Weatherby insisted, the minister feels, the minister, Lucius interrupted coldly, would do well to remember who contributed most generously to his election campaign. He moved to a writing desk and penned a brief note. Please convey this to Cornelius when you return. I believe it will address his concerns. Weatherby accepted the sealed note with visible trepidation. The minister was most insistent about speaking with the boy directly. And so he shall, Lucius agreed smoothly. At the ministry midsummer gala next week, where our entire family will be in attendance. A more appropriate venue than this unscheduled inquisition, wouldn't you agree? The implied threat in Lucius's tone was unmistakable. Weatherby swallowed hard. Yes, that would perhaps be more suitable. I shall inform the minister. Excellent, Lucius said, his tone making it clear the discussion was over. Dobby will show you out. Once the ministry official had departed, Narcissa turned to Lucius. That was well handled. It was necessary, Lucius replied grimly. But this is only the beginning. Fudge is a fool, but he's a politically sensitive fool. If Dumbledore is pressuring him about the boy, he'll persist. Then we shall persist more effectively, Narcissa stated, her voice calm but determined. The adoption is legal and binding. The ministry has no grounds to interfere. Legal technicalities have never stopped the ministry before, Lucius pointed out. Particularly where Potter is concerned. Harry, who had been silent throughout this exchange, finally spoke up. I can talk to the minister, he offered. Tell him I'm happy here. That I want to stay. Lucius looked at him with an unreadable expression. That may indeed be necessary, Mr. Potterblack. Though I doubt it will be quite so simple. Draco had been watching the entire exchange with growing concern. Father, they can't take Potter away, can they? Not after the blood adoption. Legally, no, Lucius acknowledged. Practically, the ministry has been known to bend laws when it suits them. Then we shall be prepared, Narcissa declared. Harry is my son now. No one, not the ministry, not Dumbledore, will take him from me. The fierce protectiveness in her tone made something warm unfurl in Harry's chest. He'd never had someone fight for him before. The Dursleys had always been eager to be rid of him, treating him as a burden rather than someone to be protected. Thank you, he said quietly to Narcissa. She moved to him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. You never need to thank me for doing what any mother would do, Harry. Speaking of which, Lucius interjected, we have the midsummer gala to prepare for. The boy's first public appearance as a Black. The slight pause before the surname was barely noticeable, but present nonetheless. He'll need to be properly prepared. I've already begun his instruction in formal etiquette, Narcissa assured him. By next week, he'll be ready. See that he is, Lucius replied. The eyes of Wizarding Society will be upon us. I will not have our family appear anything less than perfectly composed. As Lucius strode from the room, Narcissa turned to both boys. It seems your lesson schedule will be intensified this week. Draco, you'll join Harry for additional etiquette training. A review would benefit you as well. Draco groaned but nodded his acceptance. Once they were dismissed, the boys headed back toward the morning room. Is it always like this? Harry asked. Ministry officials showing up, public appearances, all of it. Being a Malfoy means being visible, Draco explained with the worldly air of someone repeating a lesson they've heard many times. Father says our position in society requires constant maintenance. I'm not really a Malfoy, though, Harry pointed out. I'm a Potterblack. Draco shrugged. You live at Malfoy Manor. Mother adopted you. You're connected to us now, whether you have the name or not. He glanced sideways at Harry. Besides, Father's warming up to you. Slowly. He is? Harry asked, surprised. How can you tell? He defended you to the ministry, Draco pointed out. He didn't have to do that. He could have let them interview you, maybe even take you away. Instead, he protected you. Harry hadn't considered it from that angle. I thought he was just protecting your mother. Since she's the one who did the adoption. Maybe partly, Draco admitted. But mostly I think he's starting to see what Mother sees in you. Which is what? Draco grinned suddenly. No idea. But it must be something good for her to go against Father like this. Mother never defies him. Not until you. This observation stayed with Harry throughout the day. Had Narcissa really risked her marriage to protect him? The thought was both warming and troubling. He didn't want to be the cause of conflict between his new mother and her husband. That evening, he sought Narcissa out in her private study, a privilege she had extended to him, though few others were welcome there uninvited. Mum? He asked tentatively, the term still feeling new on his tongue. Can I ask you something? Narcissa looked up from the correspondence she was reviewing, her expression softening at the sight of him. Of course, Harry. Come in. He entered the elegant study with its walls of books and comfortable seating area near a small fireplace. This room, more than any other in the manor, felt like Narcissa's true domain, tasteful but comfortable, formal but lived in. Are you and Mr. Malfoy having problems because of me? He asked directly, perching on the edge of a chair across from her desk. Narcissa set down her quill, giving him her full attention. What makes you ask that? Draco said you never go against Mr. Malfoy. But you did, for me. Harry fidgeted slightly. I don't want to cause trouble between you. Narcissa's expression grew thoughtful. Marriage is complex, Harry. Lucius and I have been together for many years, through many challenges. This is simply another adjustment we must make. But he didn't want you to adopt me, Harry pressed. He still doesn't seem happy about it. Lucius has certain views that made my decision unexpected, Narcissa acknowledged carefully. But our marriage is stronger than any single disagreement. Even one this big? Narcissa rose from her desk and came to sit in a chair beside him. Harry, I want you to understand something. When I found you at your aunt and uncle's home, I made a choice that surprised even me. I chose to act on instinct rather than calculation, on compassion rather than politics. It wasn't a choice I regretted then, and it's not one I regret now. But if Mr. Malfoy never accepts me, he will, Narcissa interrupted with quiet certainty. In his own way, in his own time. Lucius is many things, but he is not blind to advantage. And you, my dear, are an advantage to this family. Because I'm the boy who lived? Harry asked, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. Partially, Narcissa admitted honestly. But also because you're you, Harry. Intelligent, resilient, adaptable. Those qualities would make you valuable regardless of your fame. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. Thank you for explaining. You're welcome to ask me anything, Harry, Narcissa assured him. I may not always answer as fully as you might wish, but I will never lie to you. The promise felt significant, especially coming from a woman raised in pureblood society where truths were often obscured behind layers of politeness and calculation. One more question. Harry ventured. Of course. The ministry official today, is he right? Are people going to try to take me away from here? Narcissa's expression turned serious. Some might try, she acknowledged. But they will not succeed. The blood adoption is binding and legal. More importantly, her voice took on a steely quality that Harry had rarely heard, I will not allow it. You are my son now, Harry. And a mother protects her children, no matter the cost. The fierce certainty in her voice was both comforting and slightly alarming. Harry had the distinct impression that Narcissa Malfoy would be a formidable enemy to anyone who threatened those under her protection. "Thank you," he said simply, unable to express the complex emotions her declaration evoked. Narcissa reached out and brushed his hair back from his forehead, a gesture that had become familiar over their weeks together. "Now, I believe you have etiquette lessons to review before dinner. Draco mentioned something about your confusion regarding the correct use of fish forks." Harry groaned, making Narcissa smile. "They're all just forks," he protested. "Why does fish need its own special one?" "Because, my dear, details matter in our world," Narcissa replied, rising gracefully. "And a proper understanding of such details will serve you well at the Midsummer Gala." As Harry left her study, he reflected on how strange his life had become, worrying about fish forks and ministry officials in equal measure. Yet beneath the strangeness was a growing sense of security he'd never experienced before. Someone was on his side. Someone was fighting for him. Someone considered him worth protecting. It was, he decided, worth any number of fish forks to keep that feeling. The Ministry's Midsummer Gala was held in the grand ballroom of a historical wizarding building in London, magically expanded to accommodate hundreds of guests while remaining invisible to the Muggles who passed by outside. As the Malfoy family arrived via a private fluke connection, Harry felt his stomach twist with nerves despite weeks of preparation. "Remember," Narcissa murmured as they proceeded toward the receiving line, "chin up, shoulders back, speak clearly but not loudly." Harry nodded, adjusting his formal robes, deep blue with silver accents, cut to complement his black features while the color subtly honored his Ravenclaw grandmother. Every detail of his appearance had been carefully considered, from the subtle family crest embroidered on his collar to the enchanted cufflinks that bore both the Potter and Black family symbols. Beside him, Draco looked perfectly at ease in his formal black robes with the Malfoy crest prominently displayed. Lucius and Narcissa led the way, a study in pureblood elegance, Lucius in austere black with silver accessories, Narcissa resplendent in robes of midnight blue that seemed to shimmer with stars when she moved. "The minister will approach us directly," Lucius informed them quietly. "When he does, let me speak first. Narcissa will then make the formal introduction of Harry. Harry, you will respond exactly as we practiced. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed, fighting to keep his nervousness from showing. As they moved through the glittering crowd, Harry became acutely aware of the stir their arrival was creating. Conversations paused, heads turned, whispers followed in their wake. "Is that Potter? With the Malfoys? Did you see his face? Those are black features. I heard Narcissa blood adopted him, impossible. After what happened to his parents?" Draco moved closer to Harry, whether protectively or to share in the attention was unclear. "Ignore them," he advised under his breath. "Father says people who whisper at parties aren't worth acknowledging." It was surprisingly good advice. Harry focused on maintaining his posture and expression as they made their way through the ballroom. He recognized a few faces from the portraits and descriptions Narcissa had shown him during his preparations: Augusta Longbottom with her distinctive vulture hat, Bartemius Crouch looking severe in formal ministry robes, Amos Diggory accompanied by a handsome older boy. "Ah, Lucius. There you are." The voice belonged to a portly man in lime green robes, wearing a lime green bowler hat that he removed as he approached. His jovial expression didn't quite reach his eyes, which darted nervously between Lucius and Harry. "Minister Fudge," Lucius acknowledged with a slight bow. "A splendid affair, as always." Yes, thank you," Fudge replied distractedly, his gaze fixed on Harry now. "And this must be the boy. Potter, isn't it? Quite a situation you've created, Lucius." "Allow me to properly introduce my son," Narcissa interjected smoothly. "Minister Fudge, may I present Harry James Potter Black, son of the late James and Lily Potter, and now also my son by blood and magic." Harry stepped forward and executed the formal bow Narcissa had taught him. "An honor to meet you, Minister," he said clearly. Fudge seemed taken aback by the polished presentation. Yes, well, the pleasure is mine, certainly. He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Tell me, my boy, are you quite all right? Dumbledore has expressed some concerns about your current situation. Before Harry could respond, Lucius placed a hand on his shoulder, the first time he had initiated such contact. I assure you, Minister, that Mr. Potterblack is thriving under our care. Perhaps you might ask him yourself. The subtle pressure of Lucius's hand conveyed the message clearly: stick to the script. I'm very happy with my new family, Minister, Harry said, the words practiced but sincere. Mrs. Malfoy, my mum, rescued me from a difficult situation with my Muggle relatives. I've learned more about the wizarding world in these past weeks than in my entire life before. I see, Fudge said, looking slightly mollified but still uncertain. And the, blood adoption. That was your choice as well? Yes, sir, Harry confirmed. It was explained to me fully, and I consented willingly. Fudge glanced at Lucius, who maintained his impeccable composure. Well, that's good to hear. Very good. Still, most irregular, the paperwork, you understand, has been filed completely, along with the standard fee and explanatory notes, Narcissa supplied. I believe your office confirmed receipt last week. Yes, of course, Fudge stammered. Just a formality, you understand. When it comes to the boy who lived, one must be thorough. Indeed, Lucius agreed smoothly. We appreciate the Ministry's diligence in ensuring Harry's welfare. It's comforting to know he has the Minister's personal attention. The subtle flattery worked its magic. Fudge puffed up slightly. Well, naturally. The boy's future is of vital importance to the wizarding world. And if he's happy with your family, well, who am I to interfere? Who indeed? Lucius murmured. The conversation might have ended there had a new voice not interrupted, a deep, measured tone that carried natural authority. Ah, Minister Fudge. I see you've been introduced to young Harry in his new circumstances. Albus Dumbledore stood before them, resplendent in robes of deep purple embroidered with silver moons and stars. His blue eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, moved from Fudge to the Malfoys to Harry with penetrating intensity. Dumbledore! Fudge exclaimed, looking distinctly uncomfortable at being caught between the Hogwarts headmaster and the Malfoy family. Yes, just having a chat with the boy. Seems quite well, all things considered. I'm glad to hear it, Dumbledore replied, his gaze now fixed on Harry. Though I confess I remain concerned about the haste with which such life-altering decisions were made. Narcissa's expression cooled visibly. Perhaps haste was necessary, Headmaster, given the conditions in which I found Harry. Conditions that should never have been allowed to develop, had those responsible for his placement exercised proper oversight. The subtle accusation hung in the air. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, though something flashed briefly in his eyes. A fair point, Mrs. Malfoy, he acknowledged. One that I have reflected upon at length since our last conversation. My monitoring systems were indeed inadequate, a failing I deeply regret. The sincerity in his voice surprised Harry. He had expected denial or deflection, not this frank admission of error. However, Dumbledore continued, that does not negate my concern about Harry's current situation. Blood adoption is irreversible magic of the most profound kind, performed without consultation with Harry's magical guardian. A guardian who placed him with abusive muggles and then failed to check on him for 7 years, Narcissa pointed out coolly. I think we can agree that your guardianship was, at best, nominal. Fudge looked increasingly uncomfortable as the exchange grew more pointed. Perhaps this isn't the venue for such a discussion, he suggested nervously. On the contrary, Lucius interjected smoothly. I believe transparency serves us all. The headmaster has concerns, we have answers. Harry is here, healthy and well-adjusted. Surely that is the outcome everyone desired. Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry again. Harry, may I ask you a question directly? Harry glanced at Narcissa, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Yes, sir. Are you truly happy with this arrangement? Do you understand all that it entails, not just for the present, but for your future? It was a deeper question than the minister's superficial inquiries, touching on implications Harry himself was still grappling with. He considered his answer carefully. I understand that my life has changed permanently, he said slowly. I understand that being a Potterblack means I have connections to different sides of our world. He glanced at Lucius, then back to Dumbledore. But I also know that for the first time, I have a home where I'm not hated for what I am. Where I'm learning about magic and my heritage. Where someone, his voice caught slightly as he looked at Narcissa, where someone cares enough to fight for me. So yes, Professor Dumbledore, I'm happy with this arrangement. A brief silence followed his words. Dumbledore studied him intently, as if searching for signs of coercion or confusion. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him, at least partially. Very well, Harry, he said finally. I accept your assessment of your current situation. Know, however, that my door remains open to you should you ever need assistance or counsel. Thank you, sir, Harry replied politely. Dumbledore turned to Narcissa. Mrs. Malfoy, I trust you remember our discussion regarding Harry's education and heritage? Perfectly, Narcissa confirmed coolly. Harry will attend Hogwarts at 11. His parents' sacrifice will be honored. He will have access to appropriate information about his history and heritage. And exposure to diverse perspectives. Dumbledore pressed. Within reason, Narcissa allowed. Dumbledore nodded, apparently accepting this qualified assurance. Then I shall look forward to welcoming Harry to Hogwarts in due course. Good evening to you all. As Dumbledore glided away to speak with other guests, Minister Fudge exhaled visibly. Well, that was bracing. I must say, Lucius, you handle the old man better than most. Practice, Cornelius, Lucius replied smoothly. Now, I believe there were certain funding proposals you wished to discuss. Perhaps we might find a quieter corner. As the men moved away, Narcissa guided Harry and Draco toward the refreshment tables. You did very well, Harry, she murmured. Both with the minister and with Dumbledore. I just told the truth, Harry said. Sometimes that is the most powerful strategy of all, Narcissa observed. Particularly when people expect deception. The remainder of the evening passed in a blur of introductions and carefully managed conversations. Narcissa kept both boys close, smoothly fielding inquiries about Harry's adoption while ensuring he wasn't overwhelmed by the attention. Draco, to Harry's surprise, proved to be a supportive presence, stepping in with practiced social chatter whenever Harry seemed at a loss for words. It was well past midnight when they finally returned to Malfoy Manor, all four of them tired but satisfied with how the evening had unfolded. The minister is mollified, Lucius observed as they gathered briefly in the drawing room before retiring. Dumbledore remains suspicious but has no grounds to interfere. I believe we've weathered the first public test successfully. Indeed, Narcissa agreed. Harry performed admirably. Harry felt a flush of pride at her approval. Thank you. I tried to remember everything you taught me. And succeeded, Narcissa confirmed. Though your response to Dumbledore was more heartfelt than we rehearsed. Was that wrong? Harry asked anxiously. To his surprise, it was Lucius who answered. On the contrary, he said, his tone thoughtful. It was precisely right. Dumbledore values emotional authenticity. Your sincerity was more convincing than any practiced speech could have been. It was perhaps the closest thing to a compliment Lucius had ever given him. Harry didn't quite know how to respond. Thank you, sir, he managed. Lucius nodded slightly, then turned to Draco. You conducted yourself well also, Draco. Your support of your brother was noted and appreciated. Draco straightened at his father's approval. "Thank you, father." "Now," Narcissa said, "it's well past both your bedtimes. Off you go. We'll discuss the evening further in the morning." As the boys headed toward their rooms, Draco nudged Harry's shoulder lightly. "Not bad for your first society event, Potter. Father actually praised you. That's practically unheard of." "He praised both of us," Harry pointed out. "Still," Draco said, "it's a start. Maybe he's finally accepting you're here to stay." Harry hoped so. Despite Lucius's continued formality, there had been small changes over the past weeks, moments of almost approval, brief acknowledgments of Harry's efforts to adapt to Malfoy Manor's expectations. Nothing overt, but enough to suggest the possibility of eventual acceptance. As he prepared for bed, Harry reflected on his response to Dumbledore's question. Had he been truthful? Was he truly happy with his new situation? The answer, he realized, was more complex than a simple yes or no. He was still adjusting, still learning, still occasionally overwhelmed by the change in his circumstances. There were moments when he felt like an imposter in this world of ancient traditions and political maneuverings. But beneath that complexity was a simpler truth: for the first time in his life, he felt secure. Protected. Valued. If that wasn't happiness, it was certainly closer than anything he'd experienced before. Summer progressed, bringing with it a gradual settling of the new family dynamic. Harry's integration into the household continued, with daily lessons and activities establishing a rhythm that became increasingly comfortable. Draco's initial wariness evolved into a complex but generally positive relationship, part brotherhood, part rivalry, with moments of genuine connection interspersed with occasional flare-ups of jealousy or disagreement. Lucius remained more reserved, but his interactions with Harry grew less formal over time. He began to include Harry in discussions about wizarding politics and history, testing the boy's growing knowledge with pointed questions and nodding with something like approval when Harry offered thoughtful responses. Narcissa watched this evolution with quiet satisfaction, gently guiding all three males in her household toward accommodation and understanding. Her bond with Harry strengthened daily, built on shared moments of both instruction and simple companionship. It was during one such moment, as they walked through the manor's extensive gardens, that Harry broached a subject he'd been curious about for weeks. "Mum," he said, still savoring the novelty of the word, "can I ask about your family? Your birth family, I mean." Narcissa's expression grew thoughtful. "The Blacks? What would you like to know?" "Everything," Harry admitted. "Since I'm a Black now too, I should understand what that means, right?" "Indeed you should," Narcissa agreed. "Though I should warn you, the history of the Black family is complicated." "I can handle complicated," Harry assured her. Narcissa smiled slightly. "Very well. The noble and most ancient House of Black is one of Britain's oldest wizarding families, dating back at least to the Middle Ages. Our family motto is toujours pur, always pure. Because of blood purity, Harry guessed. Yes, Narcissa confirmed. The Blacks have historically been among the most stringent adherents to pureblood ideology. My parents, Cygnus and Druella, certainly were. I had two sisters, Bellatrix, who was the eldest, and Andromeda, the middle child. Had? Harry asked, catching the past tense. Andromeda married a Muggle-born wizard named Ted Tonks, Narcissa explained, her voice carefully neutral. She was disowned by the family for it, literally burned off the family tapestry. As for Bellatrix, she hesitated. She married Rodolphus Lestrange, a pure-blood from another old family. But she is in Azkaban now, the wizarding prison. What did she do? Harry asked, sensing there was more to the story. Narcissa was silent for a moment, clearly considering how much to reveal. She was a follower of the Dark Lord, she finally said. After his fall, she and several others did something unforgivable. They were sentenced to life imprisonment. Harry absorbed this information quietly. So I have an aunt in prison and an aunt who was disowned for marrying someone she loved. Succinct but accurate, Narcissa acknowledged. As I said, complicated. Have you ever visited your sister? Andromeda, I mean. A shadow crossed Narcissa's face. No. When she was disowned, all contact was severed. It was expected. But you don't agree with that anymore, do you? Harry pressed, sensing an opening. You blood adopted me, and I'm a half-blood. That's against everything the Black family stood for. Narcissa stopped walking, turning to face him directly. You're very perceptive, Harry. Yes, my actions regarding you represent a significant departure from Black family tradition. And yes, it has caused me to reconsider certain, absolute positions. I was raised to accept without question. Including about your sister. A complicated expression crossed Narcissa's face, something like regret mixed with uncertainty. Perhaps. Though that situation is more complex than you might understand. Because of the war. Harry guessed. Because she was on one side and you were on another. Because family bonds, once severed, are not easily repaired, Narcissa corrected gently. And because sometimes the damage done cannot be undone with a simple apology. Harry considered this. But you could try, couldn't you? Now that things are different. Now that I'm your son. Narcissa studied him with a mixture of surprise and something like admiration. You make it sound so simple. Isn't it? Harry challenged. You took me in because it was the right thing to do, even though it went against everything you were taught. Maybe reaching out to your sister would be the same. Perhaps, Narcissa allowed. Though I'm not certain Andromeda would welcome such an overture after all this time. You won't know unless you try, Harry pointed out. Narcissa laughed softly. When did you become so wise, Harry Potter Black? I had a good teacher, Harry replied with a grin. Someone who taught me that sometimes you have to make difficult choices because they're right, even when they're unexpected. Narcissa's expression softened. Using my own lessons against me. How very Slytherin of you. Is that a yes? You'll contact her. It's I will consider it, Narcissa clarified. Which, coming from me, is significant progress. Harry accepted this as the victory it was. As they continued their walk, he reflected on how much had changed in just a few short months. Not just his circumstances, but his understanding of the world and the people in it. Narcissa Malfoy had once been an abstract concept to him, the wife of a former Death Eater, a pureblood supremacist, a woman who would likely despise everything about him. Now she was his mother in all but birth, a complex woman capable of growth and change, of fierce protection and gentle guidance. The world, he was learning, was rarely as simple as good and evil, us and them. People contained multitudes, contradictions that couldn't be reduced to simple labels. Even Lucius, who still maintained certain views Harry found troubling, had shown unexpected facets, a dry humor that occasionally surfaced during dinner conversations, a genuine pride in wizarding heritage that transcended blood purity, an undeniable devotion to his family's welfare. And Draco, beneath his initial jealousy and prejudice, was revealing himself to be a loyal, intelligent companion capable of surprising kindness when he wasn't posturing for his father's approval. They were an unconventional family by any standard, bound by choices rather than birth, by a blood adoption that defied pure-blood tradition, by the gradual building of trust where suspicion might have been expected to reign. But they were becoming a family nonetheless. The peace shattered on a warm August evening, as summer began its gentle transition toward autumn. Harry and Draco were playing wizard chess in the family sitting room, with Narcissa reading nearby and Lucius working through correspondence at a small desk, when a house elf appeared with an evening edition of the Daily Prophet. Master, the elf squeaked, presenting the newspaper to Lucius. Bad news is coming, sir. Lucius frowned at the unusual interruption but accepted the paper. As he unfolded it, his expression froze, then darkened ominously. Narcissa, he said, his voice unnaturally controlled. A word. Privately. Narcissa looked up from her book, noting his expression. She rose immediately. "Boys, continue your game. We'll return shortly." Once the adults had left the room, Draco immediately abandoned the chessboard and moved toward the door. "What are you doing?" Harry asked. Finding out what's happened, obviously, Draco replied in a whisper. "It must be serious. Father never interrupts evening leisure time for business matters." Harry hesitated only briefly before joining Draco at the door. Together, they cracked it open just enough to hear the adults' voices from the adjoining study. "Impossible," Narcissa was saying, her voice tense. "The security at Azkaban is clearly not as impenetrable as the Ministry has claimed," Lucius interrupted. "The fact remains, she has escaped. Along with Rodolphus and Rabaston." "But how?" "Without wands, surrounded by Dementors." "The article offers no explanation, only confirmation of the fact," Lucius replied grimly. "The question now is not how, but what this means for us." For Harry. At the mention of his name, Harry exchanged an alarmed glance with Draco, who mouthed silently, "Azkaban escape." "She wouldn't," Narcissa said, though her tone lacked conviction. "Even Bella wouldn't be so reckless as to come here, not when the entire Auror department will be hunting her." "Wouldn't she?" Lucius challenged. "Your sister was never known for her rational assessment of risk, Narcissa. And if she learns that Harry Potter is living under our roof, that you have blood-adopted the boy who caused the Dark Lord's fall." There was a long silence. "We must increase the manor's security," Narcissa finally said, her voice hardening with resolve. "Additional wards, monitoring charms on the outer boundaries. The boys are not to leave the estate under any circumstances." "Agreed," Lucius said. "I'll contact Knot and Crab as well. If Bellatrix approaches any of our former associates, I want to know immediately." "Do you think she'll try to gather support?" Narcissa asked. "I think Bellatrix spent 7 years in Azkaban dwelling on revenge," Lucius replied grimly. "She was the Dark Lord's most devoted follower. If she's free, it's for a purpose. And given her history, that purpose is likely to involve Potter." Draco grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him back from the door as footsteps approached. They barely made it back to the chessboard before the adults returned, their expressions composed but tension evident in their postures. "Boys," Narcissa announced, her voice carefully controlled, "there's been a security concern raised by the Ministry. As a precaution, you'll both be restricted to the manor grounds until further notice." "What kind of security concern?" Draco asked, feigning ignorance. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance, clearly debating how much to reveal. It was Lucius who answered. "There has been an escape from Azkaban prison," he stated. 3 prisoners, all of them dangerous. The Ministry has advised all prominent families to exercise additional caution until the escapees are recaptured." "Who escaped?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Another silent exchange between the adults. Then Narcissa sighed. "My sister, Bellatrix Lestrange, and her husband and brother-in-law. They were followers of the Dark Lord." "Death Eaters," Harry supplied, using the term he'd learned from his reading. "Yes," Narcissa confirmed, not bothering to soften the truth. Draco looked alarmed. "But Aunt Bella wouldn't hurt us, would she? We're family." "Under normal circumstances, no," Narcissa said carefully. "But Azkaban changes people. And given certain, recent developments, it's best to be cautious." Her eyes moved meaningfully to Harry, confirming what he and Draco had overheard. Bellatrix Lestrange might target him specifically, the boy whose survival had led to her master's downfall, now blood-adopted by her own sister. "I understand," Harry said quietly. "We'll be careful." "More than careful," Lucius corrected grimly. "You will be vigilant. Neither of you is to go anywhere on the grounds without an adult escort. The security wards are being strengthened as we speak, but additional precautions are necessary." "Is she really that dangerous?" Harry asked, trying to gauge the true level of threat. Yes, Narcissa and Lucius replied simultaneously, with an emphasis that left no room for doubt. Later that night, as Harry lay in bed trying to process this new development, a soft knock came at his door. He sat up, reaching for his glasses. "Come in." Draco slipped into the room, closing the door quietly behind him. "Are you awake?" he whispered unnecessarily. "Obviously," Harry replied, lighting the lamp beside his bed with a touch. The subtle magic, one of the first practical skills Narcissa had taught him, still gave him a small thrill of satisfaction. "What's wrong?" Draco perched on the edge of Harry's bed, his expression troubled. "I wanted to make sure you understood about Aunt Bella. Mother and Father weren't exaggerating. She really is dangerous." "I believe them," Harry assured him. "They seem genuinely worried." "They are," Draco confirmed. "I've never seen Father look like that before." "And Mother?" He hesitated. "Mother is scared. Not just concerned, actually scared." This revelation sent a chill through Harry. In the months he'd known her, Narcissa Malfoy had faced ministry officials, Dumbledore, and various challenges with unflappable composure. The idea that she might be frightened was deeply unsettling. "Tell me about Bellatrix," Harry requested. "What do you know about her?" Draco looked uncomfortable. "Not much firsthand. She was imprisoned when I was a baby. But I've heard stories. She was brilliant at magic, especially the dark arts. And completely devoted to the Dark Lord. More than anyone else, even more than some of his inner circle." "Like your father?" Harry asked carefully. Draco shifted, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. "Father was involved, but not like Aunt Bella. He claims he was under the Imperius curse." "And was he?" Harry pressed, genuinely curious about Draco's perspective. "I don't know," Draco admitted after a moment. "He never talks about it directly. But Aunt Bella, she was proud of what she did. She went to Azkaban declaring her loyalty, swearing the Dark Lord would return and reward her." "What exactly did she do?" "To get sent to Azkaban, I mean." Draco's expression grew even more uncomfortable. She tortured some Aurors. A married couple named Longbottom. Tortured them into insanity, trying to find out what happened to the Dark Lord after he tried to kill me," Harry finished quietly. "Yeah." Draco looked at him directly. "That's why Mother and Father are so worried. Aunt Bella blames you for the Dark Lord's fall. And now you're here, adopted by her own sister. If she finds out, she'll come after me," Harry concluded. "And possibly your mother for betraying the family by adopting me." Draco nodded miserably. "That's why I came to warn you. You need to be really careful, Potter. This isn't like with Dumbledore or the Ministry. Aunt Bella won't be reasonable. She won't be stopped by laws or rules." The genuine concern in Draco's voice touched Harry deeply. "Thanks for telling me," he said. "I appreciate it." Draco stood, looking awkward now that his warning had been delivered. "Just don't get killed, all right? Mother would be devastated, and I'd have to go back to having no one to play Quidditch with." It was a typically Draco way of expressing concern, genuine feeling wrapped in a layer of self-interest. Harry grinned despite the seriousness of the situation. "I'll do my best," he promised. "Though maybe we should practice those shield charms your father was teaching us more seriously now." "Definitely," Draco agreed. He hesitated at the door. "Potter? Harry? Yeah. She won't get you," Draco said with surprising fierceness. "Mother won't let her. And neither will I." With that, he slipped out of the room, leaving Harry to contemplate this new dimension to their evolving relationship. Somehow, amid all the adjustments and complications of his new life, Draco Malfoy had become something very close to a brother, prickly, occasionally jealous, but ultimately loyal. It was one more unexpected gift from the woman who had found him behind the hedge at Privet Drive and made the impulsive, extraordinary decision to save him. The weeks following Bellatrix's escape brought increased security and tension to Malfoy Manor. Additional wards layered the already formidable magical protection surrounding the estate. Aurors visited regularly for updates and security consultations. Narcissa rarely let either boy out of her sight, and Lucius maintained a vigilant watch over the property's boundaries. Despite the precautions, life continued with a semblance of normality. Lessons resumed, with additional emphasis on defensive magic. Harry and Draco threw themselves into these practical sessions with new dedication, their mock duels growing increasingly sophisticated under Lucius's demanding instruction. Again, Lucius commanded after Harry's shield charm buckled under Draco's stinging hex. Faster this time, Potter Black. In a real confrontation, hesitation means failure. Harry nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. They had been practicing for hours in the Manor's training room, a space Harry hadn't even known existed until the security concerns arose. "Ready, Potter?" Draco asked, raising his practice wand again. "Ready, Malfoy," Harry confirmed, settling into the stance Lucius had taught them. Draco cast quickly, a tripping jinx this time, followed immediately by a knockback jinx. Harry's shield came up faster, deflecting both spells successfully. He countered with a rapid disarming charm that caught Draco by surprise, sending his wand flying. "Better," Lucius acknowledged with a slight nod. "Though still not good enough against a skilled adult opponent. Again, both of you." As they continued training, Harry noticed Narcissa watching from the doorway, her expression a mixture of pride and concern. When the session finally ended, she approached, conjuring cooling towels for both boys. "You're making excellent progress," she noted, handing the towels to the sweaty, exhausted boys. "Though I hope you never need to use these skills in earnest." "Better prepared than vulnerable," Lucius commented, echoing one of his frequent maxims. "The current situation may resolve without incident, but the training will serve them well regardless." "Indeed," Narcissa agreed, though her expression remained troubled. "Harry, a moment of your time before dinner, please." "In my study." Curious, Harry followed her through the Manor's corridors after a quick cleanup. When they reached her private study, he was surprised to find the door already open and a visitor waiting inside, Albus Dumbledore, seated calmly in one of the visitors' chairs. "Headmaster," Harry blurted in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Good afternoon, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him pleasantly. "Mrs. Malfoy was kind enough to allow me a brief visit in light of recent developments." Harry looked questioningly at Narcissa, who nodded confirmation. "The headmaster and I have reached a temporary accommodation regarding shared security concerns," she explained, gesturing for Harry to take a seat. "You mean Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry said directly. "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed, his blue eyes watching Harry carefully. "Her escape represents a significant threat, particularly to you, given your unique position." "Because she blames me for Voldemort's fall," Harry said, using the name he'd learned from his history books despite Narcissa's slight flinch. "And because she might see Mum's adoption of me as a betrayal." Succinct and accurate, Dumbledore acknowledged with an approving nod. "Mrs. Lestrange was among Lord Voldemort's most devoted followers. Her time in Azkaban is unlikely to have diminished that devotion." "What we don't know," Narcissa interjected, "is whether Bellatrix is aware of Harry's presence here, or of the blood adoption. Which is why the headmaster and I have agreed to certain precautions." "What kind of precautions?" Harry asked. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "I have positioned certain Order members, trusted individuals who fought against Voldemort in the last war, near the boundaries of the estate. They will maintain a discreet watch, supplementing the Manor's own formidable defenses." Additionally, Narcissa continued, "Professor Dumbledore has provided a specialized emergency port key." She indicated a silver object on her desk that resembled an ornate pocket watch. "If activated, it will transport you directly to Hogwarts, bypassing even anti-port key wards." Harry looked between them, surprised by this evidence of cooperation between two people he knew held deeply different views on many matters. "Why are you helping us?" he asked Dumbledore directly. "I thought you disapproved of my adoption." "I had reservations about the manner and timing of it," Dumbledore corrected gently. "However, the reality is that you are now Mrs. Malfoy's son by blood and magic, and your safety remains my paramount concern. Whatever our differences, Bellatrix Lestrange represents a common threat that transcends them." "And you're okay with this?" Harry asked Narcissa, knowing her complicated feelings about Dumbledore. "I am accepting of necessary alliances," Narcissa replied carefully. "The headmaster's resources complement our own. In matters of your safety, pragmatism must prevail over ideological differences." It was a diplomatic answer that neither confirmed nor denied any warming of relations with Dumbledore. Harry suspected the reality was more complex, a reluctant acknowledgement that the threat posed by Bellatrix was serious enough to warrant extraordinary measures. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice gentler now, "there is something else you should know. Something about why Bellatrix Lestrange might be particularly fixated on you beyond the obvious reasons." Narcissa tensed visibly. "Is that necessary, Headmaster?" "He's only 8. 9 in a few months," Harry corrected automatically. "And I'd rather know than be kept in the dark." Dumbledore smiled slightly at this response. "A wise preference. Knowledge, properly contextualized, is rarely harmful." He turned serious again. "Harry, are you familiar with the concept of prophecy in the wizarding world?" "A bit," Harry replied. "Divination is considered one of the more unreliable branches of magic, but true prophecies are recorded and studied in the Department of Mysteries." "Very good," Dumbledore approved. "Shortly before your birth, a prophecy was made concerning Lord Voldemort and a child who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Based on certain criteria within the prophecy, Voldemort identified you as that child." Harry absorbed this information with surprising calmness. In a way, it made sense of things that had always puzzled him. "That's why he came after me specifically? Not just because my parents opposed him?" "Precisely," Dumbledore confirmed. "And it is why Bellatrix, who was fanatically devoted to Voldemort, may see you as more than simply the cause of her master's downfall. In her mind, you represent an ongoing threat to his potential return." "You believe the Dark Lord could return?" Narcissa asked sharply. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "I believe he was not truly destroyed that night in Godric's Hollow. Merely, diminished. Temporarily defeated." A heavy silence followed this pronouncement. Harry looked to Narcissa, whose face had gone very still. "You never mentioned this possibility," she said to Dumbledore, her voice carefully controlled. "It was not relevant to our previous discussions," Dumbledore replied. "Now, with Bellatrix at large and potentially seeking to restore her master, it becomes pertinent." Harry's mind was racing. "So there's a prophecy saying I can defeat Voldemort, and he knows about it, and that's why he tried to kill me as a baby. And now his most devoted follower has escaped prison and might be coming after me. And you think he's not actually gone for good?" "An admirably concise summary," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I should note that Voldemort heard only part of the prophecy. Its full contents remain known only to myself and the Department of Mysteries." "Until now," Narcissa observed coolly. "You've just revealed its existence to a child and his mother." "A calculated risk," Dumbledore admitted. "But one I believe necessary given the circumstances. Knowledge of why Bellatrix might target Harry specifically could be crucial to his protection." Narcissa didn't look entirely convinced, but she nodded slightly. "What do you suggest we do with this information, beyond the security measures already in place?" "Be vigilant," Dumbledore advised. "And perhaps consider widening your circle of potential allies. In times of danger, old divisions may need to be reassessed." Harry caught the subtle message beneath the headmaster's words, and from Narcissa's expression, so did she. Dumbledore was suggesting that the Malfoys' traditional alliances within pureblood circles might not be sufficient protection against Bellatrix's fanaticism. "We will take your advice under consideration," Narcissa said neutrally. "Now, I believe dinner will be served shortly. Harry, please inform Draco and Lucius that our guest will be joining us." It was a dismissal, though a polite one. Harry nodded and rose, but paused at the door. "Professor Dumbledore? Thank you for telling me about the prophecy. I'd rather know what I'm facing than be protected from the truth." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. "A mature perspective, Harry. One that speaks well of both your natural character and your adoptive mother's guidance." As Harry left to find Draco and Lucius, he reflected on the strange alliance forming in the face of Bellatrix's threat. Narcissa and Dumbledore, representatives of opposing wizarding factions, setting aside their differences for his protection. It was yet another unexpected development in his increasingly complex life. And beneath the immediate concern about Bellatrix lurked the more disturbing revelation: Voldemort might not be gone forever. The prophecy suggested Harry had some role to play in the Dark Lord's ultimate defeat. A destiny he'd known nothing about until today. He wondered, with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, what other secrets awaited revelation as he grew older. What other aspects of his parents' lives and deaths, of his own unexpected survival, remained to be discovered. For now, though, the immediate threat demanded focus. Bellatrix Lestrange was free, potentially hunting him. Whatever larger destiny might await him in the future, surviving the present had to come first. Dinner with Dumbledore at Malfoy Manor proved to be one of the most surreal experiences of Harry's young life. The tension between the Hogwarts headmaster and Lucius Malfoy was palpable, though masked beneath layers of rigid politeness and formal dining etiquette. "I must commend your security arrangements, Lucius," Dumbledore observed as the main course appeared. "The manor's wards are most impressive." "Family magic," Lucius replied coolly. "Reinforced through generations of Malfoys. Though I understand you've taken the liberty of adding your own contributions to our perimeter." "With Mrs. Malfoy's permission," Dumbledore confirmed, inclining his head toward Narcissa. A cooperative approach seemed prudent given the circumstances. Draco, seated beside Harry, looked between the adults with undisguised fascination. He leaned closer to whisper, "Father looks like he swallowed a billywig. I've never seen anyone but Mother talk to him like that." Harry nodded slightly, equally intrigued by the careful verbal fencing. Narcissa, meanwhile, maintained her role as the perfect hostess, smoothly redirecting the conversation whenever it veered too close to open confrontation. "Professor Dumbledore," she interjected as Lucius's expression darkened, "Harry has been making excellent progress in his studies of wizarding history. Perhaps you'd be interested in his perspective on the International Statute of Secrecy." The deflection worked. Dumbledore turned to Harry with genuine interest, and the dinner progressed without incident. As the meal concluded, Lucius excused himself to attend to pressing correspondence, a transparent but effective escape from Dumbledore's continued presence. "A most enjoyable evening," Dumbledore declared as he prepared to depart. "And a productive one. I believe our arrangements for Harry's safety are as comprehensive as circumstances allow." "We can only hope they prove unnecessary," Narcissa replied. "Indeed." Dumbledore's expression grew serious as he addressed Harry directly. "Remember, Harry, the portkey is for genuine emergencies. Do not hesitate to use it if you feel threatened." "I won't," Harry promised. "Thank you, Professor." After Dumbledore had departed, Draco turned to his mother excitedly. "I can't believe Dumbledore was in our house." Father looked like he might explode. "Your father understands the necessity of temporary alliances," Narcissa replied diplomatically. "Though I expect he'll be spending the evening cleansing his study of Dumbledorian influences." The dry observation, delivered with perfect composure, startled a laugh from both boys. It was a rare glimpse of the subtle humor that occasionally surfaced beneath Narcissa's proper exterior. "Now," she continued more seriously, "I believe we all have much to think about. Draco, Harry, off to bed. We'll continue our security discussions in the morning. As Harry prepared for sleep that night, his mind buzzed with the day's revelations. The prophecy, Dumbledore's belief that Voldemort could return, the uncomfortable alliance forming for his protection, all of it pointed to complications he'd never imagined when Narcissa first rescued him from Privet Drive. He was drifting towards sleep when a soft knock came at his door. Expecting Draco again, he called, "Come in." To his surprise, it was Narcissa who entered, closing the door quietly behind her. She was still fully dressed, suggesting she hadn't yet retired despite the lateness of the hour. "I hope I didn't wake you," she said, moving to sit on the edge of his bed. "No, I was thinking about everything," Harry admitted. "It's a lot to take in." "Indeed it is," Narcissa agreed. "Which is why I wanted to check on you. Dumbledore revealed some significant information today. Information I might have preferred to shield you from a while longer." "I'm glad he told me," Harry said honestly. "I'd rather know why people might be after me than be confused when they attack." Narcissa's expression softened. "You continue to surprise me with your maturity, Harry. Though I sometimes worry it comes at the cost of a proper childhood." "I never really had what you'd call a proper childhood," Harry pointed out. "Not with the Dursleys." "All the more reason I wish to provide one now," Narcissa said quietly. "Despite these complications." She reached out to brush his hair back from his forehead, a gesture that had become familiar and comforting over the months. Her fingers lingered briefly on his lightning scar. "There's something I need to tell you," she said after a moment. "Something I should have perhaps shared earlier." Harry sat up straighter, sensing the seriousness in her tone. "What is it?" "I've contacted my sister Andromeda," Narcissa revealed. "After our conversation about her, I sent a letter. She responded yesterday." "That's good, isn't it?" Harry asked, surprised but pleased. "It's complicated," Narcissa admitted. "Andromeda is cautiously open to reconnection, but understandably wary. Years of estrangement aren't easily overcome. However, given the current situation with Bellatrix, she's offered her assistance if needed." "Why tell me this now?" Harry asked, sensing there was more to the revelation. Narcissa sighed softly. "Because if circumstances require it, you may need to trust Andromeda without question or hesitation. She was always the most level-headed of us three sisters, and she has connections Lucius and I lack, connections in the light-aligned wizarding community." The implications were clear. Narcissa was establishing backup plans, alternative protections for Harry that existed outside the Malfoy sphere of influence. "Does Mr. Malfoy know you've contacted her?" Harry asked. "No," Narcissa admitted. "And I would prefer he not learn of it yet. Lucius has his own complicated history with the war and its aftermath. His perspective on appropriate alliances differs from mine, particularly where you're concerned. Because he's still not completely okay with you adopting me," Harry guessed. "Lucius is evolving," Narcissa said carefully. "He sees your value and your potential. But old allegiances die hard, and the implications of the prophecy Dumbledore revealed today will likely trouble him deeply." Harry nodded, understanding more than Narcissa might have expected. Lucius Malfoy had been a Death Eater, whatever claims of imperius he might have made afterward. The revelation that Voldemort might return, and that Harry was prophesied to be his downfall, placed Lucius in an impossible position. "I trust you," Harry said simply. "If you say Andromeda can help keep me safe, I believe you." Narcissa smiled, though her eyes remained troubled. "Thank you, Harry. Now try to sleep. Tomorrow we'll continue strengthening your defensive skills." As she rose to leave, Harry called after her softly, "Mum." She paused at the door. "Yes. Whatever happens with Bellatrix, with the prophecy, with all of it. I'm glad you found me that day. I'm glad you're my mother now." Something flickered across Narcissa's face, a complicated emotion too quick to identify. "As am I, Harry," she said softly. More than you can possibly know. After she left, Harry lay awake for a long time, thinking about the web of connections and protections being woven around him. Narcissa and Lucius with their pureblood allies and formidable family magic. Dumbledore with his Order members and Hogwarts resources. Now Andromeda, representing yet another potential avenue of safety. All of it because one woman had looked at a bruised, neglected boy and decided she couldn't walk away. Whatever happened next, whatever Bellatrix might attempt, whatever the prophecy might ultimately mean, that simple, transformative act remained the foundation of his new life. And for that, Harry was profoundly grateful. The attack came 3 weeks later, at dusk on a cool September evening. Harry and Draco had just finished their daily flying practice under Lucius's supervision and were returning to the manor when the warning chimes sounded, a high, clear tone that Harry had never heard before but instantly recognized from Narcissa's security briefings. Inside, Lucius commanded sharply, his wand already drawn. Quickly. Straight to the safe room. The boys needed no further urging. They sprinted toward the house, brooms abandoned on the path behind them. As they reached the terrace doors, Narcissa appeared, her normally composed features tight with alarm. This way, she directed, guiding them toward a concealed staircase Harry had only recently learned existed. The wards have been breached at the northeast boundary. How many? Lucius asked tersely, taking up a defensive position behind them. 3 signatures, Narcissa replied. 1 definitely Bellatrix. The others likely Rodolphius and Rabastin. Dumbledore's people? Lucius demanded, surprising Harry with his apparent reliance on the headmaster's assistance. Alerted, but the attack was precisely where our coverage is weakest, Narcissa admitted. They're responding, but they won't arrive in time. They reached a heavy oak door reinforced with silver bands inscribed with runes. Narcissa pressed her palm against it, muttering an incantation. The door swung open to reveal a circular room with no windows, lined with shelves containing emergency supplies and defensive artifacts. Inside, both of you, she ordered the boys. Draco, you know the emergency procedures. Harry has the port key if absolutely necessary. You're not staying with us? Harry asked, alarmed. We need to defend the manor, Narcissa explained tersely. The safe room is impenetrable, but if Bellatrix breaks through the main defenses, the consequences could be catastrophic. But she's coming for me, Harry protested. If I leave, no, Narcissa cut him off firmly. This is not your battle to fight, Harry. You're 9 years old. Your job right now is to stay safe. Before Harry could argue further, a tremendous crash echoed through the manor, followed by the wailing of additional alarm chimes. Lucius's expression hardened. They've breached the secondary wards, he stated grimly. Narcissa, secure the boys. I'll delay them at the east corridor. Alone? Narcissa challenged. Bellatrix was always your equal in dueling, Lucius, and Azkaban has likely made her more dangerous, not less. Rodolphius and Rabastin together, we don't have time to debate, Lucius snapped. Someone must guard the safe room entrance while the final protections activate. That must be you, your blood connection to Harry strengthens the wards. Another crash, closer this time. The manor itself seemed to shudder. 5 minutes for the protections to fully engage, Narcissa said after a moment's hesitation. Then I join you. Lucius nodded sharply and turned to go. To Harry's surprise, he paused briefly to look at both boys. Stay together, he instructed. Protect each other. Remember your training. Then he was gone, moving with the fluid grace of a duelist prepared for combat. Inside, now, Narcissa urged, guiding them through the doorway. The room will seal itself once I activate the final wards. Nothing can enter until either Lucius or I release the protections. What if something happens to both of you? Draco asked, his voice tight with fear. The port key, Narcissa reminded him. It will take you both to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore can ensure your safety. She embraced them both quickly but fiercely. "Be brave," she whispered. "Be smart. Trust each other." With that, she stepped back through the doorway. As it began to swing closed, Harry caught a final glimpse of her drawing her wand, her expression transforming from concerned mother to formidable witch prepared for battle. Then the door sealed with a sound like a vault closing, leaving the boys alone in the safe room. "Will they be okay?" Harry asked anxiously. Draco's face was pale but determined. "Mother is brilliantly skilled, and father was one of the Dark Lord's most powerful followers. They can handle Aunt Bella." But his voice lacked conviction, and Harry could see the fear in his eyes. Whatever Draco had heard about his aunt over the years had left him with a healthy respect for her abilities. "What do we do now?" Harry asked, forcing himself to focus on the immediate situation rather than worrying about Narcissa and Lucius. "Wait," Draco replied, moving to one of the room's cabinets. "And prepare, just in case." He opened the cabinet to reveal an array of defensive magical items, shield hats, instant darkness powder, even what appeared to be a few small explosives. "Father believes in being thoroughly prepared." Harry nodded, impressed despite the circumstances. He touched the portkey in his pocket, the silver watch Dumbledore had provided. It was their last resort, but knowing it was there provided some comfort. They had just finished examining the room's defenses when a muffled explosion shook the walls, causing dust to drift down from the ceiling. "That can't be good," Harry muttered. Draco swallowed hard. "The safe room is impenetrable. Mother said so." "I'm sure it is," Harry agreed, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Minutes ticked by in tense silence, broken only by distant crashes and the occasional muted shout. Then, suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, not physically present, but carried by some magical means. "Little sister," the voice crooned, a woman's tone filled with a terrible playfulness that raised goosebumps on Harry's arms. come out, wherever you are. I've missed you so very much." Draco went rigid. "Aunt Bella," he whispered. "I've dealt with your husband," the voice continued. "Not permanently, of course, family is family, after all. But he won't be interrupting our reunion." Harry's stomach clenched at the implication. Lucius was down, injured or worse. "And I know you're there, sissy. I can feel you. Still protecting your precious Pureblood home." The voice hardened suddenly. "But that's not all you're protecting, is it? I've heard the most fascinating rumors. The boy who lived, taken in by my own sister. Adopted by blood ritual into our sacred family." There was a pause, then the voice dropped to a dangerous whisper that somehow still carried perfectly. "Do you know what that makes you, sissy? A blood traitor. Worse than Andromeda, she only married a mudblood. You've polluted our very bloodline with the child who destroyed our lord." Draco's hand found Harry's arm, gripping it tightly. Whether seeking reassurance or offering it was unclear. "But I'm a forgiving sister," Bellatrix's voice continued, the playfulness returning with a manic edge. "Deliver the Potter boy to me, and all will be forgiven. The Dark Lord will return, sissy. Wouldn't you rather be at his side when he does? Wouldn't you rather have your family intact?" There was a moment of silence, then Narcissa's voice responded, not directly to them, Harry realized, but carrying through whatever magical connection Bellatrix had established. "Hello, Bella," Narcissa said, her voice remarkably composed. "You're looking, well, considering Azkaban. Though your timing is inconvenient. We typically receive guests through the front entrance." Bellatrix's laugh echoed through the room, high and unhinged. "Still the proper pure-blood hostess. Oh, I've missed your little pretensions, sissy. But playtime is over. Where is the boy?" "Safe," Narcissa replied simply. "Beyond your reach." "Nothing is beyond my reach," Bellatrix hissed. "Not when I act in the Dark Lord's name. Now, where are you hiding him?" "In that little safe room Lucius had installed during the last war." How predictable. There was a sound like glass breaking, then Narcissa's voice again, tighter now, but still controlled. The safe room is warded against even family magic, Bella. You can't breach it. Perhaps not directly, Bellatrix agreed, her tone chilling in its sudden reasonableness. But there are other ways to flush out prey. Crucio. A scream tore through the magical connection, Narcissa's scream. Harry lunged toward the door instinctively, only to be pulled back by Draco. We can't. Draco hissed, his face chalky white but his grip iron hard. That's what she wants. She's torturing your mother. Harry protested. And she'll kill us both if we go out there. Draco's eyes were desperate. Mother would never forgive us if we sacrificed ourselves. We have to trust her. Another scream, cut off abruptly. Then Bellatrix's voice again, sickly sweet. Poor Sissy. Always the delicate one. But still so stubborn. Let's try again, shall we? Crucio. This time, there was no scream, just a terrible silence that was somehow worse. She's fighting it, Draco whispered, a mixture of horror and pride in his voice. Mother's fighting the Cruciatus. Harry felt sick. He pulled the port key from his pocket. We should use this. Get help. Draco looked torn. But mother and father, will die if we don't get help, Harry finished grimly. We can go to Hogwarts, tell Dumbledore what's happening. He can send people back here immediately. Before Draco could respond, Bellatrix's voice returned, now coldly furious. Enough games, Narcissa. If you won't give me the boy willingly, I'll take him by force. And I'll make you watch as I deliver him to our Lord. Our Lord is gone, Bella, Narcissa replied, her voice weaker but still defiant. And even if he weren't, Harry is my son now. By blood and by magic. I will never surrender him to you or anyone else. Your son. Bellatrix shrieked, all pretense of control vanishing. Potter's spawn. The half-blood who destroyed everything. My son, Narcissa repeated firmly. Whom I claimed. Whom I protect. Whom I love. The simple declaration hung in the air, powerful in its unembellished truth. Then you are lost to me, Bellatrix said, her voice suddenly deadly calm. Lost to our family. Lost to our Lord. And what is lost must be destroyed. Avada, now, Harry. Draco shouted, grabbing Harry's hand and pressing it to the port key along with his own. Hogwarts. Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel as the port key activated, whisking them away from the safe room. The last thing he heard was a tremendous crash, as if the very walls of Malfoy Manor were being torn apart. Then they were spinning through space, Draco's hand clenched tightly in his, both of them hurtling toward Hogwarts and what they hoped would be salvation for Narcissa and Lucius. They landed hard on a stone floor, Draco stumbling and nearly falling while Harry managed to keep his feet. Looking around wildly, Harry recognized their location as the headmaster's office from descriptions in Hogwarts, a history, circular walls lined with portraits of previous headmasters, strange silver instruments whirring and puffing on spindly tables, and a magnificent desk behind which sat Albus Dumbledore, looking not at all surprised by their sudden arrival. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter Black, he greeted them, rising swiftly. I take it Bellatrix has found Malfoy Manor. She's attacking right now. Harry gasped out. She's got Mum, Narcissa, and Mr. Malfoy is down. You have to help them. Dumbledore moved with surprising speed for an elderly wizard, going to the fireplace and throwing in a handful of green powder. Minerva, alert the order. Malfoy Manor. Full emergency response. Without waiting for an acknowledgement, he turned back to the boys. Are either of you injured? No, Draco answered, his face pale but composed. We were in the safe room. Mother and father were fighting to protect us. And you activated the port key at the right moment, Dumbledore observed approvingly. A wise decision. Bellatrix was about to cast the killing curse, Harry said urgently. We heard her start the incantation just as we left. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, concern, or perhaps determination. I see. Then we must act quickly. He moved to a cabinet and extracted a beautiful red and gold bird that Harry recognized as a phoenix. Fawkes will take me directly through the manor's wards, he explained, stroking the magnificent creature's head. The Order members will follow by more conventional means. We're coming too, Harry declared, stepping forward. Absolutely not, Dumbledore replied firmly. You will remain here, under the protection of Hogwarts. But it's my fault Bellatrix is there. Harry protested. She wants me. If I go back, you will do exactly what your mother sacrificed to prevent, Dumbledore interrupted, his voice gentle but unyielding. Narcissa Malfoy placed herself between Bellatrix and you at great personal risk. To undo that sacrifice by returning to danger would dishonor her courage. The word struck Harry like a physical blow. He hadn't thought of it that way, that returning might actually make Narcissa's suffering meaningless. Will you save her? He asked instead, his voice small. I will do everything in my power, Dumbledore promised. Now, both of you will remain here. The portraits will alert me if you attempt to leave. With that, he grasped Fawkes's tail feathers. In a burst of flame that momentarily blinded Harry, both wizard and phoenix vanished. Silence fell in the office, broken only by the ticking and whirring of Dumbledore's strange instruments. Harry and Draco stood frozen for a moment, then Draco sank into a chair, his composure finally cracking. She was casting the killing curse, he whispered. At Mother. Her own sister. Harry moved to sit beside him, uncertain how to comfort the boy who had become something like a brother over the past months. Your mother is strong, he offered. And quick. She might have dodged it. Draco nodded mechanically, though his expression remained haunted. Father always said Aunt Bella was the most dangerous of the Dark Lord's followers. Not the most powerful, maybe, but the most unpredictable. The most willing to destroy anything in her path. Dumbledore will stop her, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. And the Order members too. I hope so, Draco murmured. I really hope so. They lapsed into anxious silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry's mind kept returning to Narcissa's words, spoken in defiance of her sister's demands, my son. Whom I claimed. Whom I protect. Whom I love. The simplicity and power of that declaration made his chest ache. After a childhood devoid of love, to hear someone claim him so unequivocally, to place herself between him and danger without hesitation, it was a gift beyond measure. And now she might be dead because of it. The thought was unbearable. Harry rose abruptly, pacing the office in agitation. Isn't there anything we can do? Some way to find out what's happening? As if in response to his question, one of the portraits, a severe-looking wizard with a pointed silver beard, cleared his throat. Dumbledore instructed the portraits to prevent you from leaving, he observed. He said nothing about providing information. Harry and Draco both turned to the portrait eagerly. Can you see what's happening at Malfoy Manor? Draco asked. Not directly, the portrait replied. However, I have a frame in the Ministry's Aura department. Alarms have been triggered, and a team has been dispatched to support Dumbledore's people. How long ago? Harry demanded. Approximately 7 minutes, the portrait supplied. Additional alarms are now sounding. The manor's primary wards appear to have collapsed entirely. Draco went even paler at this news. That's not possible, he whispered. The manor's wards have stood for centuries. Nothing could bring them down completely. Unless someone with blood connection to the family was actively working to dismantle them from within, the portrait suggested delicately. Bellatrix, Harry realized. She's a black by birth, related to both your parents. She could use that connection against the wards. Even so, it should be impossible, Draco insisted. Unless. He trailed off, a new horror dawning on his face. Unless what? Harry prompted. Unless Mother is no longer able to maintain her portion of the defensive magic, Draco finished, his voice barely audible. The implication hung heavily in the air. If Narcissa was dead or incapacitated, her contribution to the manor's protective magic would fail, potentially destabilizing the entire ward structure. No, Harry said firmly. That's not what happened. Bellatrix might have found another way. Or maybe the wards are just damaged, not completely down. Draco nodded, visibly trying to regain his composure. You're right. We don't know for certain. Another portrait, this one of a kindly-looking witch in healer's robes, spoke up. I have a frame in St. Mungo's emergency department, she offered. They've been alerted to prepare for potential casualties from Malfoy Manor. 4 trauma teams have been assembled. 4. Harry repeated, his stomach twisting. Why so many? Standard protocol for a major magical confrontation, the witch explained. Especially when unforgivables might be involved. The minutes crawled by, each one an eternity of anxiety and speculation. More portraits reported snippets of information gleaned from their various frames throughout the wizarding world, but nothing definitive about the outcome of the battle at the manor. Finally, nearly an hour after Dumbledore's departure, the office door opened. Both boys spun around, expecting the headmaster, but instead found Professor McGonagall standing there, her normally stern face grave. Professor! Harry exclaimed. What's happening? Is everyone okay? McGonagall entered, closing the door carefully behind her. Mr. Potter Black, Mr. Malfoy, she acknowledged. The situation at Malfoy Manor has been contained. Bellatrix Lestrange and her companions have been apprehended. And my parents? Draco demanded, stepping forward. Are they all right? McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Your father sustained serious injuries but is expected to recover fully. He's been taken to St. Mungo's for treatment. And Mother? Draco pressed, his voice tight with fear. A brief hesitation, then, your mother is alive, Mr. Malfoy. However, her condition is more serious. She intercepted a curse meant for the headmaster, a particularly vicious dark spell cast by her sister. Harry felt his legs go weak. How bad is it? He managed to ask. The healers are working with her now, McGonagall replied, her tone gentler than Harry had ever heard it. Professor Dumbledore will be bringing you both to St. Mungo's shortly. He remained behind to secure the prisoners and ensure Malfoy Manor was safe. Will she be okay? Harry asked, afraid of the answer but needing to know. Narcissa Malfoy has proven herself remarkably resilient, McGonagall said carefully. And she has much to live for. Her gaze moved meaningfully between the two boys. The healers are optimistic, but it will be some time before we know the full extent of her recovery. It wasn't the reassurance Harry had hoped for, but it wasn't the worst news either. Narcissa was alive. She was fighting. That had to be enough for now. Can we see her? Draco asked, his voice small. As soon as Professor Dumbledore returns, McGonagall promised. In the meantime, perhaps you would like to freshen up. The hospital wing has facilities you may use, and I believe Madame Pomfrey would like to check you both over as a precaution. Neither boy wanted to leave the office, fearing they might miss news or Dumbledore's return, but McGonagall was gently insistent. As they followed her through the castle corridors, Harry was vaguely aware of portraits whispering as they passed, of the occasional ghost drifting by with curious looks, of the sheer magical presence of Hogwarts surrounding them. Under any other circumstances, his first visit to the legendary wizarding school would have been thrilling. Now, it barely registered through his worry for Narcissa. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey examined them efficiently, declaring them physically unharmed but administering calming potions to help with the shock. Clean robes were provided, Hogwarts student robes with outhouse colors, magically adjusted to fit their smaller frames. These will do until your own clothes can be retrieved, McGonagall explained. Malfoy Manor suffered considerable damage, but Professor Dumbledore assures me your personal belongings should be recoverable. I don't care about belongings, Draco said flatly. I just want to see my parents. McGonagall nodded understanding. Of course. Ah, here is the headmaster now. Dumbledore appeared in the hospital wing doorway, looking weary but composed. His robes were singed in places, and a shallow cut marked one cheek, but otherwise he appeared unharmed. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter Black, he greeted them. You'll be pleased to know that Bellatrix Lestrange and the Lestrange brothers are now in Ministry custody, under heavy guard. They will be returned to Azkaban immediately, with additional security measures in place. What about Mum? Harry asked, the term slipping out naturally despite the formal setting. Professor McGonagall said she was hurt badly. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Narcissa placed herself in harm's way to protect others, a remarkably Gryffindor action from a Slytherin witch. There was no mockery in his tone, only respect. The curse Bellatrix cast was intended for me, but Narcissa intercepted it. It was dark magic of the most malevolent kind. But the healers can fix it, right? Harry pressed anxiously. They are doing everything possible, Dumbledore assured him. Your mother's sacrifice was not in vain, Harry. Without her intervention, the battle might have ended very differently. I want to see her, Harry insisted. Now. Please. And you shall, Dumbledore agreed. Both of you. I've arranged for secure transportation to St. Mungo's. The minister has provided orders for your protection, though I believe the threat has passed for the moment. As they prepared to depart, Harry found himself standing beside Dumbledore while McGonagall helped Draco collect the few items Madame Pomfrey had given them. Professor, Harry said quietly, Narcissa is going to be okay, isn't she? You can tell me the truth. Dumbledore looked down at him, blue eyes somber behind his half-moon spectacles. The truth, Harry, is that Narcissa Malfoy suffered a grievous injury while protecting those she loves. The curse Bellatrix used was designed to cause maximum suffering before death, a specialty of hers, I'm afraid. Harry felt his heart sink. So she's dying. She is fighting, Dumbledore corrected gently. And she has much to fight for. The healers at St. Mungo's are among the finest in the wizarding world, and they are employing every resource at their disposal. But you don't know if it will be enough, Harry concluded. No one can predict such outcomes with certainty, Dumbledore acknowledged. But I can tell you this, Harry, I have rarely seen a witch or wizard exhibit the kind of raw, protective magic Narcissa displayed today. That power, born of love and the deepest kind of maternal instinct, is not easily extinguished. It wasn't the absolute reassurance Harry craved, but there was something in Dumbledore's tone, a quiet conviction, that offered a measure of hope. She called me her son, Harry said softly. Right to Bellatrix's face. She said she loved me. And meant it, quite clearly, Dumbledore observed. Love, Harry, is the most powerful magic we possess. Never underestimate its strength, or its capacity to heal what seems beyond repair. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was a bustling hive of activity, even in the late evening hours. Harry and Draco were escorted through the main reception area with minimal fuss, Dumbledore's presence and a contingent of Aurors ensuring a swift, discreet passage to the fourth floor, the spell damage ward. Lucius Malfoy occupied a private room near the healer's station. He was awake but clearly weakened, his normally immaculate appearance disheveled, his face bearing the lingering traces of multiple healing spells. When Draco rushed to his bedside, Lucius reached out to clasp his son's hand with uncharacteristic openness. Father. Are you all right? Draco asked anxiously. I will recover, Lucius assured him, his voice hoarser than normal. Thanks to your quick thinking with the portkey. The healers tell me another hour without treatment and the outcome might have been very different. His gaze moved to Harry, who had remained near the door, uncertain of his welcome. "Mr. Potter Black," Lucius acknowledged with a slight nod. "I understand you shared in that decision." "Draco's the one who activated it," Harry replied honestly. "I was still trying to figure out how to help." "By rushing headlong into danger, no doubt," Lucius observed, though without the cutting edge his comments usually carried. "A trait you seem to share with my wife." At the mention of Narcissa, both boys tensed visibly. "How is she?" Draco asked, voicing the question uppermost in both their minds. Lucius's expression tightened. "Fighting," he said after a moment. "The curse Bellatrix used was, particularly vicious. Designed to cause a lingering, painful decline. The healers are attempting to counter its effects, but it is, challenging." "Can we see her?" Harry asked, stepping further into the room. Lucius studied him briefly, then nodded. "She has been asking for you both in her lucid moments. The healers believe your presence may actually help stabilize her condition. Something about the blood adoption creating a magical resonance that could strengthen her core." Harry's heart leapt at this news. If he could actually help Narcissa recover, even in some small way, he would do anything required. "When?" he pressed. "Can we go now?" Shortly, Dumbledore interjected from the doorway. "The healing team is completing a procedure that requires minimal magical interference. Once they've finished, you'll be permitted to see her." The wait was excruciating. Harry paced the small room while Draco remained at his father's bedside, the two Malfoys conversing in low tones. Harry caught fragments of their discussion, Lucius explaining the battle, Draco reporting on their time at Hogwarts, both of them expressing concern for Narcissa in their reserved way. Finally, a healer appeared, a middle-aged witch with kind eyes and a no-nonsense manner. "Mr. Malfoy, your wife is stabilized for the moment," she reported. "The counter-curse appears to be holding, though we'll need to monitor her closely for the next 48 hours. She's asking to see her sons." Lucius nodded. "Take them," he instructed. "I'll join you shortly. The healers insist I use this blasted wheelchair for another hour." He gestured with disgust at a chair beside his bed. Harry and Draco followed the healer down a quiet corridor to a heavily warded room at the end. Two Aurors stood guard outside, a testament to the continued security concerns despite Bellatrix's capture. "She's quite weak," the healer warned them quietly. "Try not to overtax her. And if you notice any change in her condition, any change at all, alert us immediately using the bell by her bed." With that, she opened the door and ushered them in. Narcissa lay in a hospital bed, her pale hair spread across the pillow, her skin nearly as white as the sheets. Various magical monitoring devices surrounded her, emitting soft, rhythmic chimes and glowing with different colored lights. Her eyes were closed, but as the door closed behind the boys, they fluttered open. "Draco? Harry?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, but carried clearly in the quiet room. "Mother!" Draco rushed to her side, his usual composure forgotten in his relief at seeing her awake. "We were so worried." "My dragon," she murmured fondly, reaching out to touch his cheek with a visibly trembling hand. "You were so brave today. Both of you were." Her gaze moved to Harry, who stood frozen just inside the doorway, overwhelmed by the sight of her so weakened. The Narcissa he knew was always composed, always in control. This fragile figure in the hospital bed seemed diminished somehow, though the quiet strength in her eyes remained unchanged. "Harry," she called softly. "Come here, my son." The simple words broke his paralysis. He moved to the opposite side of her bed from Draco, taking her outstretched hand carefully in his own. It felt cool and frighteningly delicate, the bones prominent beneath paper-thin skin. "I heard what you said to Bellatrix," he told her, his voice thick with emotion. "About me being your son. About protecting me." A small smile curved Narcissa's pale lips. "And I meant every word," she assured him. "Though I hadn't planned on quite such a dramatic declaration." "You saved us," Draco said. Father told us you held off all 3 of them until help arrived. With your father's assistance, Narcissa corrected gently. He fought remarkably well, considering Bellatrix's first attack nearly killed him. Her expression grew more serious. And then Dumbledore arrived, like some avenging wizard of legend. I've never seen such power, not even from. She trailed off, perhaps thinking better of mentioning Voldemort in front of Harry. The healers say you're going to get better, Harry said, clinging to the reassurance he desperately needed to believe. That the counter-curse is working. Narcissa's smile turned wry. I certainly intend to recover. I have far too much to live for to let Bella's parting gift defeat me. Despite her brave words, Harry could see the pain she was fighting to conceal, in the tightness around her eyes, the careful way she held herself, the occasional tremor that passed through her hand in his. Is there anything we can do to help? He asked, feeling helpless in the face of her suffering. Just what you're doing now, she assured him. Your presence helps more than you know. The blood adoption created a magical connection between us that the healers believe may actually strengthen the counter-curse. Father mentioned that, Draco said. Something about magical resonance. Indeed, Narcissa confirmed. It's an unexpected benefit of ancient family magic. The black bloodline has always carried powerful healing properties when properly channeled. She closed her eyes briefly, a spasm of pain crossing her features before she mastered it. But enough about my condition. Tell me how you boys fared at Hogwarts. I understand you had quite the dramatic arrival in the headmaster's office. It was a transparent attempt to distract them from her suffering, but both boys allowed it, taking turns describing their brief time at the school, the portraits that had provided information, Professor McGonagall's kindness. Narcissa listened with apparent interest, though Harry could see her strength ebbing as the minutes passed. The door opened to admit Lucius, now in the promised wheelchair despite his obvious distaste for it. A healer pushed him to Narcissa's bedside, then withdrew discreetly. The healers tell me you're being obstinate about taking your potions, Lucius observed, his tone light but his eyes concerned as they took in his wife's condition. They taste abominable, Narcissa replied with a shadow of her usual spirit. And they make thinking clearly nearly impossible. Which is precisely what you need right now, Lucius countered. Rest. Healing. Not scheming and planning as I'm certain you've been doing since regaining consciousness. A ghost of a smile touched Narcissa's lips. You know me too well, husband. Indeed I do, wife. Lucius's voice softened in a way Harry had rarely heard. Which is why I know how formidable your will can be when properly motivated. He reached out to take her free hand, the one not currently held by Harry. For a moment, the 4 of them formed a connected circle, Lucius and Narcissa, Draco and Harry, family by birth and by choice, united in this moment of crisis. The manner, Narcissa said after a moment. How bad is the damage? Reparable, Lucius assured her. The East Wing suffered the worst of it. Bellatrix was thorough in her destructiveness. But the foundations are sound, and most of the family heirlooms were protected by their own enchantments. Good, Narcissa murmured, her eyes growing heavy despite her visible effort to remain alert. The boys will need proper home when term ends. Term. Harry repeated, confused. What term? But Narcissa's eyes had closed, her breathing evening out as the healing potions finally overcame her resistance. Lucius sighed softly. She's been insisting that you both should attend Hogwarts as scheduled next year, despite everything that's happened. As if the world hasn't been turned upside down, as if she weren't lying in a hospital bed fighting for her life. That sounds like Mother, Draco observed with a mixture of exasperation and admiration. Always planning 3 steps ahead. Always, Lucius agreed. His gaze moved to Harry, surprisingly direct. She nearly died protecting you today, Potter Black. Not just Draco, not just me. You specifically. Bellatrix made it very clear that you were her primary target. Harry tensed, unsure where this was leading. Was Lucius about to blame him for Narcissa's condition? I know, he acknowledged quietly. If I hadn't been there, if you hadn't been there, Lucius interrupted, my wife would not have discovered depths of courage and magical ability that frankly astonished even me. His expression was complex, part resignation, part reluctant respect. I have spent months questioning her decision to bring you into our family. Today, I witnessed the power of that decision, a mother's magic, amplified by choice and sacrifice. It was, most illuminating. It was perhaps the closest thing to acceptance Lucius had ever offered. Harry didn't quite know how to respond. Thank you, sir, he managed finally. For letting me stay. For becoming my family. I'm not certain I had much choice in the matter, Lucius observed dryly. Once Narcissa decided you were to be her son, opposing her became inadvisable. Despite the gravity of the situation, Draco snorted softly. That's putting it mildly, father. A healer appeared in the doorway, quietly clearing her throat. Mrs. Malfoy needs complete rest now, she informed them. You may return in the morning. We've prepared adjacent rooms for all of you. Reluctantly, they withdrew, though not before each boy placed a gentle kiss on Narcissa's forehead, Draco with the practiced ease of a child who has always known a mother's love, Harry with the tentative wonder of one still becoming accustomed to the privilege. The next 2 days passed in a blur of hospital visits, healer consultations, and anxious waiting. Narcissa's condition improved gradually but steadily, each assessment showing the countercurse gaining ground against Bellatrix's dark magic. The healers credited the unusual speed of her recovery in part to the magical resonance created by Harry's presence, the blood adoption creating a channel through which healing energy could flow more effectively. By the 3rd day, Narcissa was sitting up in bed, her color improved and her voice stronger, though still far from her normal vitality. The healers had moved from cautious optimism to confident predictions of a full recovery, given sufficient time and rest. Which I'm told means at least a month of restricted magic use, Narcissa informed the boys with evident displeasure as they sat with her during the morning visiting hours. As if I were some first year who couldn't control their core. The restriction is precautionary, not punitive, Lucius reminded her from his chair beside the bed. He had recovered much more quickly, needing only a day of treatment before being released as a patient. Dark curses leave magical residue that can interact unpredictably with new spellcasting. I'm well aware of the theory, Lucius, Narcissa replied tartly. I simply find it inconvenient. Especially with the manor requiring extensive repairs and the boys' Hogwarts preparations to consider. Harry and Draco exchanged glances at this last comment. Neither had raised the subject of their future education, not wanting to burden Narcissa with such concerns during her recovery. There will be time enough for such planning, Lucius assured her. For now, your recovery is the priority. The manor repairs are already underway, and the boys have more than a year before Hogwarts becomes a pressing consideration. Narcissa looked like she might argue further, but a knock at the door interrupted the discussion. A junior healer peered in nervously. Excuse me, Mrs. Malfoy. There's a visitor asking to see you. She says she's your sister. Everyone in the room tensed. Bellatrix was securely back in Azkaban. The Daily Prophet had run a front-page story confirming the Lestrange's return to maximum security, but the mention of Narcissa's sister still triggered immediate alarm. Did she give a name? Narcissa asked carefully. Andromeda Tonks, the healer replied. She's been waiting in the visitors' lounge since early this morning. The tension in the room shifted from alarm to a different kind of unease. Lucius's expression hardened slightly, while Draco looked merely confused. Andromeda, he repeated. But isn't she, my sister? Narcissa confirmed quietly. Yes. She turned to the healer. Please tell her I'll see her. Before Lucius could object, she added, alone, initially. Then with my sons. The word choice was deliberate, Harry realized. Not my son, referring only to Draco, but my sons, including him explicitly in this family moment. Narcissa, Lucius began, his tone carrying a note of warning. Given my condition, Narcissa interrupted gently, seeing my sister after more than a decade of estrangement seems a small risk to take. Don't you agree, husband? There was something in her voice, a quiet certainty, a determination, that Harry had come to recognize. It was the tone Narcissa used when her mind was absolutely made up, regardless of opposition. Lucius clearly recognized it too. He sighed, then nodded once, sharply. Very well. But I insist on remaining nearby. The boys and I will wait in the visitors' lounge until you're ready for them. Thank you, Lucius, Narcissa said, genuine gratitude in her voice. This is important to me. As the boys prepared to leave with Lucius, Narcissa called Harry back briefly. Harry, a moment. He approached her bed, curious. Yes, Mum. Andromeda has a daughter, Narcissa told him quietly. Your cousin Nymphadora, though I understand she prefers to be called simply Tonks. She would be about 7 years older than you, likely finishing her Hogwarts education soon. She might be with her mother today. Okay, Harry acknowledged, still not understanding why this required a private conversation. Narcissa smiled slightly at his confusion. The point is, Harry, that you now have more family than just us. Andromeda's branch of the family has always been different in their perspectives. More aligned with your birth parents' views, shall we say. It might be good for you to know them, as you grow older. The implication was clear, Narcissa was thinking about his future, ensuring he had connections beyond just the Malfoy household, connections to people who had stood on the same side of the wizarding conflict as James and Lily Potter. Are you trying to give me options? Harry asked perceptively. People to go to if things get complicated again? Narcissa's smile widened. You continue to impress me with your insight, Harry. Yes, in part. Family is complicated, as you've learned. Having different branches of that family to turn to in times of need is a form of security even Gringotts can't provide. Harry nodded understanding. Thank you. For thinking of that. For making sure I'm not isolated. Always, Narcissa promised. Then, with a lightness that didn't quite mask the seriousness beneath, now go with Lucius and Draco. And perhaps remind your brother that his aunt chose love over family expectations, not unlike his mother did more recently. It might help him adjust to the idea. With that advice in mind, Harry rejoined Lucius and Draco in the corridor. As they walked toward the visitors' lounge, he noticed a woman waiting by the healer's station, tall, with dark hair streaked with silver, her face showing echoes of Narcissa's fine features though with a warmer, less austere expression. Beside her stood a younger woman with spiky pink hair and a heart-shaped face, wearing the distinctive robes of a Hogwarts student. Is that her? Harry whispered to Draco, nodding toward the older woman. Your Aunt Andromeda. Draco glanced over, his expression uncertain. I guess so. I've never actually met her. She was disowned before I was born. For marrying someone she loved, Harry added, carefully repeating Narcissa's framing of the situation. Draco looked at him sharply. That's a very generous way of describing marrying a Muggle born against the family's wishes. Kind of like how your mother adopted a half-blood against family tradition. Harry suggested mildly. Draco opened his mouth to retort, then closed it again, clearly struck by the parallel he hadn't considered. That's different, he finally said, though with less conviction than he might have a few months ago. Is it? Harry pressed gently. Your mother chose to protect me because it was the right thing to do, even though it went against everything she was taught. Maybe your aunt made a similar choice. Draco fell silent, contemplating this perspective. As they passed the two women, the younger one, Tonks, Harry presumed, did a double take, her eyes widening as she spotted Harry. Watch her, she exclaimed, her hair suddenly changing from pink to a bright, surprised blue. You're Harry Potter. Harry hesitated, unsure how to respond given the public setting and Lucius's presence. The older woman, definitely Andromeda, placed a restraining hand on her daughter's arm. Nymphadora, she murmured. Not here. It's Tonks, Mum, the young woman corrected automatically. Sorry, but, blimey, that's really him, isn't it? Lucius had paused, his expression cool as he regarded the two women. Mrs. Tonks, he acknowledged stiffly. I understand my wife has agreed to see you. Mr. Malfoy, Andromeda replied with equal formality. Yes, the healer just informed us. Thank you for allowing the visit. My wife makes her own decisions, Lucius stated, a hint of wry acknowledgement in his tone. As I'm sure you recall. A ghost of a smile touched Andromeda's lips. Indeed I do. Her gaze moved to the boys. And this must be Draco. You look just like your father did at your age. Draco straightened slightly. Thank you, ma'am. And Harry, Andromeda continued, her eyes softening as they rested on him. I see my sister has worked powerful magic where you're concerned. The black features suit you, though I'm glad to see you've kept Lily's eyes. The casual mention of his mother by her first name startled Harry. You knew my parents? Not well, Andromeda admitted. I was already out of Hogwarts when they started. But we met occasionally through mutual acquaintances. Something in her tone suggested these acquaintances might have been Order of the Phoenix members, though she clearly wasn't going to say so explicitly in front of Lucius. Cool Scar, Tonks interjected, her hair now settling into a curious purple. Does it hurt? Sorry, that's probably rude, but I've always wondered. Nymphadora, Andromeda sighed, though with fond exasperation rather than genuine annoyance. It's okay, Harry assured her. No, it doesn't hurt. Not usually, anyway. Wicked, Tonks grinned. I'm your cousin now, I guess. Sort of. This family tree is getting more tangled by the minute. I'm a metamorphmagus, by the way. As if to demonstrate, her features briefly rearranged themselves to resemble Harry's, complete with a lightning scar, before returning to normal. Dead useful for sneaking around Hogwarts after curfew. Nymphadora Tonks, her mother admonished. That is not the sort of thing to be teaching your younger cousins. Just being honest, Mum, Tonks replied cheerfully. Besides, they're definitely blacks now. Sneaking around is practically the family pastime. Despite the tension of the situation, Harry found himself warming to this irreverent, colorful cousin he hadn't known existed until today. Even Draco seemed reluctantly intrigued, though he was clearly trying to maintain a proper pureblood reserve in his father's presence. Lucius cleared his throat. We should proceed to the visitors' lounge, he said pointedly. Narcissa needs her rest, and extended socializing in the corridor is hardly conducive to hospital protocol. Of course, Andromeda agreed smoothly. Dora, why don't you accompany your cousins while I visit with Narcissa? It would give you all a chance to become acquainted. Brilliant. Tonks agreed immediately. I can tell them all about Hogwarts. Give them the real scoop, not just the official tour version. Lucius looked like he might object to this suggestion, but ultimately nodded his reluctant approval. Very well. But remember, Mr. Potterblack is still recovering from a traumatic experience. And Draco has certain standards of behavior to maintain. I promise not to corrupt them too badly, Mr. Malfoy, Tonks assured him with a grin that did little to inspire confidence in this promise. Just the essentials. Secret passages, which professors to avoid, where the kitchens are, you know, survival information. As Andromeda headed toward Narcissa's room and Lucius escorted the children toward the visitors' lounge, Harry found himself walking beside his newfound cousin, captivated by her constantly shifting hair color and easy manner. So you can change your appearance at will? He asked curiously. Is that common in the Black family? Nope, it's super rare, Tonks explained cheerfully. Full metamorphmagi are born, not made. Probably one of the few useful things I got from the noble and most ancient House of Black, along with a truly ridiculous name. Seriously, who names their kid Nymphadora? I think it's a nice name, Draco offered, clearly trying to be polite despite his uncertainty about this unconventional relative. You would, Tonks teased. You're named after a constellation. That's peak Black family right there. Though I suppose Harry lucked out, they could have renamed him something properly pretentious when they blood adopted him. They considered it, Harry admitted, remembering the discussion. But Mum, Narcissa, said I should keep my parents' choice. That it honored their memory. Tonks's expression softened. That's surprisingly decent of Aunt Narcissa. Mum always said she was the kindest of the three sisters, deep down. Guess she was right. They reached the visitors' lounge, a comfortable room with several seating areas, currently empty except for a bored-looking orderly. Lucius directed them to a corner arrangement of chairs, then positioned himself near the door, close enough to observe but far enough to give the appearance of privacy. So, Tonks said, flopping into a chair with casual grace, tell me everything. How did you end up with the Malfoys, Harry? Last I heard, you were living with some Muggle relatives. Then suddenly you're all over the Prophet as the newest member of one of the Sacred 28. Bit of a leap, that. Harry glanced at Draco, uncertain how much to reveal, but his adoptive brother nodded slightly. The story wasn't exactly a secret anymore, not after Bellatrix's attack and the subsequent Daily Prophet coverage. Narcissa found me at my Muggle relative's house, Harry explained, keeping his voice low enough that it wouldn't carry to the orderly. They were not treating me well. She took me away, and eventually blood adopted me. Not treating you well seems like a massive understatement, from what Mum heard, Tonks observed, her hair darkening to an angry red. Word is they were properly abusive. Harry shifted uncomfortably. He still didn't like discussing the Dursleys' treatment of him. It wasn't great, he acknowledged simply. Narcissa saw and did something about it. Against pretty much everyone's expectations, Tonks nodded. Including my mum's. She nearly fell off her chair when she read about it in the Prophet. Said it was the most un-Black-like behavior imaginable, adopting the boy who lived. Mother says family is about more than just blood, Draco contributed unexpectedly. That sometimes we choose our family through our actions. Tonks stared at him in frank astonishment. Bloody hell, she really has changed, hasn't she? That's practically heresy according to the Black Family Bible. Language, Lucius admonished from his position by the door. Sorry, Mr. Malfoy, Tonks called, not sounding remotely apologetic. In a lower voice, she added to the boys, so you two are getting along, then? No fraternal death matches over the family inheritance? We're fine, Harry assured her, amused by her directness. Draco's been helping me learn about the wizarding world. And teaching me to fly. He's annoyingly good at it, Draco admitted with a reluctant smile. Never been on a broom before Mother found him, and now he can outfly most of our family friends. Seeker material, maybe? Tonks suggested, studying Harry with a professional eye. You've got the build for it. I'm a beater myself, not what most people expect from someone my size, but the reflexes are dead useful. The conversation flowed surprisingly easily from there, with Tonks regaling them with Hogwarts stories, her house, Hufflepuff, to Draco's poorly concealed surprise, her favorite professors, the time she accidentally turned her hair the exact same color as Mrs. Norris during something went wrong with this response, please try again. Trace ID, 71999011D9D right 3rd ch the end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.